All right, hello, we're back. Yeah, hello. I accidentally stopped the stream when I didn't mean to, so I restarted it, but that's okay. Or we will continue now. Yeah, so now I just dropped down to 0 viewers because I just stopped and then restarted the stream. Yeah, oh well, fair enough. Let me just do a thing real quick. Let me just get things back set up. But yeah, so now we're going to be working on Unity things, and hopefully that will go cool. If I just refresh this, this is going to be back to, making Ultimate AI tag in Unity. That's what we're doing now. Oh, okay, it's refreshing. I'm at 4 viewers now. Okay, cool. So this will update. This side will update at some point. So first thing I would like to actually is my webcam got messed up while I was in the middle of doing that VR stuff. So let me go and do that first. Actually, first thing I'm going to do is... Oh, didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. First thing that I actually want to do is... let me make a folder called scripts. I just want to open up a random script thing. So, scripts, plural. So, Visual Studios can kind of be opening, because the first time you go to open it, it takes like a while. Just testing. Just so, let this do while I'm doing stuff over here. Just be an optimal time or whatever, or something along those lines. Okay, so good. Okay. So first thing I want to do is what's the best way of doing this? Let me go to my VOD channel, and I just need to look at any of my VODs, or like my I guess my VOD from where are you here? My VOD from, like, I don't know, earlier when I was streaming, but from before things broke, and I just like to set things to look as close to that as possible. So here, let me get this. Because the border around my face, I believe, should be shorter. Okay, let's get this one. So this is a VOD from earlier. Wait, did I unmute this? I guess not, I will. Okay. So... yeah, look how, see, this is thin, and it looks nice. What I currently have is a lot thicker, and I prefer to make this look like this. You're gonna get infinite OBS while I do this. How do I do this best way? If I have OBS on the screen, it's bigger, so I can more so see what I'm modifying. So the border didn't move, it's just my, my whole webcam thing got reset, and I don't know what the, oh yeah, see, even like, wow! What just happened? Excuse me? Why is that making it move? Scaling out of this axis is making it like move like this. I have no clue why. Okay, sure. You do that. I get this back in kind of a similar position. No, this is like zoomed. Even, hold on. This is the dimensions of this. It's like in the same position that it usually was, but it's like zoomed or something, right? Yeah. It should have basically the same dimensions as that border. So that's one thing. Me just scaling it like this. Oh gosh. And then if I were to cut off the top and bottom, I shouldn't have to do that. In this one, from earlier, I had it like. I believe I was cutting off stuff from like the sides, but. Okay. No. Custom. I worry about, I can go as like the highest resolution, but I don't know if that's a good thing to do because of how much I can scale it down, but whatever. And that's all dark. Let me just fix this, and then we'll get to the other things. So this first, it's on 5, and then this on 130 should fix it. I believe. All right. And then now I just shrink this down to somewhere. Okay. Okay. Just kind of. This is gonna be. It's gonna be annoying. Actually, if I hold control, then I can move it without issue. Okay, I need to scale this up a little bit. So let me get. It's like very, very like the border is like barely there, but it's there like just enough. No, I have it thinner than that, don't I? Then I can, well, let me just alt this way. Well, actually, I'd rather. I should like. No. Could you not do that? Oh, that's cutting off all of this. Back to this. Move this a bit more this way. Cut off a little bit here, and then a little more, mostly over on this side. Okay. I have to look really closely to get this fixed. The size of this should be all the same. Not that. That's also not what I want. This like folder that those are both in, the webcam background and just my webcam. Although I believe this is kind of fixing it on this side, right? Yeah, if I get it fixed on one side, I don't know why it's moving together with the other side, so that's that. Why you do this? I don't know why it's doing that. Something about I don't know. I don't know what's causing that. Okay, but I want to move this very fine-tunedly. Better idea. Let me get this to. It should kind of snap to covering the whole thing, I think. Okay. Snap to this side. Why are you being so uncooperative? See, okay, fine. I'll do it myself. If I just... Oh my gosh. Why are you struggling with this so much? I just can't see... No. And every time I have to click down here. Why did this move? I don't know why it just completely broke, and then like I did just reset it all. Okay. Alt this way. Is that somewhere along the lines of being good? It's like almost there. I would like... Not that. Wait, no, I have to do... So Control and Alt? Is that the same? It's not the same on the bottom. Oops. Not there. Over here. Actually, I think I'm gonna have to cut this, scale it down just the tiniest bit. I don't want to have to like use the alt thing on like all sides because then I'm losing resolution. I shouldn't have to be doing that. Am I as zooming in as like I was before? Something seems off here. Or maybe not. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. Okay, is it the same on all sides? Definitely not. Okay, Shift and Alt. I don't know if there is a better way of doing this. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Okay. That good? I think that's good. Probably. Okay, I think so. So it basically matches. This matching this. I think it's close enough, anyway. Yeah, it's probably fine. If there is a different... If it is slightly off, I'm not really seeing it. So, okay, let me put this back over here. Okay, Okay. This and here and this opened. Well, it didn't open the thing, but opened, come on, this. Oh, I was watching, oh, my god, so stupid. I was watching the SpaceX live stream. I was wondering who was talking there in the background, then I realized I had your stream open and you came back from break. Oh, well, wouldn't you have been hearing my music from that the whole time, perhaps? But, welcome back. I was just, one, back from, my break, and two, I was getting my webcam set up again. we were streaming Beat Saber earlier today. I speed ran the entire campaign just for the heck of it. And we did it. I did it all in one sitting. It took like 3 hours. A lot longer than I was thinking it would, but that's alright. And now we're back doing Unity stuff for basically most of the weekend. Alright, so it's already 7. Well, it's almost 8 now, but yeah. Alright, so let me yeah. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, everything's all good. Let me double check actually, just to make sure. Am I sounding proper? Yep, I think so. Okay, kind of making sure. All right, let's do some Unity things. So, actually, to get started, let me get up my assignment thing. So, okay, to recap, over here, yeah. Here, I'm gonna put this on screen. 1 second. Wow. So the only parts that matter here are, let me find it, over here, essentially. No, is that the right one? No, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Let me find this real quick. The requirements of this game that we were making. I'm just going to kind of put this on screen. I can't put like this PDF on screen because it's school stuff that probably shouldn't be just shown directly, but if I just copy and paste it into a Notepad document, then maybe it's fine. Okay. There we go. Okay, so in a nutshell, these are the requirements that we have to hit. And I have, a few of us were planning earlier, and now I'll be continuing to do stuff. We have ideas for what we could do with this. Oh, here, let me do something that actually might make this better. My stream of like what I'm watching myself, making sure that the Twitch stuff is good. Let me put the quality on that as low as it can go. Because I'm more so just looking at it to see that it's still like, going and stuff like that. Alright, that's cool. Let me then bring back this. Okay, so in a nutshell, we're doing basically like tag but with AI. Well, I don't know how you do tag without AI unless it was just multiplayer, but we are doing a tag type thing where you are, you as the player are chasing another person that is being controlled by AI. When I say AI, I don't know how complicated it'll be, but we'll see. In this big arena style thing, and the story kind of thing I have for it so far. Well, something in terms of a theme, it's gonna be something with like spy type, not necessarily spy, like you as a spy chasing down a like stereotypical villain, like twirly mustache, ha 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 ha, I'm so evil, kind of a thing. He back. Yes, I am. I was gone for a bit longer than I expected, but that's okay. I also accidentally restarted the stream, but that's all right. So yeah, just kind of heya, hello. We're now starting to do this. We finished the Beat Saber thing. Oh no, you were there when we did. But yeah, I speed ran the Beat Saber campaign in like it was close to 4 hours. I didn't save what the actual time is, but I can go and see it in the VOD. Yeah, so that's something. Yay, game dev time. You know it. Got my exercise in. No, actually, the funny thing is, I wasn't as exhausted by the end of that as I thought I would be. My arms were getting a bit sore, but they're fine now. So, like, I did all that, and I'm feeling fine. So, that's that. I guess. I'm in shape a bit. I run to my classes and all that. That's where most of my exercise comes in. Okay, so I'm going to start this. Okay, we need to plan, there's a lot of things we still have left that we still have to plan, but okay, let me just start by, I can make the general like folders that I know are gonna like be in this project. Something like models, we got scenes. I usually like to call this one main, and I'll probably change this to like level 1, level 2, whatever. Ideally I kind of wanted the whole game to be in one scene where you walk from level to level, but maybe I can still try and do that with asynchronous loading. I've never done that before. Oh, I walk up to the stairs to get to my house. I'm mega fit. Oh, wow. Fair enough. Oh, we're dropping frames a lot. Why is that happening? Are we good? We good? I think so. Hello? I just saw in the OBS thing, it went down to like really low in terms of, oh, it's dropping again. Oh, why is this happening? This is new. We good? How's the stream for you guys? Is it like cutting out or what? Is everything good? I think so. We're just gonna hope that it's fine. Looking good on my half? Okay, that should be fine. It's like dropping a few frames here and there, but like, I guess it's fine. I guess just tell me if it becomes not fine, and we're just gonna assume that it's okay. Prefabs. And, okay. So, that's all I can think of for right now. Animation, characters, whatever. Okay, so let's just, so to start this, as I was showing, this isn't the planning, this is the requirements of, well, I cut a bunch of stuff out, but all that's really important for us, the requirements of this assignment. In fact, I can kind of use this. I don't know, clean this up a little bit. So it's ultimate tag, so we're gonna have 2 players, obviously. Well, not, or that's not obvious, but like for like what I've already said of the idea that we're gonna be going with this. You most likely have not, but have you played a game called Garbage Day? I haven't played it, but I think I know what it is. Let me Google this, and I think I know what this is. It's like low poly. I think it was made in Unity. Garbage. It's a VR game, right? Wait, hold on. Or it is not in VR, but it recently got VR. This game, I know this. Yeah, I'm aware of this. Like, this, right? Let me close this. Oh, it's a first-person small city sandbox game. I'm trying to make a game like that since that's more my skill level at the moment. Yep. Well, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure that this was Unity. Yeah, it looks really good visually. Or, I mean, like, okay, it's low poly, but there's something about the lighting that I think looks really good for some reason. Like, I don't know. Or, I don't know. The lighting specifically, I don't know. Something I think looks good about it. Maybe also this shot, I don't know. Yeah, looks... Despite being low poly, I think it looks reasonably good. Anywho, yeah. Cool. Yeah, post-processing effects are 10 out of 10. Yes, and hopefully we can get to that level. We'll see. Okay, let me just close this. Actually, I can probably close this too. Okay. So, but as I said, so yeah, these are our requirements, but now we're going to be, I guess I'm planning this in a Notepad document because that's how I do all of my good planning. So what we're actually going to be doing for this is ultimate tag. We'll come up with a better name like later, I guess. Essentially, so the basically, well, I don't know how much I need to actually type this out, but like, player chasing. Just I'm gonna generically call him bad guy, but we'll figure out who this character is later. Bad guy. I have this planned out in my head, and we were talking about it earlier, but now I'm struggling to like turn it into words to be in a notepad thing. But essentially, so if you as a player are chasing this AI in this kind of like arena kind of thing, there's lots of things you can interact with. Oh, we'll see how much there is. I say interact with very loosely, like maybe ladders and like just jumping across gaps. Maybe you can run on the walls. Maybe there's like springs that launch you into the air, or just bouncy platforms. Ice. Something that like slows you down. Different things like that to interact with. Some things that might be a dedicated like interact button. We'll see. So player chasing. I don't like. Let's go. Villain. I don't know. Okay, so ultimate take. Player chasing villain. Like the theme, kind of like theme is like spy and like I say almost cops and robber thing, but I'm not thinking you're a cop. I don't know. I kind of like the idea more that it's like a secret agent kind of a thing almost, except you're not really doing any stealthing. It's more you're chasing, but I don't know. To get back, like, yes, spy sounds way cooler. Yeah, exactly. get back, and then I don't know. That feels like then it's more rather than villain, rather just being like burglar kind of a thing. Just like that kind of like cartoony villain type things that you have in spy movies, like going down that path of like it can be wacky, it can be weird, and there's gonna be multiple villains, I guess. Okay, before I do story, let me more so go like, what's the gameplay? What is the actual gameplay? So, just player chasing AI around because it's not like a linear thing. It's more like this jungle gym arena around arena. I'm struggling to think of just how to word this. Not that it matters that much. Just okay. Player chasing AI around arena. Want to spend the most time. Time being like not it. 5-minute match. It has to be 5 minutes if I'm going off of this. I don't know why it's 5 specifically, but whatever. We can work with it. That is fine. 5-minute timer at like not timer. 5-minute match. I guess is how we're wording this. 5-minute match. At the end, whoever was not it the longest wins. Yeah. So like theme, spy chasing, like cartoony villains. Getting back. I keep saying like launch codes because that's the first thing that comes to mind. Ooh, whatever. I'll just put like generically like secret weapon. But it's not just that you're like stealing this physical thing, like a file folder is what I was gonna say before or something like that. But for this, it needs to be something like you're taking it and you have to spend a certain amount of time like hacking into it or whatever. And that's like as long as it's in your possession, it starts like filling up. We can BS the story later, whatever. Like little introduction thing we have, but as far as it concerns the gameplay, it's just that once you have the thing, bar starts filling up. Once it gets full, then you win. So spy chasing cartoony villains, getting back secret weapon, while in your possession. Wait, why? No, while I'm going. Let me make sure this doesn't go off the screen. While in your position, theme is spy chasing. While in possession, I didn't spell this right. It's like this possession. While in your possession, bar like fills up. You win when it's full. 3 levels of this. So I guess that would mean like there's like 3 of these secret weapons, whatever. 3 levels. Oh, I didn't even think of I just got an even cooler idea. Well, for level 2 specifically is Let me I'll elaborate on this in a second. But the idea of like, so if I can make like an AI that chases you and an AI that will run away from you, what happens if I had 2 AIs? Like what happens with 2 AIs basically trying to play tag with each other? If that code should exist, like that should work. If I can have this one AI that's able to chase the player and will be able to be chased, then I just have 2 of them. That sounds interesting. But basically in a match where you're also there, so it's you and 2 AIs all fighting to be it. That sounds interesting. Maybe that's what I do. Level 1 is just you and one other person. Level 2 is you and 2 people, and then level 3 is you and like 3 people. Maybe I don't know. I play around with that for sure though. Interesting. Okay, so theme is what position bar fills up. You win when it's full. So 3 levels of increasing difficulty. And difficulty both in, I don't know, the AI getting more complicated or being more difficult, and just the environment you're in being more stuff going on, I guess. I could have like teleporters, like where you can go from one side of the map to the other. That'd be neat. This is the one thing I also want to do. Like the main thing I'm going with this list is I'm just putting like the basic stuff, but then I want to have a big list of all potential things that you could interact with, and then we slowly fill that out while I'm in the middle of programming just the player and like the AI on like a flat ground. We slowly, like, as we think of ideas that I can program. There's like a difference. Like I want to purposely almost like pick and choose the things that will be easier to do. Like a ladder might be really difficult to do the actual like hands grabbing of rungs. Whereas what if it was just a spring that launches you into the air? That does the same purpose as the ladder. One is a lot easier to program potentially. So stuff like that ideally is what we'd like to do. So 3 levels of increasing difficulty. Like level 1. I also don't know what I'm going to do like environment wise, and if all 3 levels will kind of be the same environment, or actually play like one's a forest, one's a desert, or I don't know. Also don't know if they're going to be like interior or exterior or whatever. Although really there needs to be walls around the arena to some degree. So the only difference between interior and exterior is really going to be like the lack of a roof, really. But yeah, we'll see it. We'll see what we do. Also, actually, one thing though is an interior level could be more maze-like, where where you can't like see the whole area. Whereas, that's one thing as well. Actually, I might want to think of like if the AI is really far away. I don't know how big these arenas are going to see. I don't know how big these arenas are going to be. They might be like small enough that like no matter where you are, you can kind of know where you need to go to like where the person you're chasing is. Or if I'm in one arena that's more maze-like, where you can't see the whole thing at once, it's like, how do you know where the AI is? Maybe we give the player like a mini map or something. I don't know how hard that'll be to program. I'll have to see. I could do some cool dynamic thing of like somehow you have this mini map thing. I could just have like take a second camera, have it be overhead facing down. But I feel like, I don't know, maybe just a more like a flat drawn thing that's at the bottom right, then has like a dot that's you. The more like traditional kind of mini map. I don't know, so that's something we can play around with the options, but I kind of want to like, I already, like, when I'm coming up with these ideas, I'm also thinking like, okay, not just like the idea could be cool, but like how would I program such a thing? So I want to like have an idea of how I might program such a thing before I go full force into like, yes, this is what we're going to do. But anyway, so level 1 is like player chasing one person. Level 2 is player like chasing like 2 people, and then level 3, could be like, this is a very like standard thing, increasing, but level 3 might be more different, like where instead like player, I don't know, doing something that's more like, I don't know. Okay, so originally we weren't going to have the going back and forth. It was going to be like just level 1 was you chasing the one person, you catch them, the level's over. Level 2 is you chasing 2 people, you catch both of them, the level's over. And then level 3 was going to be you getting chased for a certain amount of time, and then it switches over, and then you chase them and finish off the level. But now it will be actually, because to fit in the requirements of this, there has to be a back and forth in a level. Like there has to be this going back and forth, which actually I think will lead to a more interesting game, but now I have to figure out the level progression of that. I would like the continuous evolving levels. So I could just you chase 3 people, but I don't know. I feel like I'd like to do something more, like, I don't know, like maybe, I don't know. You could go back to just chasing one person, but I don't know, something. I think either you chase a person, but something's different about them. So this, it's like you chase an AI that's like a copy of the player for all intents and purposes. Here, you chase 2 people that are very similar to like how the player works. But maybe this level 3, you chase another person. Maybe there's only one of them, but there's something different about them. I was thinking either making them really big and that does stuff, or maybe they're really small and fast. Maybe they can go places that you can't. Like maybe if they're small, they can run through certain like nooks that like you can't. And maybe that's what makes that level harder. But I have to figure out, like, I have to make sure it's actually like fair, I guess. Like, I say fair. It should be Like you player should be able to win. It shouldn't be like if I don't program the AI right and then it's like impossible to win, that would be a problem. But so maybe we'll come back to what we do with level 3. Well, I mean, but I mean, like, if I really can't think of anything, then it could just be player. I mean, it doesn't even have to be different. Like, it could just be like all 3 levels. You're only chasing one person, but the environment you're in is wildly different, and that's what makes it more challenging. There doesn't need to be a rise in the number of people. But I thought it would be cool if maybe there is a player, maybe like chasing one. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Idea. What if there was something where you had to basically be being chased by one person while chasing another person? So you somehow had to do both. I don't know how well that would work, but I could try it. What if person while being chased somehow? What if somehow I could do that? But then how does that work? Like with tag, that doesn't really make sense. And then what happens if you get caught by that person? I don't know. Let's see. I mean, But that idea, maybe like this thing where it's like more like it's still tag between, like level 3 is like it's tag between you and one other person with this separate thing that's more of an annoyance where it's trying to it's chasing you down to try and slow you down. If it touches you, all it does is slow you down or stuns you for a second and then backs off while you're trying to chase this other guy. That could be an idea. Maybe. Well, okay, I say a player chasing one person. It'll be a back and forth. Player chasing and being chased by one person. Chasing and being chased by this. By 2 people. Now, but in this case, actually, that would mean that, like, I mean, story-wise, if there's 2 people, they have to both be fighting over the thing. Oh, it's tag between you and another person, but to win, you have to reach the end of the level, and if the bot has tagged you or taken the documents, then they will start running back to the start, and you can't let them or else you lose, maybe. Ooh. That's a neat idea. Oh, okay. So, like, it's almost like a capture the flag kind of a deal, then. Yeah, okay. So rather than just chasing and being chased, like, while you're running away, actually having a goal to get to. Okay, so we're going to put, I want to leave this and then put, like, we can have, like, these potential level ideas. Okay, so, okay, then, hold on. Whoa. Like, okay, tag, but both people are, I can word this better. Wait, let me finish off this by while being chased by someone else. I mean, we could also have more than 3 levels, but I think 3 is like a nice number to have. Maybe we'll see. It's also I don't want to go too big in the planning. We have to be able to get this. Well, actually, we'll see. Maybe we can have like 5 levels or something. But okay, player chasing will be both have an both have a goal they are trying to run to. Another idea could also be like let's say like normal tag. I'm just gonna put like as the like kind of substitute for this, so I don't have to type about that part every time. Local tag, but both players have. I'll say players have like a weapon of some kind. That could be the other thing. Like maybe you don't have a weapon in like the first level, but maybe it's like in this level it's like okay now not a weapon like a gun maybe, but maybe like you throw a thing that arcs that lands and then makes like a puddle that like slows, not puddle. Like you throw something it lands like traps maybe. Normal tag. arena. That could be a separate thing. Also, arena filled with traps. That could, well, okay. These are things that could either be level specific or are just incorporated into the other levels. Because that could be a thing. Is around the map there are buttons. You press the button, now something happens somewhere else. Although there has to be a clear indication of like what a button does, preferably. That could be something, because maybe you do that to purposely like, you press this button, a wall goes up somewhere, and now you can like corner the person. Maybe. An idea, maybe. It's something we can play around with. Okay. So that, now I just want to have a whole section that's like, level mechanic ideas. And this is where we just go crazy with everything that we want to have. So we could have, like, okay, how about like, hold on. So no, hold on, let me back up a little bit further. So player moves. So like two things of like what the player can do, and this also means the AI. Whatever the player can do, the AI has the potential of doing it. So obviously moving, jumping. We have to, I'll decide whether the player should get like a double jump or not. Or it should only be a single jump or a double jump. And then also, if we do that, like to what extent you can move around in the air. Like it could be a thing of like when you jump, you're kind of locked into going in that direction. I don't know how much you can turn around in midair. We can play around with like different things. Let's have two of like moves that will definitely be player moves and potential player moves. Could have double jumping. Could have so general interact button. So like the button to, like the keyboard button to press a button. Like you hit this, now you press a button, it does something. You get in an elevator, you press the button, it moves. Like other examples I can't think of. Maybe like, lever, you interact with lever. Like a general interact button that we use for whatever. Moving, jumping. I mean, looking, I don't know if that counts. I mean, it is something we need to make. That's fine. So potentially double jumping. Maybe some kind of like wall run type thing. I don't know. We'll see how crazy we get with actual movement. Ideally, that is like the one important thing with this is that the movement should be fun. Like just generally running around the map should be enjoyable, I guess. That should be number one consideration above all else. So ideally then the level mechanics that you can interact with kind of help boost that. Would be great, I guess. So wall run. I can't think of other potential moves off the top of my head, but like we'll see. So level mechanic ideas. So we got like buttons to move stuff, like walls, platforms, etc. Moving platforms. Well, actually, okay, I worry moving platforms might be really tricky for an AI to deal with. I know for a fact that like the Unity built-in AI thing can't really handle moving stuff. Not really, because it kind of like bakes that stuff before you go into play mode. So moving platforms I could program. I'm confident I can program that relatively easily, but I might want to be careful on that. Maybe if a platform was like going back and forth very like slowly, maybe, but like a really long moving platform thing, I don't even know if I'd want that actually, because that's another thing. If there's a moving platform and you have to wait for it to move back to you, that doesn't work. So maybe I don't really do that. Platform moving because of reason, like you get in an elevator-esque thing, you press the button and then it moves up. That's fine, but just a general like moving back and forth all the time platform, I don't think that would work here, because it has a higher potential that you have to like wait for it to get the position. You jump on it and you have to stop and wait for it. Ideally, I don't want to have mechanics like that, or not too many anyways, that are requiring you to wait. Best case scenario is you basically never stop moving, unless you get like hit by an obstacle and you get stunned for a few seconds. But that's like meant to be a negative thing. But ideally, you don't want to stop moving, because then you're going to get hit. You shouldn't getting cornered. I mean, maybe I don't know if levels should have dead ends necessarily. That might not be a good thing to do. But in general, you shouldn't have to stop moving too much. Okay, so level mechanic ideas. Buttons to move stuff. And then graphically they could be a button, a lever, switch, whatever, but it's a button for all intents and purposes. Button that you stand on. So a button that you run by and hit the interact button, or buttons that you run over and they do stuff. I don't know how I would word that. So buttons to move stuff, buttons that you stand on to do stuff. Let's say like the what the buttons can do can still do the same thing. Oops. Like move walls. Okay, button that you press to do stuff. It's generic. Okay. Then other things came to mind. So like ice to slide on some kind of sticky substance. I don't know what the actual thing will be, but like sticky floor that slows you down. Maybe unless you jump, because that could be another thing. Like, oh, here's this sticky thing, but if you can jump over it, you don't lose speed. Let's say maybe like bouncy platform. Okay. Well, two things. Actually, there could be two things. Bouncy platform that like you jump on from above, bounce, and then there could be like a spring where you just run into it and it launches you, and those could be different things. So I'll put that down as a different idea. Spring to launch you. That's just to clarify this, to bounce you to same height, kind of a thing. So how far you fall onto it is kind of how far you go up. But if you're on it from like nothing, then you're not really gonna go high. Maybe we could try that. I don't know how I'm gonna get an AI to do that, but we can play around with it. I'm not gonna have ledge climbing. I don't think that sounds really hard to program, and also to get an AI to do like if you almost hit a ledge, you climb onto it. I think for a first-person thing, that's probably fine. Yeah. Could be a wall jump. Like wall run is you running along the side of a wall. There could be a wall jump. Mario style. Potential moves also is potentially using a weapon. But ideally, I'm thinking of more like, I don't know, I think it'd be cool to have like a thing you throw in a grenade style fashion, like that arcs, rather than like shooty weapon. I think an arced thing sounds cooler. Or like you look and you shoot something out and it like bounces off walls, maybe. Could be something. Maybe also, this could just be like slime, sticky floor. Arced weapon to... I imagine this would like, it arcs, it lands, and then bam, now there's a puddle that would like the ooze, the slime or whatever, or the ice to make sticky surface to that slows you down, because also then you have to worry about if like the player that throws it also has to then not get hit by it themselves. To that players that slow you down. What other ideas can come up with? I can come back to this, and like it'll be a while before we start implementing a lot of this stuff, but because the first thing I have to do is get the player up and running before, like just on like solid flat ground, and then get an AI to do the same. We kind of have to make a lot of that stuff first before we really go deep into the level design of it. But ideally, I would like before I can make like a demo test level that I play around with all this stuff in, and maybe that happens. We start making some of this stuff and then go, maybe this doesn't work so well, and then while we're making like, but this might work well instead. This is just kind of a good thing to kind of start off with. Oh, shoot! I'll be right back. I have to take a break real quickly. I'll be back in a few minutes. See you in a moment. All right, we're back. We're good. Okay. Right. So what we're planning. Okay. So, these ideas we got so far, there should be a lot more that I should be able to come up with. We're thinking maybe, like, we could still do ladders, maybe. Hey, welcome back. Yeah. Ladders, but I would prefer not to. So doors. What else? Maybe like traps that I'm watching a YouTube tutorial on advanced movement script and vaulting on an advanced movement script with vaulting and stuff. Oh, cool, neat, cool. Maybe I'll need that at some point. Traps that that you activate that change things about the map. But as I was saying before, ideally, once all the gonna make this sandbox game super duper cool. Good luck with that. Cool. Hopefully that goes well. I'm gonna try and do the same. Ideally, I'm basically gonna have this sandbox of all the mechanics working, and then design the levels. And ideally, I kind of want to have all of the levels like 90% designed before I start making any of them, because each of the levels are kind of gonna influence each other, like just on the sense of having like, going easy, medium, hard sort of a thing. So we'll hopefully be able to figure that out. But then as we're going through, but first I have to like make all the mechanics for it. So yeah, you're gonna have you're gonna have skills, guns, cars, planes, nukes, customizable apartments and houses, robbable stores, and everything. Oh yeah, obviously, of course I am. No. All right. Yeah. So tries to deactivate things on the map. Oh, hazards. Some kind of hazard. So like hazards that stun you. Except actually that's very generic. Well, I mean I can have more stuff. I imagine like, well. This is more like a subgenre because they're all gonna do the same thing. It's just like what kind of hazards. Like so, I'm maybe like electric, like surface. I'll say surface. It could be wall surface. I imagine it's like something swinging back before. Oh, if I tried to actually do any of that, I'd hit 200 years old before it's even halfway done. Yes, same here. Yeah. So electric surface. Something that swings back and forth. I don't know what, but like, imagine like a tire swing type thing. But like, I don't know. So okay. I'm just going to like something that swings back and forth. One thing we can also do is once we have like, if we plan actual what the environment for these levels are going to be, like let's say level 1 looks more. I don't know. Well, I'm probably not going to be this, but let's just pretend. Let's say I had forest. Then like make, I don't know, the things more, I don't know, forestly, like I guess like this could just be like a log or something, but I don't think I would do forest. I don't know if that makes sense for this. This is like, I imagine being like a secret base, and a military secret base, which makes me think it's going to mostly be interior, but we'll figure that out. And the different sections of a military like a villain's hideout secret base thing. There's still like things we can do about that. Maybe the different levels could also be different times of the day. I could play around with that too. That's neat. Neat idea. Yeah. We'll play around with cool lighting stuff like that. Okay, something that swings back and forth. Little like something that's actually shooting stuff maybe that you have to like time when you run past. Again, I want to be careful on how much I say time when you go past stuff because there's no time to really stop necessarily. So I want to be careful of that. Or if you time yourself in terms of just like waiting like half a second, that might be fine. Just not like wait 2 seconds for things to happen. Maybe. I'm trying to think more ideas for things. Nothing I can think of off the top of my head. Oh, like something like when you're standing on it moves faster. So if you're running along this path, you kind of go faster than if you were running the other way on it, you'd run slower. Like so, just conveyor belts. Well, that's not a hazard, but conveyor belt. Or maybe a conveyor belt that like every like 10 seconds it switches to going in the other direction or something like that. Conveyor belts. So this is the kind of thing that we just keep adding to now. So I want to just have this written. Kind of. I didn't really need to write down most of this, but just having this now written so that as we're now working on the thing, anytime I come up with a new idea, I was like, ooh, add that to the list. So let me actually save this rather than just keeping it as a temp thing. We'll still probably say temp, but let me go into here, and this is project thing for the game. Not that. Here and here. So I'll call this planning. And call this requirements. Guess I should just say that too. So, requirements. I don't think I really need this though, because I kind of have figured out what we're going to be doing here. Okay, let's start with that. Let's start with actually making our player here. I think now we've done enough We've done enough planning. Now let's start actually making stuff. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna start by actually not that. Well, I mean. So the player will eventually be something, or like, it's a first-person camera, so I could just throw the code on the main camera. And part of it will be for like looking code, but I do need there to be an actual mesh for the player. So 3D object, I think, and usually, yeah, capsule might be just a good thing to start off with for now. And this will be our player. So it begins, and they should probably have ground to stand on. So, and then let's go like this, something like that, and then actually, well, okay. Usually I like to just have this ground kind of be at like the base level of the world. Do you use layers for ground detection? I usually do, yes. I'll have a layer called environment. Yeah. Because I honestly don't like doing that, but everyone does. Oh, oops. Well, what's your way? That's... I mean, you can just have, like, on collision enter, hit anything, and on collision exit for, like, anything for ground. But I'll usually have an environment layer that's everything that is considered walk-onable. And usually I use that for... being able to jump, being able to test if you can jump by like if you're in contact like or something like that. Like, or actually, I'll have to figure that out. What I'll do specifically for this, but something along those lines. Yeah. We also have to figure out another thing is that are we gonna move this character through like physics or through a character controller? I'm leaning towards physics because that's usually what I do more of, and I think that could lead to more. It'll make some things easier later on, as I said, I want to make this maybe a bit more physics-based in terms of how you kind of move and things being able to move you around. That just gave me the idea of wind / fans. Ooh, there could be fans that are like on the ground blowing up that you go in it and then you comes like a kind of like a wind tunnel kind of thing that blows you up rather than like a one like launch force. Oh, I just shoot a ray down. I just shoot a ray down because I like the player to be able to stand on anything it can get on. That works too. I've had some cases where I don't necessarily want the player to stand on everything below them. So that's why I usually had an environment layer. Oh, and it's annoying giving a bunch of things a layer. Actually, it's not that bad if you do a thing. If you, if I have this, and I want to, let's say I have like all these game objects, if I want to make them all ground, yes, I could shift select them, but instead if I have a thing called, if I actually just organize them in a thing called like environment or something, I can take this, give this, let's say this layer, set all children, bam. That just made them all on that layer, so that's one thing you can do. Oh yeah? Yeah. So that's that. And there's always different ways of doing things. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Actually, I guess I will have this. Did I spell that right? Environment. But, actually, I'm probably going to do that. I don't know. We can see. I guess have my preferred way of doing things just from years of having done this. But, let's make some colors. Just some basic colors for now. Material. Let's call this green. Actually, green will be on the player for good guy, and red will be on the enemy for bad guy. Maybe. I was gonna put that on the ground. No, wait. Give that because actually I'm gonna put more of a. If I want this to be not a. This isn't gonna be grass. Let's make like a blue for like a. These are just basic colors. Eventually, these will kind of get swapped out. And I'm gonna make a red for now because that will eventually go in the AI character when we make them. Is there a way to give multiple layers? Because if you wanted something to be counted as ground, but also maybe a vaultable object and maybe other things, no, not without doing it in a way that probably wouldn't be good. You could have a layer that's called like environment, a layer called vaultable, and then another layer called like environment and vaultable if you really wanted to kind of do that. But that sounds like it would get messy really fast. So not easily. There is tags. You can give something a tag and a layer, but there's like a third thing. Not in an easy way like that. I don't think I'm gonna do vaulting for my thing, so I don't think I have to worry about that. I think I will just kind of, I have to figure that out, but I think I more so will just have the layer be environment for everything that, like, is the environment, can be jumped on, whatever. Actually, I guess now that I think about it, is there anything that I wouldn't want the player to jump on? Because in this case, I mean, obviously invisible like trigger type stuff, but that's kind of separate. I don't want the player to be able to jump from anything like of itself if it like is interacting. If it has multiple colliders or whatever, you shouldn't be able to jump off of an enemy. Sadness, because I want to do vaulting and stuff, and I'll probably have to. I'll probably just have a custom layer system or something if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible. Maybe. I'm not too sure. You could also, I mean, you could go off of like the name if you really needed a third thing. Just have like all the vaultable objects be named, something consistent, and then use like on collision enter, and then like does the game object's name contain the word like vault or something? I don't know, but yeah, that might be. There's maybe different ways of doing this sort of stuff, but I'm not too sure what the best way would be for your case. Ooh, yeah. So maybe I don't know. That's actually smart. Well, it's very similar to what I did before with the maze thing, where I did do stuff based on all of them having a unique name. You could also do, if all of these vaultable objects have any unique thing on them, you can just test for that thing, just in general, I guess. I don't know what like those would have, but like for the player, how the player has a unique script, would probably have a unique script of like player move or something. You can also then like test for that kind of stuff if you want to test if something is the player. So that can be another way to maybe save on using tags and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's that. All right, what are we doing next? Yeah. Okay, so save the red. So we're gonna start by actually starting to code this, I guess. This testing script was just to open up Visual Studio so it could not take so long to open when I make an actual script that matters. I guess we just start this by, I think I'm going to add a rigid body. I think, yeah, as I said, I would like to, move this to a more physicsy way of moving it rather than like a character controller or completely manually. Yeah, and then I'll have to figure out like values for all this stuff. I will want to freeze the X and Z rotations, I believe, because I don't want, otherwise it'll just like fall over. Positions all good. Use gravity, yes. Ooh, there could be like an area you go into where you're temporarily not being affected by gravity. That might be interesting. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah. So okay. Let me wait. Let me go and make a thing. So okay, let me make a script. Usually I would call this like player controller if it's gonna be short enough, or if it's multiple things. I have different scripts for each thing that the player can do, like player move, player interact, whatever. But this script is going to be the movement script for both the player and the AI. So I almost need a unique name for it, and I want to just call it move. Okay, character move. That can apply to both player and like the AI. So character move. Yep. Waiting for it to open. It's still going to take a little bit. Yeah. Okay, it's taking longer than it maybe should. I was hoping to. Okay, but I can also here. Maybe 0 gravity field. Will I have water and swimming? That sounds extra complicated. Well, it doesn't have to be complicated depending on how, like, it doesn't have to be full on swimming, but there could just be a body of water that just, when you are in it, it just reduced gravity, so you still like hit the floor and run, and for all intents and purposes it's all the same, but just like when you're in a body of water, you just like fall slower, you jump, and that kind of have that sort of movement. Like, I could do water like that. I don't think I'm gonna do like having to actually like having a breath meter or whatever. I mean, that doesn't really work in here because I don't like there's no way of like there's no like dying in this and respawning, unless when you run out of air you just like start moving really slowly. But that sounds not very good. Ooh, I've seen a way this dude really neatly set up an interaction system. He called a public Unity event variable, which I didn't know existed, and it shows up as kind of like UI buttons event things where you can choose a script and a function from it. I didn't explain it that well, but I thought it was pretty neat. Oh, neat. Interesting. Unity events. I've dabbled in that a little bit before, and you can have things like delegates. That's some words in there. But I haven't really needed to actually use them that much. Usually I find better, I say better ways, it's up to, I find different ways that I prefer using, I suppose. But interesting. But that could be, yeah, a good alternative perhaps. We'll see. Maybe I have to start looking into that. But okay, so character move. So I want to set up the infrastructure for this correctly right off the bat, because this is the entire basis of what my plan is for making the player and the AI basically the same. So I'm going to have player input in a second, and then I need another one that is AI input. And effectively, the plan is, if I open all of these now, in a moment, being slow, speed up eventually. Oh, I'm definitely not gonna sit here and copy your player movement script because I don't know how to make one because I'm dumb. Feel free to copy as much as you want. I'm streaming for a reason, I guess. Just don't sell my ID. No, but yeah, no, actuality, yeah. Go ahead and like take whatever you want and learn whatever you want from this. Yeah. Just with the rule of if you make something cool out of it, I would like to see it because that would be cool. Oops, that's... Why did you open twice? Closed you. But, in your case, you probably would just have a player move and like, wait. What is that? I'm putting player input and character move like separately for a reason that you're about to see. Let me just open up all three of these scripts. But you probably would be able to combine them. So let's say I had public float move speed. I'm gonna need like a turn speed of some kind. Speed. I'm gonna need a reference to the rigid body. Now, I say turn speed. This is going to be, like mouse looking around, so that's how that's going to be done. Which, I'll have to figure out. I don't know how I'm going to get the AI to kind of mimic that. But basically, let's say let's just pretend here for a moment that I have a, wait, how am I doing this? Oh, wait, this can't just grab from that. Oh, shoot, I kind of... wait, how was I doing this? What was my plan here? Hold on. So in here, in player input, this is where all the buttons are going to be for everything, right? So public, I can get the key code for everything. So key code move. Move forward. And then all the other directions of this is going to be WASD. And then I'm going to I'll need turn things, but I can't map that to, I have to more specially map that to the mouse. But it's, okay. Wait, not, hold on, no, wrong area that I was renaming. Move backwards. Move, left. Move left, move right. And then basically my idea is in here. So actually, okay. I'm gonna do this through bools probably. Hold on, I have an idea of what I'm doing. Just hold on one moment. Okay. So on here, if I just go attach these scripts before I forget to, because I know that I will. So the character move and then this player input thing. This is gonna have. Did I not say the character move? Oh, it's like why did those show up? These that are going to be WASD, and this also means that I can change. Oh wait, no, I didn't want S. I can change the inputs at any time, pretty easily. I know Unity has like a built-in input thing, but I don't really use it because it has some problems. Well, or at least I think they're making like a new input system thing, but I don't know what the status is on that. So basically, in here, I would call like. Oh, how do I have this? Shoot, how do I do this? Because I can't go backwards. I don't want to have the move. Character move won't access player inputs. But okay, sorry. Okay. As a very general thing, this might not be what this ends up becoming. Oh, they made a new input system a while back, but I think it's still in beta. I'm not sure though. Yeah, that's what I'm not completely sure. But let's just say I had public void like move. What? And then like bool f bool b bool l bool r. And then this will, let's just say that this like, moves player, like in WASD kind of way, right? So then in player input, this would have a reference to private character move. Let me just do this. I don't know if you're seeing where I'm going with this, maybe. But then this, okay, let me get the reference equal. This is going to be on the same object. So game object dot, oh wait, no, hold on. Get component character move. Okay, but then basically in here somewhere, this is going to, do like, get input from keyboard, and then go like, basically character move dot that move function with like, or player inputs, and then, well, you like this. Of course, this isn't like proper code yet. And then the AI input is going to go in its update. It's going to go also a reference to character move. Hold on. This, and then getting the reference here. And then in its input, it's going to do like, calculate AI stuff that I have an idea of how I'm going to do this. And then it's going to use its character controller, character move, dot move, like AI buttons. And that's my idea here. So these are very similar. These are very paralleled. And then they're both going to do this, but in the end, they're both going to use the character controller to do the moving. Well, this is just for the WASD. For interacting and looking around, that'll be more to that. But essentially, AI input is going to calculate the AI stuff based on how it should move, and then it will call its own character move function with the buttons that it comes up with that it should use. So in doing this, it will also probably have a reference to the player, to like looking at the map, to like all this other stuff about the game, to be able to calculate what its move should be. And that, in a sense, is my idea. And this will ensure that the character and the AI still move in the same way. Like I can change their move speed and turn speed and all that, but they move and they interact with everything in kind of the same way by both using the character controller with like the same rigid body settings and all that. And then going beyond this, then I might have like, interact, whatever I do for looking, but essentially all that sort of stuff. So that's my idea. That is my plan. Now, I don't know if I should separate this based on I have to figure out like more of how to betterly structure this, because I don't know if I should have like, move and then turn and then interact. Oh, by the way, I should have mentioned, sorry, bool is whether or not they've pressed the button. So this would be, have they pressed the move forward button, have they pressed the move backwards button for this frame. So actually, like, this is going to be called every frame, so it's kind of going to be like update, just not this update. Although this update still might do stuff, because this character controller or character move, there might be other scripts actually. Sorry, this is character move. I might have a separate script called character interact, and then have different code there. Actually, it's probably So I just looked it up, and it's actually a package now. So I think it's fully released. It looks really good too. Ooh, neat. I don't think I'm gonna go learn it right now though, because this works well enough for me, and that will take time to learn and whatever problems I have in learning it. and I'd rather just make my AI thing for now in a way that like I think I'll be able to. Maybe with like the next Unity project, then I'll do that, but we'll see. But I'll also. Yeah, no, don't learn it right now. Yeah, because I believe I've heard like bits and pieces of that. That has a thing where you can set up like a different control scheme. Yeah, it looks complicated. Exactly. Yeah. But I feel like it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be like you can do cool stuff with it. I think it has a thing where you can set up different like control schemes based on like if you're moving versus if you're driving, and you can have it differentiate stuff there, and you can have like things of. I probably has better stuff for like controller things. This is for controller things, and like. I imagine it has maybe easier ways of like swapping out that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm making kind of guesses based on like little tidbits of things that I've heard at different points in time. But yeah. Anyways, let's go to this. But as I said, this update function would still. So this is basically going to be like the update function that controls input for all intents and purposes. This will be like the update function that controls like. For the character to move, like, oh, we hit ice. Are we, still in contact with ice, and how does that affect our sliding? Well, maybe. Actually, I don't know if that will happen there or not. Update things that concern the character movement that is irrelevant of the actual input, I suppose. Maybe. I'll have to figure that out, I suppose, kind of as I go. But I do think a more physics-based way of moving will make some of that stuff easier. Like the slippery movement and, like, sticky movement. I feel like that might be easier done with like physics-y kind of stuff. And then like if I said I wanted to have like a spring, you touch it and you get launched, that would just be an add force command with the rigid body preferably. So we'll see. But I imagine I'm basically gonna have script-wise I'm gonna have like character move, character jump, character interact, and then like something with the actual tagging that might be its own thing. Something with setting up like that AI stuff. Is there anything else I'm kind of forgetting off the top of my head? I don't think so. Well, I might have character jump and then character like ground detection as a separate thing. We'll see, because sometimes I make those things different. Because then the player ground detection is usually on a different object. Because usually what I do is I don't have like this entire player, if it's colliding with stuff that says environment, then let it do ground detection stuff. I would have like well, not that. Let me hold on. An empty, make it a cube and then get rid of it. I just need something with a box collider. Oh, I hit sphere? Oops. Hold on. This. Pretend this is like doesn't have the mesh because I'm gonna get rid of it in a second. Have this do the ground detection effectively, like actually touching the ground. If this does the ground detection, and actually usually I have to go like make 0.8 and 0.8 here. Yeah, that makes it. Yeah, this will be our ground detection effectively. -1. And it purposely goes through the ground a little bit, because that means, well, that can just give some kind of wiggle room a bit. And I make it purposely a little bit wider. And then we can kind of tweak this a little bit later. 95 maybe. Okay, so that I don't actually want it to be able to see it, so. Yeah, okay, so that's a ground detection. I will have to worry about... if you're on a slope... Actually, one thing I have to figure out what I want to do is if we are on a slope, this is probably going to, like, slide. So I might need to do something to purposely have it not slide, unless I want to have a slippery slope. I have to do that sort of thing as well. Have a certain so if a slope is beyond a certain angle, then you can't continue to run up it, because that might be a problem. Okay. So I'm getting very ahead of myself. But I think that's partially that's a good thing because I want to think ahead and make sure I'm doing stuff now that isn't gonna be a problem later. It's gonna make me have to like reprogram everything. So okay, first of all, we're not actually doing the AI stuff now. I was just kind of setting up like the infrastructure of this. So first, we're just getting the player to move. Okay. So, so first, let me just. Oh gosh, I have to remember like a bunch of how this works. So the player should be moving. Oh wait. Oh right. I forgot about that. So the player needs its own forward direction. So actually, the one thing that might be. Hold on. The enemy isn't going to get its own camera, but it could get an object that's almost as if it's the camera. So, Oh, I didn't, wait, what? I saved. Oh, I didn't save this. I was just doing. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hold on. So this actually, I'm gonna name this right away. Ground detection. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Just yeah. We need the first order of business is get the player to move in the cardinal directions. Well, I mean, or all the way around, but like WASD. Then get the camera to be able to look around, and then the player moves based on their forward direction. But based on that, I have to think also for the AI. The AI will also need like a forward direction and then move forward based on its forward direction. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So let also, yeah, just move the camera. That's probably good for now. So then that should move based on that. Okay. So I will just do movement just straight, like up, down, left, right for now. So here we are going to, I need to actually get the rigid body. Okay. So it moves the player based on the WASD. So this is going to be, I could have made this WASD, but I feel like, because the intent is that I could swap out the buttons if I really wanted to be like the arrow keys. So I wanted this to be more generic, not, so this is like front, back. You know, I can do better than just a letter. Back, left, right. So this is effectively, if they are hitting what translates to WASD, the on like button press. So in this, simply just RB dot. I think we're gonna use add force for this. I could use set velocity stuff, but I think in add force with as like an impulse with the high enough with a bit of drag and friction should do what we want for this. This is kind of similar to how in my one game in Abstract Adventure, how the players move there. I might actually look at that and maybe copy some code from it, but I'm going to try to not do that for right now, just because I'd like to see if I can do this without doing that. Okay, so but add force, I need to translate the WASD into like a direction. Oh, right. Also, wait. Hold on. So based on what you're facing, yeah, forward, that you're going to move, based like this, right? A and D shouldn't turn you left and right. They could, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm going to have mouse up, down, like we'll turn the camera, and then WASD, like W is forward, S is back relative to what you're facing. A and D are then, what's that called? Strafe? Is that the word? Where you move left and right based on your forward direction? That's what that's going to be. Just kind of clarifying. I'm like also clarifying this for myself to make sure I do what I need to do. So I need to translate front, back, left, right into directions. So I am gonna, I think, need to have basically like if front. Some of these need to override others. Okay, so another thing is that if we're pressing if we're pressing A and S at the same time, what do we prioritize, going front or back, or neither? Like, it could be if you're holding W and S, it cancels out. And then also if you're hitting A and D at the same time, which way do you move, or does it cancel it out? I think if you're pressing if you're pressing W and S at the same time, it'll move you forward, I guess. And if you're pressing A and D at the same time, it'll move you right, I guess. So prioritize W over S and prioritize D over A. No real reason to do that, just which then means that I'm actually going to have if back do stuff, so then I can have else if front do stuff, and then I'm going to do the same for left and right. But then I have to have right first. No, I have to have left first. Do stuff if right do stuff. Now I'm hesitant to. I could have each of these be like add force bois, add force bois, add force bois, add force bois. I'd like to maybe only have one add force line for this. That seems like it would be more preferable. So, okay, so this should more so specify like a direction. So maybe like I go like, oh, a better idea. So int x deer. No, I was right. Int x, come on, and int I would say Y deer. Is it Z deer? X is, wait, hold on. Is X, Z is, no. Z is forward and back. X is going to be left to right. If we're looking at like the relativeness. But no, maybe I'll go LR deer and then FB deer. Front back deer. And then I go like this. Okay, just trying to figure out like name stuff to I'll also understand it later. And then these are going to start equaling 0. And then at back, then FB deer equals -1. This equals 1. There might be better ways of doing this, but this is a way. I think left will need to be -1 and right will be +1. Yeah. So it's prioritizing the ones over the negative ones, I guess. And then add force is going to be new vector 3 FB deer, comma 0, comma LR deer. No, wait, is this right? Or are these, no, these are reversed. I think. We're about to find out. And then this times, where is it? Times move speed. Which actually this isn't gonna have a turn speed. Times, do I type this by time.tilde time? Wait, this is, no, sorry, add force commands, they don't need a time.tilde time because it's physics. But I'm also just realizing that this is effectively, oh right, I have to figure this out. Oh yeah, this is a problematic thing I forgot about. I essentially have to, this is the start function. Sorry, wait, what am I trying to say? This is the update function as opposed to fixed update. Usually you want physicsy stuff and fixed update, but this is the essentially like the getting the input stuff. But if I put, okay, I could do this. Make these things here. And maybe these could also be floats where actually rather than being exact, they like slowly move towards the values they need to become. But just do this, and actually this is probably going to be like that. Because I usually like to have public things, then private things, and then I order them from like ints and stuff like that to then references. Hold on. This, and then have the add force thing in here. Yeah, something like that. So if or no, then it moves based on these. Yeah. Oh, these need else's to be 0 to not move. Okay. And I think this will need to change to add relative force, like a way to move based on your forward direction. I'll do that in a moment. Oh, I didn't actually get the, I'm not actually getting the input. Now on player input, I need to get that input. So that means I'm basically gonna need to have the same kind of variables, but I just need them for the way the AI is programmed. I just need these to be in different places. So now we're gonna have this, but all of these are gonna be, oh, this works like this, doesn't it? Wait. I don't like this, but no, I want these to be on separate lines. Yeah, private, bool front. I think, yeah, private is implicit, but I liked having it. Okay. Then move based on, oh, actually getting the inputs first. So if, oh, come on. If key, oh, input dot get key, and this is get key whether it's so if they hold it down, it'll be continue to be true. Then rather put in move forward. No, I said forward. This set front equal to true. Okay, if I really wanted to put this all in one line, I could do move this, this. I could do actually this. I don't know if this would be better to do, or if this makes it more confusing. So I could do this, and then not have all the if statements. But I feel like I would rather have the extra variables but have like the clarity in this. Yeah. So this might be less efficient, but I feel like this is a nicer code. Or no, I don't care about else's here. I just want to get all of what everything is, not doing the actual processing to it yet. Okay. Okay, come on. And then this for front and back too. Oh, these need else's. Oops. Else. Come on. Come on. Now this is move left. And then this is left. Yeah, okay. Okay. So then replacing these with the variables, just because, again, this is cleaner. Like, I could have done this in one line, have it be long, but I think this is better. Oops, not that. Okay. That passes that information along. And this is... this is all we have right now with the move. This is then going to have player input's going to have all like the turning, the everything. Yeah, it's going to need all that stuff. Yes. And actually, I can, assuming that's going to work, I'm actually just going to clean this up and just going, making a function here that's just void move input. And have this here. Because then there'll be turn input and blah, blah, blah. Oops. Okay. That's that's doing this. Okay. So this should work. No, it won't work if I don't set up this. But not, okay, I don't need turn speed yet. So this is the part where I play around with rigid body and character. Oh, is it moving? Something's happening. I can see variables changing. This needs to be... Hold on. I didn't make it instantaneous. The rigid body thing. So this is force mode dot impulse. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. So this is very similar to a velocity change, but doing it through add force, I believe, is better. Okay, that's working. It's certainly working. And then we spin off because I have nothing controlling the turning. Wow. Okay, now we fine tune that a lot. Although it might be hard to kind of fine tune until I actually have like the turning up and running, but. At the very least, I want a drag value that's reasonably high. I actually want to already make a physics material. I usually like to have a near frictionless physics material. Well, for this probably, so that otherwise, if I fine tune this so that this is worked good on the ground, the moment that we jump, it'll go a lot faster because it won't have that ground friction anymore. I would rather you kind of move the same speed on the ground as in the air. So I'd like to make maybe not completely, but a near frictionless physics material, and then I can then combat that by what? Or one extra thing I can do by that. An extra thing I can do with that is then later on have a if I want to have the sticky floor, then just up the friction on that, and then whoop-de-doo, that works. Icy floor though, I'd have to kind of do manually because icy floor was kind of a thing of like there's no friction. if I'm already having a near frictionless floor, that doesn't work quite that way. But I will I'll figure that out. Here we're making it near frictionless. Then maybe I make it completely frictionless or something like that. Okay, I want to make it frictionless. Where's the friction material? Or physics material is what I mean. Physics material near frictionless. I'm gonna see. I might make it completely frictionless. Let's try 0.1 on both, and then let that be combined. I'm probably gonna need a bouncing material at some point. Let me have a separate folder for physics materials because I might make more physics materials. I don't know if that should be under materials, but nah, I'll do that for now. Yeah, leave it that way. Okay. So move speed is high. Let's try drag value of 2. This is all guess and check here, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, still too high. Okay, let's try really low move speed. Okay. Oh, you stopped quite nicely. Oh wait, I still have the friction material set up, but the moment you go off this, you kind of start going faster. So I would like to, on the ground, make this have the frictionless material, and the player should have that as well. Actually, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to go to, there's a thing, is it project settings and physics? I can also turn up gravity at some point. I probably will. Usually these kind of games, if they're like they're a bit, unrealistic in their physics, you have slightly higher gravity because that feels more natural in a game. It's not how real life works. Like, Mario's gravity, lot higher than ours. No. Physics material, the default one, setting it to this. I'm also gonna up this to like -10 for now. As I'm predicting I'm gonna have to turn it up slightly, so I'm just gonna preemptively put it up just the tiniest bit. Okay. Wait, I said 10. I meant -10, right? Oh no, I put -10. Okay. Okay. So kind of got movement here. We definitely slide a lot more. So I think we're gonna have to either figure out sliding kind of ourselves or do higher drag. I say, and then I do kind of higher drag. Okay. It's hard to kind of see. I'm using like the edges of the map here to kind of see how our speed is. Not really fast enough. I could also, and right now I have the forward, like all those speed directions being the same speed. I could have like your forward speed is faster than like your left-right speed. But I might not have that. I think for now I'll leave all directions being the same. So you can kind of you could look at the person, you could look at the person chasing you and we'll still kind of running backwards to a degree. Might help more for just, that kind of looking around kind of thing. So it's definitely it's a little hard to test why I can't see very well what I'm doing. Let me try 2 and 10. You stop very on the dime. Do I want that? Do I want, like, if you let go, like, it might be better for gameplay that you kind of stop almost right away. Man, no, actually, no, I take that back. I'd like it to be maybe a little slidey. Let's try that for now. So 6 and 2. This will definitely need to be fine-tuned later, right? I think it'll be easier to fine-tune once I have, like, the turning of the camera, the moving, and the jumping especially. Once I have basically, you can move, turn the camera, and jump. That'll be like the most of the core mechanics kind of there. That'll be then easier to fine-tune, like the rigid body's doing. But I think there we kind of got a decent start on that. Because one thing as well is I know I'm going to probably, once I get jumping, I might have to increase gravity. And when I increase gravity, then I'm going to have to definitely probably modify the drag for that. And maybe make the friction material more frictionless. Because that's another thing. So I make the friction material near like frictionless. When I increase the gravity, it's going to make that friction kind of hit more. And same thing with, well, no, it'll make drag kind of happen less on the y-axis, sort of. So, yeah, so there's a lot of different things at play here. But I kind of need more of the other parts to be able to more fine-tune this. But we got a good start. Okay, so this is our simple... Wait, no. This is our simple character move right now. It's not a lot going on right now, but eventually this will probably contain the code for like, oh, we hit a slime, make us slow down. Oh, we hit ice, do this. All the things that kind of affect our movements will probably be in this code. I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't know about things where, like how I said I might have like a spring, you interact with it and it launches you. I don't think I need that here. Basically things that are going to be affecting like this add force thing, essentially. I think is what's, it's going to work. Another thing as well, I forgot to even mention that having this with force mode.impulse, this doesn't override, like, so this 0, I'm not having any force going up or down. If I just had a direct velocity change, that will make it difficult to have add force go up or down, then have that not get immediately kind of disrupted. So having add force mode.impulse is also better for that. Same with gravity too, because otherwise having RB.velocity equals this would also kind of overrate gravity to a degree. So a lot of things we don't want there. Anyway, so with this, I want to do one more thing. So I think add relative force. Yeah, I want to get not torque. That add relative force. I think this will at least make it so if I manually turn the player in the inspector, let me also just, this should be like 16 by 9. If I turn the player through the inspector, that will, he'll go forward based on his forward direction. Right, I believe so. Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy. Okay, cool. Then now let's control that rotation. So actually, I'm just realizing. So okay, wait. So in terms of rotation, I could either just turn the camera, but no, I actually need the two types of rotation to happen in two different places. I can't just rotate the camera, but not the player model, because eventually this capsule will be like a player model. So pretending now that it's like a human with legs and all that, I need to rotate it left and right for turning, which as a byproduct will turn the camera because it's a child. But then for up and down, I'm not going to turn the capsule, I need to turn just the camera up and down, right? So I need to do those kind of separately. Well, I might be able to have them in the same file, the same script. No, wait. So either, hold on. So I need a player input for the camera. That's just going to be in that one script there. It's going to get that mouse input. It's going to get the mouse input and then pass that to. I'm trying to think of how I can do this together. If I have the character turn on here, and have that turn this left right, but then that also can access the camera child object, this, and turn that up down, or I have character turn Y, and then on the camera I have character turn X. But those things are going to be like so little that I think I'd rather have. But then following on off of that. Well, okay. If I turn the camera up and down, do I need to do anything to the player? Once I have like animation-y stuff going on, do I need to should I turn the head and the neck anyways with the player? If I have to do that sort of stuff, then I'll want that to be on the just the player game object. And then furthermore, the AI, actually, yeah, I want to do that with the AI, I imagine. Well, we'll see how buggy that looks, but we'll see. Yeah, the AI, I think I want to move his head up and down. Actually, I don't even know. Shoot. I don't know how to actually do that through, no, the head is a separate object. I can rotate that, but doing that kind of would you be able to see the player at all? No, but, well, okay, sorry. So, sorry. When you look down at your feet, because if not, then I wouldn't worry about rotating the player's head. Yes, but so one, I'm turning left and right. I still want to turn the whole body, because when you look down, I want to be able to see the player's feet, or then the lower body or whatever, however much is seen, and possibly hands. We'll see. Even when you're running, you might see hands. So I do need to turn the player human. But I'm also trying to just think of doing something that will work for both. Because I'm going to need to, for the AI, I will need to, I don't know. So the AI will need to turn left and right, his body. I'm trying to think of, will the AI need to turn his head up or down? Or do I just leave him facing straight? He might be fine just always facing, like, his head is, like, kind of straight. I don't think he really needs to have his head move up and down to, like, look at the player. Yeah, so you're right. Yeah, I probably should just not worry about rotating the player's head. But I think I still will have the rotating up and down of the camera, have that still happen on a script attached to the player. Because it's going to be like one line of code. So I'd rather, like, the X turning and the Y turning, I'd rather those be in the same script just because they're both going to be very small lines of code. In fact, well, yeah, so I'll just do that for now. And I can change them later. But the AI won't have the AI won't have a camera to turn, so he might have just an empty game object as a child object. He'll turn that up and down like as if it was the camera, but he doesn't actually need to do that. Oh wait, okay. Because another thing is, okay. So sorry, like another thing. Just trying to plan everything out before I'm making it, just so I don't code myself into a corner. If I have, let's say, a button on the wall that you press that and it like, you know, moves up a wall on the other side of the map is like a trap or whatever. To activate this button, you just have to be in the proximity of the button. Like, you're close enough to it, it doesn't matter what way you're facing. You hit the interact button, it quickly becomes an animation where you're facing the button and you press it. Or do you have to actually, like, look at the button in order to activate it? If it's the second one, then the AI has to also be able to look at the button if it's, you know, programmed the same way, which means it will need a thing that kind of is guiding its head up and down even if it's not animated. Based on saying that out loud, I think it'll be a lot easier. I might just purposely make it a trigger thing of, like, the button has, like, a sphere trigger collider around it that once you're, like, inside that and then you press the interact button, it'll work, whether you're looking at the button or not. So as long as the collider's set up, I think that'll be the easiest thing to set up, so then I don't have to worry about the looking up and down at the AI. Okay. With that said, okay, so got that planned out. So I'm just going to have character turn. And it's going to be the X and the Y. But the AI won't really worry about the turning up and down. That's just going to be for the player camera. But in that case, I can have like an if this equals null, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I got this. Okay. All right, so this is going to, in the same structure as this, I basically need a public thing with all the inputs that it might do. Whoops. Wait, what? Wait, you're on the next line? Oh, you are. Okay, fine. And then this is going to be, it won't just be move up and move down. Wait, no, the, hold on, let me figure out getting the input from the mouse. Because getting the input from the mouse, I think that becomes like a float in both directions and then a float up and down. So that this might not be a bool, that might be an integer. Let me figure that out real quick. So player input is going to be, so move input. We're going to make a function here called turn input. Okay. I can't have a key code here. It's just going to be the mouse, and that's not going to change. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so wait. So I want void turn input. Whoa. So this is going to go if what's the thing for the mouse? It's like, is it input dot like mouse? This is like scroll wheel stuff. Mouse position. Get mouse button down. Oh, what's mouse stuff? I can look this up and probably find it out. I just want to see if I can. Is it not? Ooh, mouse. That's just if they have a mouse. Scroll delta. Oh, it's a vector 2. Input.get input mouse x. Oh, it is that. Yeah, that's using the old input system stuff. Yeah. You are right. Get is get input. Wait, it's not get input. Get get access. It's get access. I remember this now. Get access, and this is mouse x and then mouse y. Except these, I remember these are inverted for how I actually move them. My bad. Yeah. Well, I didn't know what it was either until I saw the thing. Mouse Y. Now the stupid thing here, I believe, is so the mouse here, I believe, like this is the X, like moving the mouse like left and right. This will be mouse X, and then this will be mouse Y. But in game, hold on, the camera here, the X is the up down, and the Y is the left right. So just the way that is. So the mouse inputs I get, I have to flip them, which is going to make this look weird in a second. But I basically have to go like mouse Y equals mouse X, and then mouse X equals mouse Y, whatever. These aren't if statements, actually. Oops. Because these are just going to return floats. Oops. Okay. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll purposely try to correct for that by, rather than calling it mouse X and mouse Y on the other, what I call the inputs. These are going to be private float mouse up down, and then mouse left right. Yeah, just so I don't have to worry about the weird backwardsness of how the axes in Unity thing are named. Or no, hold on. Let's do this. Horizontal and mouse vertical. That would be better. And I'm actually going to swap these like this, I guess. Okay. So now mouse horizontal. Okay. Is going to be mouse X. Mouse vertical is going to be mouse Y. Right. And then this is going to, why do you have a problem? Oh, because I got rid of this. And then this is going to call character move dot. Oh, and a neat thing we could also do is like when you get stunned, if you hit something and get stunned, I imagine like an electric field, you're like zapped. I could stop the ability to turn the camera for a second. That could just be a little neat thing. Character move dot turn. Oh no, this needs to do wait. No, character move dot. Do I not have a turn function yet? This is going to be, oh right, I was about to make one. Okay, let me go over here. Okay, so, what am I doing here? So then character turn. This is going to need a reference to the, is this going to turn the rigid body? It kind of, I guess, needs to turn the, wait. Am I going to turn the rigid body with torque? Or do I turn it directly? I think I kind of have to do it through the rigid body, otherwise it's not going to function right. Like if I just set the rotation manually, that's going to do some weird things. Whoa. Okay. So I need to do the same kind of, I need to do this basically again. And then, wow. The turn speed X and turn speed Y are probably going to be different here. Well, no, I almost don't want the AI to have a turn speed. Wait, hold on. This is, and actually I'm going to go horizontal and vertical. I can't think of a better way of doing this, so I'm going to, maybe it would be cleaner if I actually separated them. Hold on. Because one's going to happen to the rigid body, one's going to happen, oh, these should be separate. Maybe, yeah, okay. Camera turn. Yeah, okay, sorry, I'm trying to think ahead. For when I do this with the AI, it will make more sense if I have camera turn has to be a separate script than character turn. Maybe I still keep the, just turn. They can both just be turn speed, but because of the scripts that are on, it'll make sense. Okay. So this gets a rigid body, and then this will, why did I copy move here? Okay, turn This is going to then be float. It's going to be float. This is the horizontal, I guess. And then this is going to go something along the lines of rb.add torque. This is going to be a quaternion. I need to go, so new, wait, hold on. Wait, torque is a quaternion, right? No, it's a vector 3. Oh, okay. New vector 3, 0. Horizontal needs to be in the Y because that's going to turn it on the horizontal thing. That's why I think it makes more sense to call it horizontal rather than like turn X or turn Y. Yeah, okay, so something like this. Times turn speed. Okay. This, and then this will have a thing that's going to be, again, a public void turn. Whoops. Okay, then this is going to be something like, this is going to turn the transform. The camera can turn the transform directly because that's more efficient or whatever. If I do rotate, will this work? Transform.rotate, new vector 3. This is going to be, this is going to take as input float vertical. Oops. New vector 3, vertical 0, 0 times turn speed. This will need an extra thing to make sure the rotate if you're doing the transform. Yeah, that's what I did. This will need an extra thing. So the turning left and right can turn 360 all at once. The camera can only go up so far and down so far. So I need to clamp it there. So I clamp it by going, I think, transform.rotation. I guess I'm just going to manually kind of set it. Equals quaternion.Euler. Wait. Well, okay, so quaternion.Euler, the rotation of the camera locally should be 0, 0, no, hold on. That, but like this will be whatever the value is. Wait, or the player's body, and then I'm personally setting the camera's local rotation to a quaternion.Euler, which is what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah, in this case, by having it all local, these would stay 0. It's just now the one that I actually want to change. I need to clamp it between its rotation thing. So I go mathf.clamp, something like, actually hold on, let me do this in 2 lines so it's cleaner. So something like float clamped rot equals mathf.clamp. I put in like the thing I want to clamp, which is going to be transform.rotation dot Euler angles.x. Clamp that between. I've had some difficulty in the past going exactly 90 and 90 because it sometimes doesn't like that. So I'm going to put like, I think it's from negative 89 is down to 89 is up. Because I believe that's how that works. Negative 80 and 80 is what I'd be doing, and it works pretty good. I'll do 89 and 89, see if that works good. If that is a problem, then I'll like reduce it. But yeah, I can probably do that. Or it's essentially doing the same thing. Well, we'll see. How close I can get the 90, we'll see how much it has a problem with that. So, Now I have to actually call these functions, and I'll maybe erase the start and that in a moment. So I need to so now I'm changing how I was doing this. So on the turn, it just does the horizontal. Now player input needs to access both. Character, oops. Turn, character, turn. This is the one thing the AI won't get is the camera turn. That's why I separated them so that the player input will call the camera turn with its input, but the AI input won't do that. because the alternative was if I had one character turn that did the X and the Y, then there's stuff here that like the AI doesn't need with that the up down turning. So by separating it, yeah, it doesn't need that. So what was it camera turn, and then now this is going to be get component in child. Whoa. And I need to get okay. Whoops. Okay, so this is going to be character turn, and this is going to be camera turn. Except this one needs to be just to get component in children should do fine. Okay. So now turn input. This should just go turn with that. Oh, this should be turn character. And then going like camera turn dot turn. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting through this. If there's one thing I've done a lot in my game dev career, it's players, because I usually don't get a lot further beyond that with a lot of my failed projects, and usually the first thing you make in a game is the player. So, so character turn. Oh, actually, character turn. No. Character turn, and okay. And actually, one thing I'm going to do here is just move the have the player input be the top thing. Okay, then turn speed. I don't know, 4. We'll see what what these need to be. I have no clue. Then I need camera turn. Oh wait, no, I put the wrong one on this, didn't I? Yes, I did. Needs to be character. I guess this one might be turn. Yeah, it was. Okay. Actually, let me put like 10. It's going to translate to 10 degrees. Actually, no, it won't, but whatever. We'll tweak it in a moment. And then like 4. You should, will they be different, or will you kind of turn up and down with about the same speed? Oh, it's, that's fun. I don't think left to right input's happening. Okay. So I got that wrong. Hold on, let me go back into play mode so I can see what the transform's doing with that. Oh, it is. It's rotating the camera on the y-axis. Or no, it's not. It looks. Why does it look like it is, but I'm not seeing it move. Oh, I know why. I know why. Hold on. It's turning this upper player, but then the camera isn't moving to follow it because of something is overriding that. Probably with my turn code. But this is going up to 0. Once it passes 0, it's snapping back to. So this is negative. This is positive 89. Okay, my guess is this goes to negative. This is positive. My guess is that in the back end, it going to negative here is like going up to, like how it flips around to negative 360. That'd be my first guess. Is what's going on. I've done this before. What did I do? Min, max. Just having this is like, you know, a lower value, like the 80 degrees. That's not gonna fix this. I don't think that's a problem, but I think I might want to do that anyway. Well, we'll see. Shoot, I've done this before. What do I need to do? So going transfer on rotation does this stuff. I think that dot local rotation. That's why. That's a part of why. It's not. That's not why it's not turning on the y-axis. But this isn't gonna fix the x problem, I don't think. Okay. Oh God. We got the y. We don't have the x. Also, it's still inverted. I'm gonna turn that in the player input equals negative mouse y, I think is what I want there. Okay, so it's the clamping that is the problem here. Let me just do something real quick. If I just got rid of the clamping, make sure the rest of it works. Going above, just I'm double check that's not what's doing it. I'm like very confident that's what's doing it, but okay. So Oh, it's very also very twirly. I'll fix that. But going up too high flips the camera around upside down. But look, in the back end, it is doing that. Okay, okay. Let me do a print, good old print statements. What does it think this is? If that's what it's trying to clamp. I want to see if I print this out, if it's flipping around to like 360 or something. And while I'm at it, also just the Y part of this, I just want to, I know that I can tweak the angular drag, put that up a little bit. That'll make it not so swirly. It is, look at the top. Look, it is going to 360. Okay, okay. That's part of the problem. Okay, so what if I, so I need to, rather than clamping this between negative 80 and 80, it needs to be, well, what if I only worry about clamping it when it's on the edges? Because when it's like, when you're in the usual case of the center of the screen, I don't need to clamp it ever. It's only like, once you go above like 80 degrees, it only, or let's say 80 degrees this way. Once it goes above like 80 degrees, or let's say like 70 for some buffering, once it goes above 70 degrees, that's only when it needs to worry about buffering. And then when it goes below, what would be the inverse of that? That's going to be, hold on. 360 minus 70. 290. So if it's less than 290, wait, hold on. Okay, so if, oh, come on. If this is less than 290, but greater than, hold on. So okay. So sorry. There's two ranges. There's two. Wait, hold on. How's this? Or it could be like, if it's greater than 180 degrees, clamp it between. What would that be? 280 and 360, and then if it's less than 180 degrees, then clamp it between 0 and negative 8, or 0 and 80. That would work. I can't think of a better way, so sure. If this is greater than 180, else. So, if it's on 1/2, well, okay, so float. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm gonna make the variable down here equals this, and if, because it's about to become clamped, if clamp run is greater than this, then go this equals clamp itself between 280, and that's the equivalent of 80, I believe. Right? Let me double check that math. Yeah, because it would be an extra 10 off of this. So, and 360. Otherwise, if it's less than 180, then clamp it between 0 and 80. I think that would do this, and then do this step. Okay, weird math, but I think that would work. That might fix it. Okay, so okay, it seems to be working, I think. It's the values are all needing to be tweaked or whatever, but okay, I think we got this working. This is like, it's still like also not turning, like the angular torque needs to be a lot more, or the whatever it's called. But yeah, this is turning now. Woo, yeah, and now I can go up a lot. I'm curious just how close I can get. I just want to try maybe doing to 85, which to this would be 75. Not that it matters that much, but okay. Now we need to get these values better, preferably. So the values we're going to need to be messing with are the Let's do them one at a time, I think. The camera turn speed won't affect the up, down. So just kind of looking at like, just seeing if that's good enough. Maybe like 5 on that camera turn speed. Okay, and then dude, guess what? What? Okay, couldn't think of a joke to make out of that, but I am guessing what? What? Okay, character turn. Yeah, I'm guessing this is quite high. Let's make it a lot lower. Not only that, but this needs to turn on. Nothing. I just wanted to make you excited for no reason. Well, you did. Fine. Well, I'm excited I got this thing all working. So let me also, well, I'm still adjusting the values. This should actually be really high, the angular drag. I don't know if I'll make it completely, like, I could make it infinity if I really wanted to, but I won't do that just yet. Where's my mouse? Over here. So now with this, then make the turn speed high as well. Alright, so another thing I can do is hide the mouse. That helps with this usually, but I haven't done that yet, and I'll do that eventually. Alright, we got a basic, in a sense though, let me go into full screen so I can test this more. We have a player controller. Woo! I definitely, like, it needs a lot of fine tuning, but you know, it exists. Okay. Sorry if I'm making you motion sick. Just testing the values. No, I didn't. I went out of play mode before actually saving them. So, oops. Oh, this was 10 and 10, but I actually think I want to drop this out into 8, and then in this went up to 6, I think. So something like that is what I had that at. Also, this should start at being there. Okay. Yes. All right. So this is working. Next, okay, I want to get jumping. Before I really fine-tune things, I want to get jumping working. And then I want to just add more stuff in this environment. So I can more so see where I'm moving all around. But jumping is going to be important because jumping is going to mean that I'll be tweaking gravity. And at the moment I start tweaking gravity, I'm going to have to tweak all these other values anyway. So let's do jumping first. I mean, I could, yeah, well, yeah, okay. So C# script character jump, and I know already based on how I think I want to do this that I want to have character ground detection. Oops. Because another thing as well is that it's ideally, if you can do something that you don't have to test every single frame, that tends to be good. So on collision enters and exits can be better than raycasting a lot of time with this sort of stuff. Because raycast, if you're testing that every frame, that can be not a good thing, I suppose. Also, another thing is that if you're doing one raycast down, another thing with this, if you're doing one raycast down, you're only getting if like this is touching the ground, but like by having a little box here, even if like they're slightly on the ground, like over here, then it still counts as being on the ground as far as jumping is concerned. So that's another like little thing of why I think having the collider is better. But that's just my opinion. You can have your own. Okay, so okay, character jump. So this is going to be, I need like. Oh, no, well, okay. Well, no, yeah. I need a jump height. Public, not height. It's going to be jump, like, force. Public, float, jump, force. I'm going to need the rigid body again. So let me actually just start by going, like, or copy this whole thing, because I'm going to basically be doing that. Whoa, not like that. Okay. 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 So this is. Let's just pretend we. Well, I need a. There's gonna be a function that's gonna get called that is like if we've jumped now. So public. Or sorry, like the getting, you know, the input thing. Like if the AI or the player decides that we want it, that they press the jump button. And that's another thing. The AI could decide that it tries to press the jump button even though it's not in midair, but then it would have the actual like result. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, that would be a little performance dragging to keep raycasting every frames. Maybe I'll use colliders for ground check. Well, I don't know how performance intensive a single raycast is, because there's also a thing where you can just raycast like a certain distance rather than infinity, which actually that probably would be what you're doing. If you raycast just like down like a little bit, I have no idea how performance intensive that is. That is still using the physics system, and like so is like on collision enter and on collision exit. They use the physics system in terms of like collider stuff of seeing if colliders are overlapping. So I couldn't tell you which is more or less better on performance, but I don't know. But this has the added bonus of mainly with 2D platformers that I made. I quite like. Oh, I used to do a sphere raycast with a small radius. Oh, I think that's worse. I'm not too sure though. I in the past have had like a single line raycast. But then that can have problems. Actually, a sphere would be better in that case. Like having a single line raycast would mean that you wouldn't if they're on the edge of a platform like this, then that would be a problem. Okay, so public. But here I'm gonna try using on collision enter and on collision exit stuff. Yeah. Well, I think I actually used. Oh no, in the past I think I've actually used a combination of on collision enter, on collision exits, and raycasts. Or specifically, what I'll do is so if you have one thing I've had be a problem in the past is let's say I have two ground things. They're slightly overlapping. If the player, or they're slightly not overlapping, if the player is like running along this, right now they're on the ground for whatever we have, like the code that's doing that. When they hit this, they'll enter this and be like, yes, on collision enter, we're still grounded, cool. But then when they do this, they've now exit this, that will call on collision exit. Oh, we left the ground, but they haven't actually left the ground. So I usually have a thing to try and like combat that. I think usually what I'll do is I think what I've done is on and on collision exit, then I'll do a raycast to see are we still on the ground. The line raycast usually works good enough for this. And then that will catch like, oh, we left the ground collider, but we are still on the ground, so don't like disable our ability to jump. And I think hopefully this will work good enough. Well, actually, I'm just thinking ahead. Slopes might be tricky for this. I mean, you can also have on collision stay. So on collision for every. Oh, okay. I don't know how performance intensive that is. Although I don't know if that's really is it that much more performance intensive than what's it called? Update. Oh. Why didn't you use a character controller? Because I think having a more physics-based character might be more fun for the game. Also, because I don't know, I can do more with being fast and having that kind of speed up, slow down with the movement. It being just the tiniest bit slippery could, I think, be fun. Not slippery, like, well, no, I don't know if that's the right word I should be using. But then also, well, one, a lot of my characters I made in the past, I've done through rigid body physics stuff. 2, I don't have that much experience using the character controller. 3, if I want to do stuff like with some of the obstacles we might be using, might be able to have some like as I said, as an example, for a spring, when you touch this, it just goes like rigid body add force, launch them into the air. That will be really easy to do with physics or with a rigid body to make that look good. Also, like bouncing things potentially having. Like, as I say, maybe ice, where I do stuff with, like, friction. There's a lot of things there where I was planning this almost, not on purpose, but, like, when I was planning this, a lot of these potential things I have seem like they will be easier to accomplish with letting physics do most of the work for me. So that's why I decided to lean more towards using a character controller. But doesn't mean that, like you can use the character controller all you want. This is just what I've done, I guess. Yeah. Also, the character controller can be limiting for certain things that certain parts of it are kind of locked away that you can't access. Like if I wanted to have the character controller suddenly like you touch something and now you're running on the roof, I don't know if that works too well because of the way that Like, I think the character controller kind of expects that your character is right side up at all times. So, like, that's an example of, like, what if we decided to do that? And, like, oh, well, now I can't. And actually, that just gave me a really cool idea. Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. Could you imagine having the arena, maybe, like, level 3, have parts where you're, like, running, and then you touch this thing, now you're running on the roof, chasing an AI in a upside down, like, switching gravity all the time. Not all the time. Specifically, up, down, straight and upside down, but pretty constantly in this arena thing. That would be kind of really cool. Let me write that down at least. I had an idea for a zero gravity field, but like changing gravity on the roof. That would be either you I don't think you touch something that makes gravity invert, I guess. I don't think I would do like on the roof and on the walls and all that. I feel like that might get too tricky to create a good level out of, or too complicated. But just upside down, that could be interesting. Because then imagine the idea of if you were like running on the roof, chasing the AI on the ground, and you like jump and like tag them. That would be a neat thing. What if that's what we did for one, or before or if I have multiple levels, what if I had one level where it was, for the entire level, the AI is on one, like let's say gravity is down, and for you, the gravity is upside down, and there is nothing that switches gravity. You have to catch the AI with you being on the other side of gravity the whole time. So like chasing and like trying to jump and tag them. That could be a neat idea. Conceptually, that sounds really cool, but actually building it sounds like it would be really, really hard. So I put that idea in my back pocket. We'll see if I can actually do it. Because the hardest part of that would be, so getting gravity to turn for the player, I think I can do that. It's getting the AI to do its like pathfinding with this whole upside down gravity idea might be hard. Although I do think I have an idea of how I could do it. If I set up the empty game object waypoint system of like basically having, I'm not going to set this up completely right now, but basically having, I'm going to do this from a top-down view, having all these empty game objects that are like around the map, they'd be more like proper exact like distances apart or whatever, more like a grid thing, let's say. Actually, I can do this just for the sake of looking at this right now, build it, so I can see their names. Maybe I should have picked a color other than blue, so I can more so see them. Do this so I can see them better. I don't know why these are faded, but if I have basically all these game objects that are around the level, and then each game object has like maybe an array, that'll be through a script, of all the other game objects it's considered connected to, then the AI could use that as its pathfinding, where it's like, okay, so look at all, I might have to do some shortest path algorithm stuff for that, maybe, but in a general sense, look at where the player is. Which of these game objects is furthest from the player? Run towards that one. And in order to run towards that one, pathfind like, so this one's connected to this one's connected to this one's connected to this, to get to where I am, or like where the AI is, and then do that routing. So then if I look just on what game objects are considered connected to each other, that doesn't mean right beside each other. Like as I said with this upside down thing, these two game objects could be right beside each other, but like this one's running along the roof. But then these two aren't considered connected. Like this one could be connected to this one over here, where this is just a straight path of platform, and then over here there's like the thing that switches you to running on the roof, and then you run back along here. That could be a general idea. I know it might be still like really hard to program. Oh, I see. Long message. Let me read that. I have to go to Twitch so I can see the whole thing. Okay, doing stuff like that is when you use a character controller because it doesn't have a built-in gravity. You'd have to implement the gravity yourself, which is insanely easy. It doesn't matter the orientation of the player. You just call a function called move, and it moves the player in the direction and automatically handles steps and slopes. It doesn't switch though, because you seem like you have yours. I wouldn't switch though, because you have yours set up pretty well. Just something for you to think about. I'm talking about your gravity idea, by the way. Fair enough. Yeah, I probably could handle that. Maybe I just have no. I've never done this changing gravity thing before, but although I have an idea of how to implement it. And two, I don't have that much experience working with character controllers. I don't have no experience. I've used them before a little bit, but very limitedly.
Although one thing that you've just mentioned, I do remember. Yeah, it has a thing to try and automatically handle steps and slopes. That's a big bonus of that. But if you try to be upside down, I wonder if that would mess with its way of trying to detect slopes and steps, and whether that then just wouldn't work well or be all glitchy or whatever. So that's one thing I don't know that. But either way, and not that you have to use that part of it. It wouldn't. Okay. Well, interesting. I didn't even consider of whether we're gonna have stairs in this. I don't know, and I don't really think so. We might have slopes, but or more so, more specific, I could have like, very like thin stairs, but then the collider of them is just a slope. So essentially, you running up the stairs, or you just kind of running up a sloped collider, and that would deal with that problem potentially. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that. But anyway, so let's get jumping underway. Although, actually, I'll be right back. One moment. I have to do thing, and then I'll be right back. One moment. Oh, I don't think it would. At least I'll try and test it since I'm using a character controller. All right. Well, good luck with that. I'll be back in a moment.
All right, I'm back. Hello. Right. Let's make sure everything's still kind of looks like it's running. Cool. All right, let's continue this. All right, what was I doing jumping next? Did I make the jump code? I did. I can close this. Okay, so I need a public void. Heya. Hello. Jump. And this is going to take a bool called jump. Sure, that's fine. Jump the input and jump the function. It's probably okay. It's probably fine. So, but okay. Let me also actually do the kind of some of the ground detection first because that's kind of important. I need to test if we are on the ground. So the ground detection is going to have a public bool is grounded. That the jump code and other things that need to know if the character, that's the player or the AI, is on the ground. Is basically going to access this. So that the ground detection deals with, are we actually on the ground or not? And for now, I'm just going to do a simple on collision enter if collision dot compare tag dot collider dot compare tag. Oh wait. No, I'm going to put this on a layer. Because there are some things as well that we collide with that we don't necessarily want to jump off of. I would think like the enemy, the AI, might be one of them. Certain hazards might be some of those things. We might have a purpose. Ooh, you know, it'd be interesting. We could have one floor, some floor type. That maybe it's like something sticky, not like the slime. Could have the slime that slows you down, but something else that's sticky, like honey or something. That maybe you still move at full speed, but you just can't jump while you're on it because I don't know. Yeah, so that could be another just type of floor. Let me actually put that like honey that you can't jump while on. And all we have, and that's the thing. Other than the whatever we do art wise and whatever polish, all we have to do to get this to work is just have this honey substance or this whatever floor just not be a part of the environment thing. Environment layer. Collision dot layer. No, I have to go dot collider dot lay. No, dot game object dot layer. Can I just go straight to like this? No, I have to put collider in the middle there. Oh, I don't know if I told you, hold on. I don't know if I told you, but I added to my bot so that users can have gold coins and it saves and stuff. And you bet those coins to play a game like dice or rock, paper, scissors, and if you win, you get back double your gold you bet. Oh, that's so cool. That's the first time I'm hearing this. Well, you said that you were working on something like this, but oh, that's so cool. My bot doesn't do anything like that yet. I haven't touched my bot since it was like Thursday night. No, it was yesterday. Earlier yesterday we were doing bot things. But no, that's really cool. That is really cool. Yeah, I'm a game developer, but you're making a game out of your bot way sooner than me. Well, we're both game developers here, but I'm the game developer streamer guy, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. Oh wait, I took off my lab coat. Can't have that. Also, it's getting just a little cold, so I'm going to have this on anyway as a bit of a sweater type thing. Okay. Okay, so. Dot layer equals layer is an int, right? Hold on. Yeah, layer is an int where I have to put this as the number. Oh, I don't remember how this works. No, wait, this works differently. Oh, I think this is I don't remember how this works. This only tests for one layer. There's a way to you can do a layer mask, right? That's I haven't done this in so long. Have a layer mask variable, and then that works on having like a binary thing where it's like 00110, and then each of those ones has to do with which layer is active, right? I believe that's kind of how this works. Can I just go like layer mask dot get mask? Ooh. Is there an easy way I can do this on online, preferably? Layer to name. Given a layer number, returns the name of the layer as identified. Okay. Or name to layer. Gives the layer index. An environment layer that I haven't made yet. In environment, I'll make that layer in a moment. Because this is looking for an int. This is getting the int of that layer. Create a layer mask variable and then set it in the inspector set it to whatever layer you want. Oh, that I could also do. Okay. Public layer mask. Layer mask. Or jumpable. Wait. Jumpable layers. Oh, and then I could have multiple. This would be an easy way of having multiple. Oh, interesting. Actually, well, Then I could have other things that aren't even necessarily on this environment layer, but are still jumpable layers. Oh, that's actually might be a better thing. Actually, I like this more. Never considered doing this. Thanks for the tip. Because this could work, but I think having that would be better. So, so then how do I test that it's in the layer mask? I can't just do this. Equals dot converts the layer mask into an integer value. Would it be like that? Well, then this would have to match all this. No, isn't it like, don't you do something like this, maybe? Or, no. Oh, I forget this. Okay, hold on. Let me Google. I try that. Just try this. Well, okay. I mean, it's not giving me an error that's wrong. So yeah, I might as well try it, then see if it works. Well, I still have to make the rest of have to make the environment layer. And okay, make everything in here that's be a part of that. That's the ground. Might make more ground later. Let me also actually, I'll make this like just a little bit wider. Well, not that wide. I'll make more a better kind of test environment here soon, after we have jumping like more programmed. Okay, so what was I about to do? So if we're doing this, then is grounded equals true, and then this on collision exit, and is grounded equals false. And as I said before, for the reason I said before, this will have a small bug, but with like multiple intersecting ground collider things, but I'll fix that later. This is just to get like basic jumping up and running. So here, bool jump if jump, then rb.add force, and this is going to be it. Well, I should be doing like vector3.up, because that's okay. More what this is. Times jump force. Whoops. And this actually also needs to be preferably force mode.impulse, because it needs to be like an explosion force kind of a thing, which is what impulse kind of is meant to do. Except this is going to be really massive. In fact, I'm pretty sure this will need to be so big that I'm going to add a times 10 so that the variable in the inspector, because I think it might, if I remember correctly, this needs to be big, like 100 or something. So, well, we'll see. I might be completely wrong on that. We'll tweak it. But anyway, so over here, actually, I'm not too sure. Well, I have the drag value turned up quite high, so I have to have the move value that is also an impulse thing quite high. So, yeah, okay, anyway. So this, I need to do void jump input. Yeah. Then I need to get a reference to, this doesn't need a reference to the ground thing. This is just getting the inputs and passing that to the jump thing. The jump thing will get reference to the ground detection. Jump, what do I call it this? Character jump. Wait. Okay. Then this having the same, basically same line as this. Kind of just having this in order of like the move stuff, then the turn stuff, then the jump stuff. So this is going to go, did I make the Boolean for it? No, I have to do that. Bool jump. I was looking at something, so didn't notice, but did the layer mask work? I haven't tested it yet because I'm testing just the jumping to be able to have that part of code even get called in the first place. Or I'm just programming this part real quick. I'm about to test it in a minute. Jump equals. Wait, or hold on. If wait, or what am I doing? Sorry, no, not this. Wait, bool jump if okay. I need the actual key as well. Hold on. Ooh, okay, yeah. Jump. Oh, I don't like. Key. You know what? These should all have key. Jump, key, a move right, key, because that's what these are. Yeah. It's a bit. No, this is fine. Okay. So I have to rename all of these. That's all right. Okay. So then if input dot get key down, because this one we want to test just on the down jump, or sorry, jump key, then jump equals true. And this might be a bit redundant, but I like that it's having the same format as above. Character jump dot jump based on jump, and yes, like so. Maybe I should just have like this be in here, but the reason I didn't do it here, like I could have had like character move dot move blah 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 blah, but that made like one really long line that I think this might be better with, or I'll leave it like this for now. Z is forward and back, and X is side to side, right? Yes, that is correct, I believe. Well, at least yeah, how this is. Yeah, Z is forward back, yep, and X is left right. Yes. Rotation wise, then I think X is up down, Y is kind of the left right, Z would be this. This would be neat to somehow use this rotation somehow with the camera. Like, I don't know how, but it'd be cool. Like maybe if I did a wall run and then that turns like that. But even if you're, I don't know. How that just sounds like, or it's having this kind of like do some, not this as you run, but some like, I don't know, if you're running around a corner, having the camera kind of just turn a little bit, that could just add more dynamicness or something. I don't know. Okay. My eye. Okay, what was I doing? I void input this calls jump, then in character jump. If jump, and now this needs to get the ground detection, and then I'll test the layer mask thing. Ground detection, and this is gonna have a name that is all of this. I don't know why, but I have like RB as like kind of the one exception where I don't just name it the thing but lowercase. I don't know, it's just what I'm so used to doing. Well, anim's also an exception. Sometimes I go like private animator, then I'll use anim. Or is what I'll call it, but whatever. Anyway, so this equals. This is going to be get component in children. This. Okay, then if jump is true and come on and oops. And this dot is grounded is true. So if jump is true and this is true, then this. Now there's some other things we can do to make the jumping better. I'll do that in a moment. Because there's one thing that's usually a good thing to have in for a player, which is, especially in like a platformer sort of thing, which is when they leave the ground, having like a split second where they can still jump is usually a good thing to do. Okay. No, there's no way this is going to work. I haven't attached everything. Oh, this is also debug.logging. Yeah. Okay, let's test this out. Let me attach the right code things. Okay, so got move, turn. The one thing that having these all start with characters that they all I don't see what they're called. Maybe if I do make this bigger enough, just to be able to see like the first letters of things. Okay. What was I doing? So player, jump. I have to also replace these. And to find A, and then S, and then jump is going to be space or space. Oh no, it's up there. Okay, there. And then jump 4s. I think we're gonna do 10 to start. I might just rocket into the sky, but we're about to see if that happens. Oh nope, I didn't maximize on play. I didn't do the ground detection doesn't have the ground detection script first of all, which was, I don't know why that didn't have an error, but oh this, ooh neat. Oh, this is just picking a oh no, it's not. Never mind. I thought that for a second I was just picking a single one, but no. Cool, neat. Oh, this is public. That should be public hidden inspector, but I'll let it be public for now, just so I can see that it's working. And the environment is that. All right, let's see what happens if this works. Okay, we are. It's not working. Okay, let's go figure this out. Am I looking for? What am I looking for? The jump, the ground detection. So this didn't. I'm pretty sure this ran, so I'm thinking that this didn't equal this. So let me do this. Let me print out these values. Let me go print layer equals blah plus, oops, okay, hold on, plus this plus jumpable layers equals plus this. Let's just see what both of these are in the console. Well, that's behind my head right now, but I can have it not be behind my head in a moment. Okay, so when I go to, oh, it's not even running. Why? Is it because the player starts kind of in the ground? They fall into the ground? Oh, yeah, gravity's gonna need to be a lot higher because drag is making it slow, but no. Why is on collision enter not running? On collision enter. Ground detection. Has a box collider. Ground has a box collider. Oh, no, I know. I think I know why. Oh wait, no. Oh, how did I get around this? One of the two things has to have a rigid body for that to happen, right? Oh, wait, no. Hold on, let me back up even further. This should be on trigger enter. I meant to be for, okay. No, we're good. On trigger enter is what, this was meant to be. Because the ground detection is meant to be just be detection, not actually colliding. Oops. And usually this has then collider other is the naming scheme that has there. Okay. Trigger enter, on trigger exit. Again, just kind of having the same. And then this doesn't need this. So other is the collider, and then this has this, and then this. This might work. For on collision enter both ways, then one of the two things needs a. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, so so this isn't okay. So layer equals 6. Jumpable layers equals Unity engine dot layer mask. So those aren't the same things, but layer equaling 6. Interesting. That makes sense. That's the 6th layer, I believe. Yeah. So I need this to be something that can equal 6. Or dot contains 6 or whatever. Wait. Okay. Where's ground detection? Ground detection. So something like I need to be like, does it contain this layer? Because dot value. But I feel like this isn't gonna get me the result that I want. But let's see what happens. Yeah, jumble layer equals 64 because that's going off the binary numbers. Okay. So how do I make this work with the layer mask? No, wait, no, there's a, okay, hold on. I can Google search my way to success. Unity layer mask, multiple layers. Solving multiple layers to layer mask to code, combining layer mask, oh, okay. Layer mask work by setting an interval value 0, 1, which represents the layers. Yeah, I'm aware of that. The first bit from the right. First bit from the right. From the right is used for layer 1. That's okay. We'll test it. Okay. Use bit shifting to create a layer mask. Yeah. Except live is just a thing that's called layer mask, but of it being a public layer mask, so I kind of have this all dealt with, but I just need to test this. So I need to test that. The layer that it's on, its bit mask thing, or the testing of this. That's inverting a layer mask. Ooh. No, I get conceptually how this works. I just need to see the code that actually, how to test this. Okay, and I need to see, mask. Okay, so so one blah blah that is going to make that the binary thing. So, oh yeah, because it's bit shifting. That's a logical left bit shift. That means so taking this layer, so one blah blah this being equal to this. This is gonna get me my 64, I think. Yes, maybe. We'll see. Let's go see what's even behind my head. No, wait. Oh no, it's working. It's working. I didn't change the print statement, but ungrounded there means that it's working. Booyah! Ha 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 ha. Wait, no, hold on. No, this isn't completely right. Because that means that's only gonna work if this is equal. But let me just okay. One did this. I need to AND them together, I think, and have them not be equal to 0, maybe. Okay, hold on. I can figure this out, maybe. This might be a bit overkill for what I'm needing it for, but I think I can figure it out. So, other top, yeah, so 64 is 64. Yeah. But the problem with this comes from, so right now this is only testing this. If I have it, let's say, also look at this water layer, then this is going to be then higher. This side will be higher and not equal to 64. But I can't just test like that it's less than or whatever. That won't work. I need to say that it contains that bit being set to 1. So this, how do I do a bitwise AND? Isn't it just a single AND sign? So, okay, hold on. Let me go. So logical left this over a bunch and then go, I think it's just a single AND sign. And then this, equals does not equal 0. That means that they have some overlap. No. And cannot be applied to type int and bool. There's no bool here. Oh, you think that that's that? I might not have the right symbol here. Is that... Okay, let me double check what the... what is an... Oh, binary OR operator is a single one of those. Okay, so that makes me think that a single and is a not or a what am I trying to say? A single and is binary OR. And let me test this. Let me put this in the thing here. So I already know that what the numbers are. Let me just trying to think of what I'm trying to do here. So layer comparison. Okay. Does this work? It works when... Okay, I need to change this beforehand. This, if I add this one, it's going to be different, but it's going to contain the environment one. So 64 and 80, but this was set to grounded. It works. Ha 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 ha. Okay, neat. So I can have that kind of comparison between multiple layers now. Could be good going forward. I don't know how much I'm going to use that in this project, but I like that I now know that it exists because that is helpful. That is certainly helpful. If I want things to almost have like different properties or whatever. Because now I can still have... So anything that's just normal ground will have the environment layer. But let's say I want to have spring or something, and that has its own layer for some reason, for something else with another bit of code. But then I want that to also be something you can jump on. Then this can have the mask of environment and spring or whatever. Maybe that's not the greatest example, but something like that. Cool. Okay, if this is working, I can get rid of this. Neat, neat, neat. I don't know if you understand any of what I did here, but I do, I guess. Let me also take this off of this. But essentially doing cool binary stuff of how it how that kind of layer mask stuff works. Let me move me back to this side now. Okay, so we did that. Oh, I didn't actually... That was about the jumping, but I know that that part was working. Like, I saw is grounded being set to true showed that that part was working. Now, jump. Jumping's not working. Okay, I mean, I doubt that it's just this needs to be set higher, because sometimes that can happen where it's like, it's just set so low that it's doing like a very, jump that's too small, but no, it's definitely not working, I guess. Okay. So now we use print statements to find out why. So I want to print what jump is here. Oh, also, this is happening in the equivalent of the update function. I'm pretty sure it's okay to do an RB add force in normal update, but if it's a one-time thing, sorry, like this being like I say one-time, like not in every frame thing. If you're going to do it in every frame, then you want it to be in fixed update. I think that's how that works. Maybe. But I know that with this, this works better being in update. Okay, so that function's not even running. So I messed up something of I'm not calling this. So that's probably just in the player input. This I don't call in start. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So I think there's going to be a reasonable chance now I'm going to rocket up in the air, and then I'll have to turn the jump value down. Ha! Oh yeah, oh, where'd the ground go? Oh my god, the ground is just gone. How high did I go? Look at this! And I'm still going up. I'm still going up. I haven't slowed down yet. I'm still going up. Due to floating point precision, look at this. It is recommended you bring the world coordinates of the game object within a smaller range. I'm still going up. Oh my gosh. When I said rocket up, I didn't think it would be that high. Okay. And this is only at 10 still. What? Oh, I don't do that. Oops. Okay. Well, we went up. We went up. We just didn't stop going up. So, okay, sometimes I think... Well, okay. So I have two things to deal with this.
either one, well, first of all, I bring this to a lower value, but either one, I increase gravity. Actually, let me go create this one. If I increase gravity, though, that's going to increase gravity on everything in the scene, which I might not want. I might want the player to fall faster, but, like, other things in the scene still fall under, like, normal gravity. Oh! By ground! Oh, okay. That's still too high. Wow, okay, why? Is it... Oh, wait, no, hold on. Is it continuously jumping? Oh, I think that might be what's happening. Oh, it's continuously jumping. That's the problem. Okay, right. It's continuously going up. I don't say is grounded to false or something. Wait, okay, hold on. This I completely forgot to go over to player input and go else false. So first of all, we were jumping infinitely. That's why I kept going up. Oops. Okay, so character jump. Jump 3 times, but it makes sense in context. Okay, so next we want but that still doesn't solve. Even though this was true, it still shouldn't have jumped every frame. So is grounded should be set to false, but and actually, okay, well, yeah. Man, you said it's a false here. I don't know why that overrides. Oh, you know what? I know why that's overriding is grounded, I think. Because I think in the frame when we jump, it's like we're on the ground. I press jump. In the first frame of, like, having moved up, because there's some leeway with that ground collider, we're still... because there's some leeway with that ground detection collider, we're still, like, in the ground even though of the first frame going up. So I think this might become true again. No, it shouldn't, because that's the one click and enter. Am I not saying this false properly? Oh, this isn't. Okay, right. I only changed it one place, not the other. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. But I think I want to do this as like an extra, like. To make it more bug-free, I guess. You know, I shouldn't need to, but I will anyways. Just to make sure. Okay. So we look at that. In the top right, we got jumping going on. I don't have... Although, now that I did that, okay, that's going to be false, because I didn't leave the ground. So now I need to set this to something high. Hey, we got jumping. But now we fall really slow. We're still falling. Okay, okay, so now we increase gravity, I think. Well, okay, so jumping is working, but, oh, and also I need to, this is very bare minimum jumping. I can do more cool jumping, in a moment. Well, I'm probably about to be doing this, where, more cool jumping will be able to jump small and jump a lot. Where basically you hold down the jump button, and when you're holding it, you go up higher, but when you let go of it, then you start lowering faster. So basically, if you tap it, you do a short jump, and if you hold it, you do a tall jump. I'm going to do that sort of stuff. And I could steal that code right from it in Abstract Adventure, but because I kind of want to just be programming it from scratch. Okay, so I can also get rid of this, but I also got to increase the gravity first. But okay, so I have 2 things I can do with this. One, I increase global gravity, but that will increase the gravity for everything, which I don't know if I want. I'm trying to think ahead, and I don't know, other than the player and the AI, I don't really know if I'm going to have anything else that falls under, like, physics stuff. I can have blocks that you push around, I guess, but... And actually, if I do that, then I probably would want them to have, like, normal drag values and normal-ish gravity, maybe slightly higher gravity. So in that case, I kind of want to almost enforce extra gravity. Or like, I mean, like, yeah. I have a variable here that's like, you know, whatever I call that, gravity multiplier. And I'm putting that on the jump code. I don't know if I should have it. I'm not going to have a gravity multiplier script. That's too, like, tiny thing. This is jump related. This only really affects the jumping and leaving of the ground, so
But then if I want to disable the jump, then that'll disable the extra gravity, actually. I'm just trying to think. I know what I want to do. I'm trying to think of the best place to put it. But I basically want to have... Oh, did I put that in update? I guess so. Oh, you know what? It could be here. Yeah. No. Yeah, it can be here. It doesn't have to be connected to. No. This is fine. Hold on. What am I saying? This is totally fine. If I want to disable the jump, I just don't call the jump function, but I can still have its fixed update running, rather than disabling the script. In fact, disabling the script won't do anything to stop jumping. Okay, let me put public float gravity multiplier, and this is going to be gravity multiplier. Wait, or a constant. Move down. I gotta go RB dot vector 3 dot down. Also, this is global. I could do transform dot up and transform dot down, so that if the players turn differently, then they jump based on its up direction. Maybe I want that actually. No, I'm not gonna do that right now because I might do things where the player, I have them turn a little bit, but that doesn't change their gravity. I wouldn't want that if the player turns a little bit, now they're falling and jumping this way. Not yet, anyway. I decide to do that on purpose. So no. I'll leave it vector 3 dot down and vector 3 dot up for now, but then later if I decide to do gravity changing stuff, then have some extra like variable that then like if statement swaps this out rather than being a transform dot up and down thing. Makes sense? Makes sense. Okay, so the times gravity multiplier. This one won't be force mode dot impulse. Yeah. Okay. Wait, no, gravity multiplier is 0 right now, so it's not actually doing that. I mean, okay, technically you'd think that gravity multiplier of 0 would mean no gravity, but nah, that's fine. We're not gonna do that. So I'm gonna try gravity multiplier of 5. This might be too much. And I can no longer jump. Well, I need to be careful of that. If something happens where you jump but don't leave the ground, then suddenly, like, is grounded stays being false, and that seems to be, like, it could be a problem. I'll need to, I don't know, do more to figure stuff out with that. But for now, let me just, gravity multiplier should be, like, not too much. Oh, why aren't you working? I put that at 0. Oh, it was the jump force. Oh, I didn't say changing the jump force. Right. Try 2. And also increasing the jump force, or sorry, increasing the gravity multiplier means I might need to increase the jump force. Okay. So this isn't, whoa, this isn't good. That's not, that, one, I'm still falling too slow, and I'm now not jumping high enough. So I'm thinking, this is gonna be 100. Let's try 110. Okay, I'm still not falling fast enough. So now I turn up the gravity multiplier to be, let's see what we can do. I'm really rocketing up, which might be not good, but let's just keep turning this up. I'm still falling too slow, so I still need to turn up the gravity multiplier anyway. Okay, now I think gravity, I'm falling fast enough, so now I'm going to turn down the jump force. 60. Now I think I'm shooting up too fast. Wait, no, wait. Huh. I almost think that I'm shooting up too fast and still falling too slow. Wait, sorry, can I fix that, or? I'm shooting up... If I'm shooting up too fast, then wait, hold on, oh no, maybe I'm not. I think that might be something that gets made better. Oh, you're jumping too fast? Yeah, it's still... I'm trying to tweak the values. I'm trying to think of how to tweak them. How would be best to make them better. So definitely I'm jumping too high, but I'm also still falling too slow. Maybe I'm not. Here, let me go, maybe try 80 and, I don't know, 30. Fall speed seems good. Oh, well, let's see. Oh, wait, oh. Hold on. This. Oh wait. Okay, I might be onto something. This with at 50 maybe. Not now. Wait. Wait. Something still about this is slightly off. But I need to be like stay on the edge of the platforms just so I can see my movement. If I'm looking at like this, it's hard to tell my something about this. I almost want to have more air time. Actually, now I think I have too little air time. But. Yeah, I do fall too fast now, I think, actually, yeah. For trying to make jumps, I think, okay, now this should be a little bit lower. Try 60. Now that's too slow. 70? Some of that this just seems a little off. Hard to tell what. Maybe go 60, 80? It just feels like almost a little like I know I'm supposed to be shooting off because it's like a jump. It almost just feels like, I don't know, my initial jump speed is almost like too high, but that's not something I can really do a whole lot about. Unless I have an idea maybe. Okay, I have ideas how I can tweak this, but just for now. I think this also, again, it might be something that's better to see and tweak when I make more of an actual environment. Like, I make a little bit of an obstacle course and then fine-tune the speeds to be able to run through that faster. Or run through that in a way that seems fun, I guess. Like, it's like, oh yeah, these are good speeds. Okay, let's just try this for now, I guess. No, I'm still... Also, I have a... Okay, so 60, 80. Let's try that for now. Although I think just to kind of keep a lot of these down, it looks like I'm definitely going to need this to be some multiple of 10. So I'm going to purposely multiply all of these by 10 to then be able to divide them by 10 in the inspector just to kind of keep these down. No real reason why, just I kind of like these being a bit lower. So it's doing the same thing. But, okay, now I'm going to do... okay, actually no. Now I'm going to make a little bit of an obstacle course, and then I'm going to make things, I think, like better jumping. I have a way of doing better jumping. To be able to have like short hops, tall hops, whatever. And I think when I do that, then I will be able to make the jumping better. And then I'll be doing a lot more of the tweaking. Okay, so let's make a little bit of environment of this. Actually, first thing I'm going to do is go and prefab the player. Yeah. I haven't made the AI yet. Hold on. Actually, I do need to... Well... okay, so this is where my bad level design comes into play. Actually, well, I'm not going to make it obstacles. I still want it to be, like, arena-like. So I might start, actually, by just having this. So you, actually, because that's the one thing. You can't fall to your death in this game thing. Like this, not... Yeah, okay. You can't fall to your death in this game thing, so there's going to be an overall floor, and then, like, you climb up and around, but you can, like, fall or something like that. I don't think I'm gonna have a death thing, because I can imagine having troubles with the AI falling down and that being a problem. Okay, so I guess you're gonna start kind of in the middle of this for now, well, for this test area thing. In the actual thing, you might start kind of more at an entrance. So what am I doing here? So I have to. Okay, this is also a good time to figure out basically jump distances and jump heights. Like I want to basically be able, or what I should be able to do is have a block up here and have like, and then be able to say like, this is how tall I want the player to be able to jump, and then put like a gap and be like, this is how far I want the player to be able to jump, and then fine tune the values to fit those gaps. That's kind of what what would be a good thing to do as well, I think. Okay, so let's say, and I guess having these be kind of an exact value would be good. It'll make it easier for level design. Because then when I'm blocking out the levels, then knowing that, being able to have all this grid measurement of, I can literally probably like have on the side of like this white cube that's like, I have a little thin thing like this that I'm like, okay, this is how far the player can jump. So now I almost use this as like a measuring block. And then I have another one that's like vertical and like, okay, this is how tall the player can jump. That will probably make level design easier to do probably. So let me say, okay, so again, also this is if this is the height of the player, and if we're looking at the real world semantics of this, this is 2 meters. So actually technically our well, when we make the actual thing, the head might be more here, but like if one unit in Unity is a meter in real life, this is a meter, this is 2 meters, this character is 2 meters tall. Well, actually, I mean, this could be 1 meter, but, well, actually, do I care about that? I don't know. I don't know to what extent I can keep the real world measurements, but when I start making actual assets, then that might kind of matter a little bit. But let's just say, so yeah, each block is a meter. I'm trying to decide whether it's like this should be a meter or this should be a meter. I mean, this would mean that the character's only 1 meter tall, but this would mean that he's 2 meters tall, but 2 meters tall is like, okay, because also the camera isn't all the way up. The camera isn't here. The camera is like here, which would make sense for when I have a person in here. If it's like 1.6, 1.7. Yeah. Okay, so we use the player as a measurement. Do I want to say, can the player jump higher than themselves? Probably. So maybe he can jump 3 units high, let's say, and then he can jump a gap of. Actually, let me put this more like this maybe. This, and then he can jump a gap of, he should be able to jump high and far. Like, it should be like you're moving fast. It's kind of like superhuman strength. No, but like, you should be able to jump, reasonably high and should be able to jump reasonably far. The whole point is, you're running around a lot. But the faster you can move, the faster you can traverse the area from one side to the other, which means the more map that I have to make for it to feel bigger, I guess. The slower the player moves, the smaller the map can be for it to feel like that same size of what the equivalent would be if it was big. But at the same time, I want the player to be able to jump, to be fast, because that would be fun. Okay, so does this make sense as maybe how far you can jump if you're running at full speed? Whoosh. Maybe. Let me look at what this looks like in when I'm running this. I need to hide the mouse at some point. Oh. So if you're like, okay. So first of all, I mean, this is, you go up too fast, for sure. But I think you go up too fast, but then go down, maybe down is just right. But you definitely, like, if I'm looking at this, I want to jump on here. I don't know, that just feels too instant for me. So I'll figure out stuff with that. But actually, the jump height is pretty good. I want to go, like, slightly above this. Like, if I say the player can jump, like, in this case, this is 3 units high, in order for that to, like, work, the player should go slightly above that to be able to clear that gap. And then if you can jump this far, oh hey, actually I almost got that perfect. I mean right now, okay, I might want to make these different colors because it's hard to like tell them apart. So let's make more colors here, just random. I'm just gonna make colors for like all colors of like a lot of common colors that I can just kind of drag and drop onto everything. So like this one can be orange. Let's make a yellow. This is going to be just for a lot of temporary coloring. Let's make a black and a white. Maybe this is the black. I just made Halloween colors back. Whatever. Okay. White. Just make it like a purple or a pink. That's kind of like just magenta, but whatever. Purple. Because I'm going to probably use these colors a lot when I'm blocking out a lot of the levels before I make fancy art. Purple's going to be like here. Let's make cyan. Maybe a brown in a moment. Okay, this is probably good enough. Just, yeah, getting this out of the way now. Something like that. Good enough. Okay. So now I can do that. And actually, just in general, I kind of want to maybe like make this like cyan. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Actually, I kind of like this being cyan more a little bit. The skybox. This doesn't really matter, but let's just for now make the skybox a solid color too, because I'm gonna figure that out. Actually, if the game's mostly interior, then it won't really matter. But I just kind of want to not have the default Unity skybox for now. I don't know what color we do for this. I don't know. It's like dark blue, sure. Don't know. Okay, so why does it keep starting? Hold on. When I go into this, it keeps starting at being snapped down. Or maybe it doesn't. No. Okay, it's fine. Oops. Let me actually make this a different color. Green. Okay. Let me also just kind of put some general blocks around to kind of be running past. I don't know actually if this maybe would be better if it was just pure white. Nah, colors don't really matter right now anyway. Kind of want to make some blocks just to have them be around, just so when I'm generally running around I can get a good idea of how fast we're moving relative to anything. Random like environment-y stuff. On top of here, I could definitely do more to like make this more interesting like later. For now it's fine. Like I could take just like a few of these random ones and just like kind of rotate them a little bit. Maybe then take a few more. Maybe even this one's already rotated. Maybe like also this one. Rotated a bit on. Oh well. Or okay, fine, whatever. I'd kind of be like in the ground or something. And then color a lot of these randomly based on why not all these colors that we have here. Oh, yep, okay. That one can be the same color, why not? Being indecisive even with just choosing these colors. Something like that there. What color haven't I used yet? I have red over here. I can also keep some of them white to use that color. That purple. I would like to maybe change. That one as well, black. Okay, that's good. I guess maybe. Sorry. I could also make some of them different sizes, but now okay, now it's just kind of easier to get a sense of movement. Yeah. I could have made some of them different sizes or whatever. Yeah, definitely the jumping is still something to be improved. How old is this character? Oh, and they had the jumping problem. I see that. Okay, so let's. But just for speed, this is it's gonna be hard to troubleshoot and like not troubleshoot to fine tune this stuff. Oh, there's still a thing there of friction of these being a problem. Okay, actually, that was another reason I think. Let me make this actually frictionless for a moment. I'll see why. If I do that, I don't turn off of those, right? Yeah. So this might be something I have to do. If I want to go down the physics route, I'm going to have to do friction myself. Because one thing of why I don't want this is that if I had like a normal friction values, is that now I have friction on the ground. As soon as I jump, I move a lot faster in the air, which I don't like. So by having everything be frictionless, completely, then now the jumping speed on the ground and speed in the air is the exact same. So yeah. Oh, I guess I could also combine this at sure, minimum, but like whatever. Bounciness, we can still have like a bounciness material too if we wanted to play around with that. Here, let me also just kind of like do a thing where I go and grab like a few of these. I have like 4. And then maybe like a few other ones of these, maybe including this one. And also go like 6. Then maybe this one and like this. No. This one and this one and go like 8 and 4. Look at that interesting environment starting to form. Actually, I don't know if I want like these ones to be the same colors as these ones. Not that this matters whatsoever, but because I can, I'm going to change them. I didn't use that much brown in any of this. Again, being indecisive of what color to use. Blue for here. I only use blue. I only use the dark blue once, so let me actually put it here and then put red here. That makes both those red. Put the pink there. That's 3 of those. Let me put them in the red here, and that's probably fine. Okay. Welcome to my indecisiveness. Okay, so now, whoa. What'd I do? Oh. I zoomed in. I should also, hide the mess on this at some point. Okay. Woo. Well, and this is slightly more interesting environment. The actual, like, thing isn't going to be like this. There's going to be more actual stuff, but, I mean, hopefully. But this works as for experimenting right now. I mean, I could, actually, it would probably be a good idea to, like, before I get, like, too far into this, like, getting the AI to run around this. Actually, like, that's probably what I should do, frankly. Is, like, I have this kind of set up. I can get the AI to run around this, that would be probably a good place to start. Because then at that point, I can more so figure out, like, what the AI is capable of, perhaps. Does that make sense? Okay. This feels mildly enjoyable. The jumping is something to be improved, but even just the running and turning it's mildly fun. Yeah. But the jumping needs to be better. I would like if it was more continuous, I guess. I don't know, it just feels like hoochie. It's kind of what it feels like. It needs to be like I don't know, whatever. Okay, this works now. For now, though. Let's improve this jumping. So I usually have had a public. These are going to all be public floats. Is it low jump multiplier and a what was the other one? I usually have another part of this. I think low jump multiplier and I could open up my an abstract adventure and look at the code from that, but I'm trying not to. Because I did this exact thing there to get that jumping working. I could actually maybe look at some of the... I did a lot of the movement the same way, so I could look at like the rigid body values and stuff like that I did there. And it might help me with this. I won't do that right now, but maybe I will later. So in jump... Oh, I also want to set up the thing of when you leave ground, you have like an extra second or so, or half a second or something like that, where you can still jump. And then there's usually another good thing, another half of that, where if as you're falling on, like if you're in midair about to hit the ground, if you press like the jump button right before you hit the ground, you should still jump. That's another, those two things tend to be good with platformer controls to make them better. So basically this it's almost like when you hit the jump button, so when you leave a platform, there's like a split second where you can still jump, and I say split second, probably even like less than a second, but it still is good to have. Like half a second or something, let's say. And then if you're about to hit the ground and you want to basically hit the ground and jump immediately, if you hit the jump button like right before you hit the ground, once you hit the ground, then you jump immediately. But you still do jump. That tends to be better control stuff. So I guess now we start doing some of that, a little bit of that fine tuning. And we start that with, and I still have to fine tune the ground detection because that's not fully how I would like it to be. Okay, so I start by going, so if jump and this is grounded. So I do need to change, I think, where is it? The jump code, I need, hold on. I need to check, actually I need to check two things. I need to check if, actually that makes me this better that I actually did this inside here. I need to check the frame when we first pressed jump, and I need to also check that we're holding the jump button. I need both for this. So private bool jump held. Jump init. I guess. Or no, jump down would be better. Jump down. So because that it plays better with the terminology of on key down, on key up, or get key down, get key up. Like I guess I don't need. Do I need when I lift it up? I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. Because that is a thing where you can do something when they let go of the key, but I don't need that here. So if on the get down jump key, then jump down is this and jump down is false. But then I also just need a on get key jump held. Yeah, all that to be good. And now I'm going to call the jump function with both, which means I'll need to change the inputs into it in the other place, but I'll do that in a moment. Okay. Then character jump. Bool jump down. Bool jump held. This is now, if they press the jump down, well, okay, actually this needs to be more, for the predictive jumping, as if that's what I'm calling it. So this shouldn't, this is going to be more different from this. I still want to get, so, yeah, okay, so I have two ways of doing this. So one, I could so the ground detection does when you leave the ground, it waits half a second before it says is not grounded, but I don't think I want to do that because I'd rather let this be true to like whether we actually are grounded or not right now, and then over here have jump down, or what am I trying to say? Okay, yeah. And then over here have some test of like, oh, we're not grounded. Okay, now wait like half a second and then say something that we can't jump. So actually rather usually, yeah, oh yeah, this is another thing I do. Rather than testing kind of through, just straight up through is grounded, be like having a separate thing that's like private bool can jump. And it's like, if this is true, we can jump. But I go through a bunch of other things. I go through some more hurdles to do that. So rather this instead of this, but now can jump becomes true or false depending on can jump. This should be can jump. It's going to be set to false here. So so this is going to be, so if, well, for now I'm going to go just this. This is going to look redundant, but I will be approving this hopefully in a moment. If this, then can jump equals true. I want to try really hard to not have any like double dependencies. Is that what that's called? I don't think I'm using the right words there, but right now this has a reference to the character ground detection. I want the character ground detection, so it's like a one-way connection. I don't want the character ground detection to have a reference to the character jump, because that I just usually don't like having that double-way connection. It's not good for object-orientedness and modularization. Yeah. Okay. So, although this still should be better at. Actually, let me do the raycast. Okay, let me go back and forth between me. This is definitely like we were having problems before already with sometimes me trying to jump and not actually jumping. It's because of this. I need to when we leave the ground, I need to test that we actually have left the ground. So physics.raycast. What are the options of this? Oh, whoa. Basics.raycast. Origin is going to be transform.position. And this is not going to be the player. This is going to be of the ground detection little box under the player. So direction is going to be vector vector 3 dot down. Int layer mask is going to be this. But I didn't do the, hold on. I think there was another thing of a distance. I need to find the right one that I'm using so I can get the order of things that I need. So I need so many here. I think it's gonna be this one. So I need the origin, the direction, the rate hit info. So I actually have to make that. The max distance is going to be, I'm gonna try 0.1 f right now. I might have to change that. I'll have to play around with what that value is, and then the layer mask is there. So now I need to make the hit info. So raycast hit hit, and then having out hit. Yep. Okay. Then this. Yeah. So then hit. So if we hit something, actually I don't need hit, do I? I just need to see if we hit something in the jumpable layers, then that. If we don't do that, if we don't hit anything, then this. So I don't actually need this. So was there a different version of this that didn't have out raycast info, but still had everything else that I needed? So just this one then? Okay. Position, direction, max distance is here, layer mask. So then I don't need the hit information. Yes. Then have this happen. This will provide a bit of good, better buffer room, I suppose. I'll be a little careful on that, I suppose. What does less than mean? This is, where is it? Over here. This is something called a logical left bit shift. It will, it makes a binary number. It basically will take this one. Okay, so right now, in this case, other.gameObject.layer is, in the correct case, going to be 6. So specifically, it's going to look like this. What this does is it makes the binary number. Hold on. If it was like this, so it moves this 1 over 6 times. So 1. Oops. Hold on. Okay, it's gonna move it over 6, which is gonna put it, I think, here. That's what that does. So it basically moves this 1 over 6. Well, specifically because, okay, sorry, this only works because 1 in binary looks like this. Basically it's you take all of this, you move it over 6, introducing new zeros on this side, and any zeros on this side just get dropped off. So if I had let's say this number. If I have this number and I want to do this over by 3, it's going to shift everything over here left 3 times. Anything on the end gets chopped off, and then you add zeros on the other side. So first, just typing out the number again. Moving everything over 3 times is basically going to chop off all this and add 3 zeros over here. But then actually formatting this, so it'd be like, I guess, this. So that's what that does. Having, I believe, this does the opposite, like moves the other way. So that's that. That's what that does. Yeah. And then this and symbol is okay. Yeah, cool. The and thing is a bit and operation, which if you, thank you, no problem. But logical and does a thing where if I go this and let's say this, this bit and this is actually going to be 0, 0, 0. It looks at of both of these, if you look at like each one individually, where do they both have ones? Where do they both have ones? So in this case, there's none where they're both ones. If I had this then the result is going to be this. It's basically like it kind of combines like where they both have ones, and then that's like the result here. So if like this had a 1 here, then this had a 1 here because they both have 1s here. So it's basically this output is if I put this, like this bit and this becomes this. It's wherever they both have 1s, or the bit or we'll look at wherever one of them has a 1. So it almost kind of combines them. So this or this will become, well, this. But, okay, hold on. Let me change my example here. If I did this, oh, no, sorry, it becomes this. Yes. So this or this, actually, let me just change my example more, will become this. So this bit or this becomes wherever any of them, either of them, had a 1, if there's a 1 in the result. So that's another thing there. Those two are very similar. It's kind of like or and like in an if statement. It's like, you know, there is a 1 here or there's a 1 here, then put a 1 here. The and one is if there's a 1 here and there's a 1 here, put an and there. Ooh, interesting. Okay, yeah, it's interesting. Now, layer masks. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but layer masks work based on these binary numbers. That's why I had to do all this crazy stuff. So it represents each layer as like a binary number, and that's what a layer mask is. So when I have all these, if it's like, if an object is like, if the layer mask it's layer 1, that is this. If it's layer 2, then it would have this. If it's layer 3, then it does this. If it has, if the layer mask is layer 3 and layer 1, then it's that one and that one. So it's like each of these, like the 0 being a 1, going from right to left of, that layer being active in the layer mask or whatever. So then that leads to doing all this crazy math to compare that. Where, yeah. Yeah, that's that. Anyways, so that's random stuff about binary things that I've done in school a little bit. Yeah. Anywho, so what was I doing next? I did this. This should make our ground detection slightly better. But if I'm really struggling with this, I could make this an on trigger stay. This is my attempt at not having this be on trigger stay something with the ground. In fact, that might even be better. The more I think about this, it might actually be less error prone. I don't know how costly on trigger stay is, but I think it's almost worth it to have something that's a little bit more expensive of a function on the player of all things, just so that just to make sure that it's gonna work. So I might just do this actually. It's just because then this just needs this, and I'm very confident that this will work. This will definitely make sure this is grounded. Is like, oh wait, else wait, on trigger. Oh wait, no, hold on, wait, no, maybe I'm doing this wrong. As long as we're staying in a thing that is the ground, then oh wait, hold on, wait. Because this is gonna go through each thing that we've collided with. Oh wait, hold on, this might not be as simple as I was thinking it would be. This won't work with having an else is grounded as false. But you know what it will do? You know what? Okay, I can use both. And then I shouldn't need the raycast. Okay, yeah, this should be fine then. And also, okay, I'd rather put this more in order of enter, then stay, then exit. Yeah, I'm more confident that this will work, and this is less likely to have bugs. Because if there's anything that I don't want there to be bugs with, it's like character movement and jumping, of all things. What this is going to do, I guess I technically don't even need the enter one. If trigger stay is basically going to do the same thing. Is there anything special I want to do? Ooh, actually, there is one thing I need to do. No, never mind. No, I was gonna say of how do I set can jump equal to true, but this will cover that. Is no matter what
the situation is, I think, unless some special circumstances with interacting with hazards or whatever. If is grounded is true, can jump should be true. And then I can get rid of actually this. So on trigger stay, yeah. Okay. And I could have tried to make that work with the raycast thing, but this is just more likely to work. The other one may have worked, but this is like, if that one was going to work, this will definitely work, I think. I'm hoping so. I could be completely wrong. But anyway, so, yeah, so, what was I doing next then? When this, then jump is true, then can't jump here. I don't want to have, I still wanted to have, if this becomes not true, then have a delay to then set can jump equal to false. Okay, so else if, or no, just else. So if can jump is not, if is grounded is not true, and, no. Well, okay. I'm gonna have an I enumerator. That's going to be wait to, not wait to jump, but wait to the delay before we can no longer jump because we're falling. Not wait to fall, wait to not jump, wait to, I can't think of anything better, so whatever, wait to not jump. There's probably something better I could be calling that, but whatever, this works. And this needs to then, so then have, I'll need the delay. I'm going to have, this will be a public thing, of public float. And actually, I'm going to kind of separate the, no, I won't, never mind. Public float, there's a name for this. There's a name for this term. There's a term for like what I'm trying to do here. I just forget what it's called, but fall jump time. So how long can we be falling before we can no longer jump? And like this is like you've left the platform and you are falling for like half a second and you can still jump. Yeah, that's kind of how this is being used. So fall jump time. Then this is going to have yield return new wait for seconds this time, and then can jump equals false. Okay, and then so this can't call this right away because then it will be calling it continuously. I need a way to only call this function once. And if I go else if, like otherwise if can jump is false, that also won't work. You know what I also need? Shoot, another thing I need is what happens if we leave the ground and we're falling for less than half a second and then we hit ground again. I don't want it to then cancel the can jump. Actually, again, I guess this would immediately turn it true again, but I'd rather it not turn it false in the first place, just because I don't know if that'll cause any problem. So, if after this time, if after we've waited the time, make sure that we're not grounded first. Like, make sure that in the time that it waited, we didn't hit ground again before disabling that. But then also, I still need a way to only call this once. So that I will have start coroutine wait to not jump. But I guess I need like an if. I guess I need a separate. I can just have another Boolean for it. Come on. So private bool waiting to fall. Waiting to fall. And this is going to be, waiting to fall will be, yeah, I'll set it down here. Waiting to fall will start equaling false. And then here, we're going to else if waiting, oh, not waiting to fall, wait, or else if waiting to fall is so if we are not grounded and we are not waiting to fall, start this coroutine. And actually, then now we are going to be waiting to fall. And then now waiting to fall is going to be false at the end of this. I almost want to
just to make this more clear. Waiting to, because we will still be falling, but waiting to not jump, I guess, is slightly more descriptive of what it actually is. Okay, so now this should make it that we can now fall off of a platform and still, for like however much time we set, still be able to jump. And that's just generally, I don't know, makes controls a bit better. And I'm going to purposely set this to something high so I can make sure that it's working. So now, if this works, if we fall off a platform for a whole 2 seconds after we leave the platform, we should still be able to jump. So first of all, just when I'm off the ground, oh no, I can jump twice for some reason. That shouldn't happen. We'll figure that out. I'll figure that out, yeah. But now, yeah. Look at this, yeah. Now it's like, it's very like, you know, generous, but I will now set this to like 0.5. But there's a whole different issue that I'm just noticing that for some reason I'm able to jump twice. And I don't know why that is. No, I have a theory. My theory is that when on trigger exit happens, no, wait, hold on. My theory is that when we jump, for the frame when we've jumped but we haven't like really left the ground yet, let me maybe set this. For the frame when we've like left the ground, but even though we haven't like we haven't left completely the collider of the ground, so then like the on trigger stay is setting it back to true again. Might be my guess as to why that's happening. Oh, I didn't actually do anything with this. Equals false. But let me just. I have an idea of maybe how to fix it, but let me just try this first and see if this works. Nope. Oh, that's very generous. I think that's waiting the time of the, I mean, yes, I could have a double jump, but this wasn't the intention. If I'm going to do a double jump, I would want to actually properly specially code it. I mean, I can do the classic, like, it's not a bug, it's a feature. I want you to be able to jump twice. I do still think, though, that the jump falling time is too high, but... Wait a minute. Oh! Dude, guess what? What? Is this gonna be like last time? Oh, JK, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that to you again. Well, you kind of just did. I just want to test one thing here, though. If I set this to 0, can I still double jump? Oh, then what's... Oh, it's not based on that at all. It's not based on... Okay, it's not waiting the half a second, but it still is allowing me to double jump. So can jump isn't properly being disabled when it... when that happens. So how do I make sure that it does happen? So when we jump and can jump... Oh, this shouldn't be happening. Oops. I'm just realizing this shouldn't be... This is still calling itself in a way I don't want. So otherwise... So if can... If... Hold on. Hold on. So if we are on the ground, can jump equals true. Otherwise, and I want to make sure that can jump is already false. Okay. Oh, you're over here with jump and everything, and my character controller can barely move. Oh no. Well, barely would imply that it can move a little bit, so there's that. Maybe that's an accomplishment, possibly. Also, although I am still struggling with jumping right now, I'm having a bug where he's jumping twice. Like he jumps, but then he still gets an extra jump for some reason. This like can jump variable isn't turning false properly, and I think that's because of the ground detection. Again, as I said, I think my theory is that how can I do that then? My theory is that when I hit space to jump, next frame he's going up, but he hasn't left the ground yet. So on collision,
or on trigger stay as being, oh, well, he's still in contact with the ground. So we're going to set is grounded back to true. Something. I'm also just realizing I can do, I just realized the way I can make on trigger stay so much, well, not a lot, but a little bit better. Oh, it is because I did all myself without watching in YouTube videos, and that's definitely a first. Woo! Cool. Awesome. I mean, right now I'm trying to do this based on my memory of when I've done these similar things before in other, mainly in an abstract adventure. The character movement for that's a 2D platformer, but like the moving and the jumping is like very, very close to being the same. So I could go look at that code and probably copy quite a lot from it, but I'm trying really hard to just not do that right now, just because, I don't know, because I can. But here I wanted to set if is grounded is false, and here's another performance tip for wait 1 second. Here's another thing. Is true, and that. Here's a performance tip. Here is that when you have if statements, you want to put the most low performance thing, high performance thing, the easiest thing to compute at the beginning of the if statement. So right here I have like if a Boolean, it just has to see is this Boolean true or false, and do all this crazy calculation stuff, is it equal not to 0, then do this. If when it does the if statement, if it goes through this and it's like, oh, this is true, so this is wrong, like this is not good. An and, like, oh, it's an and. Well, this and's gonna be false now because I already know that this isn't true, so I'm not even gonna bother computing this side of the and. So then it just doesn't even do that. So if you save computation performance-y stuff a little bit there. That's a thing at the back end of how if statements work with and statements and or statements. And it does the same with or statements, because you know how if you have an or statement, it's like you could this or this or this or this, only one of them needs to be true for it all to be true. If it finds one that's true, then it just doesn't bother computing the rest of the things because it doesn't need to. So that's an interesting little tidbit there. So then generally to work with that, you want, I guess, like the easiest, lowest, computational thing on the left, and I guess you slowly go from like easiest to hardest, I guess. So that's a little thing. And the same thing is like with ifs and then else ifs and all that stuff. Actually it's the same where like if an if statement is true, then it doesn't bother calculating the else if stuff because there's no point in doing that. It's kind of the same sort of thing. Yeah. Anywho, I still haven't solved my bug though. This just made this slightly more better on performance, but it didn't actually solve my bug. Okay. So somehow I need to, and I might have to solve this with Raycast stuff. So I need to, what if I can only be made is grounded if I'm moving down? Because if I maybe that would be something. So unless I'm already grounded, in which I don't bother with that. But but then what if I'm moving up a slope? Well, still, I don't know if that would really be a problem though, because I'm not gonna hit the slope midair while moving up, I don't think. I have to think about this just to be careful, because I have a potential solution I could implement, but I'm trying to think ahead of like, will this cause more bugs? I guess I'll try it now, and if it does, then I'll try to deal with them then. So my idea is, if we are moving up, if this rigid body's velocity is moving up, then don't, what am I trying to say? If this rigid body is moving up, then it can't be made to be grounded because it's moving up. In this case, that means that the ground detection is going to need the rigid body from the parent. I guess that's okay. I don't really have a better way around that. Okay. Also, I'm gonna do this. This is grounded. Should be. It's meant to be a public but hide in inspector.
I mean, if I was doing like proper, I think the proper coding thing is like if you're gonna do this, you should have like a get method, like have character ground detection dot get is grounded, but I just got some ice cream, cool Alzios. I have ice cream over there I could get, but I'm not in my mini fridge. But I'm not doing that right now. Private. What am I doing? So, private. What was I just? I was just saying about what I was going to do. Oh, I need a rigid body reference. That's what I'm getting. And then this is going to have RB equals get component in parent, not just get component. Or to that. Okay, actually, wait, no. Ooh, I have a better solution that might actually be better. The only reason we're going to be moving up... Well, actually, no, wait, hold on. As I said, if I had, like, wind that makes you leave the ground... No, then on the exit stuff should still work for that, right? Yeah, no. So better idea than what I'm doing, because this solution might work, but it might cause some problems with slopes later on. What if rather than just testing if I'm moving up, I specifically have some kind of like a Boolean. Wait, so I make actually also a public, but Boolean here. That's like something that's like has jumped. The Boolean that's like that is saved for a little bit. That's like we just jumped. Do not ground us. Yeah, that should help with this because so just jumped, I guess. And the jump thing is gonna set this. So if we are not grounded and we did not just jump on exit. I don't care about just jump. It'll still like disable. Right? Yeah. So if we're not grounded, so we're in the air, potentially, and we did not just jump, and what we collided with was on the environment layer, then do all this stuff. Or what we just entered the trigger of was in the environment layer. Actually, okay, I don't know how intensive the computation of this stuff is, but I know having like a physics.raycast, that's a lot worse on computation. So that's why if you're gonna have like if physics.raycast blah and whatever, you want to have that like at the end, if possible. So this though is gonna get set in character jump. Although I guess I'm gonna go. Actually, no, I'll set it here because that would make more sense. So this get this, but then it dot just jumped is false. Because the jump controller is going to deal with that. And I know I could have just jump be a variable here that the ground detection script accesses, but as I said before, I don't like that double way referencing. I'd rather, only have it be one way. That's better to code. So then here, anyway, so this just jumped is false. So when we jump, I have to figure out how long do I wait before I set it to false. Public, that's gonna be a float. I think it's gonna be like 1 second. Just jumped time. I think that's gonna be, and it only should actually it might only be half a second. I don't know. As long as like, the only thing that matters is it can be a long time. It just needs to have run out before the player hits the ground again. So technically, it just needs to be shorter than what their usual air time will be. But realistically, I want it to be kind of as short as possible because it, in case of if they jump up, if they're jumping up onto a platform, I need to. There are things that can make it so that they're in the air for less time. Although because of the on trigger state, it should still fix itself. If let's say they jump and this just jumped, so they land on a platform, but just jumped is still true. They won't be able to jump right then. But then as soon as just jump becomes false, they will then be able to jump again then, so it won't break it. It might mean that like they hit a platform, they won't be able to jump right away, but it won't have where sometimes I'm having some things breaking where then they're on ground for a long time, but they just can't jump because collision stuff just broke. Didn't work right. Okay. So on this, so if we jump down and we can jump, then we're jumping. I'm manually setting this to false. Although I suppose I don't really need to. The on collision exit should be dealing with this for me, but I'm going to do it for it here anyway, just to make sure that it's working the way I want it to. Then just jumped. Oh. Character ground detection dot just jumped equals true. And then I need another coroutine to set it to false. Wait, no. What do I call this? I almost want to call this just jumped. Oh, come on. Okay. In that case, actually, maybe I'll go just from here. Start coroutine. Just jumped. And then here go this yield. Whoa. Remember how getting the character to move was really easy, and then now we're having so much stuff here involved with jumping? Well, I mean, actually, we could still do more stuff with the moving. Like, I mean, to be fair, we got jumping to work really easily. It's just now all of this fine-tuning and making it better that is taking more work, so this is like kind of polish-esque. Return, so yield return, new, wait for seconds, the just jumped time, and then set this to false. Okay. This is something I didn't even have in my other player thing. I don't remember how I got around that problem over there. This is just something I just thought of now. So, that's that. Okay, so this should work, I think. Just jumped. It won't happen in wait to jump here. And then in the ground detection, it uses just jumped. Okay, let's test that. So this should solve our double jump problem. And I should be able to set this to something like well, let's try 1 second. But realistically, I should be able to set to something like 0.5. It only needs to be set for like a few frames, and that should fix our problem. Yeah, we can't double jump. Yeah. Okay, so now let me just test. Basically, how low can I set this for it to still work? Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, now just out of curiosity, if I set it to like really low, is there a point where it stops working? No, it still works there, but just to be on like the safe side of whatever could break. So just 0.1 should work. Apparently. Beautiful. Okay, one thing I'm curious of, I have a slope here. How do we slide on slopes? Let me just see what moving up slopes is like. So just hitting something at that angle doesn't work. This we kind of bounce off of. Interesting. Fascinating. This is basically like the same thing, right? Okay, I was worried a bit of it if this would be a problem if like we hit this at an angle and could like run up it. If we could, that would be a potential problem. Because then if you have like a wall that's like slightly angled and you have to run up the wall, that sounds very bug prone. Okay, cool. This is all working. Woo. Okay, so maybe I also should have more of like these kind of platforms pasted around here if I'm gonna do this. This isn't really meant to be the test environment yet. This is just the movement testing environment. I'll make more of an actual, I mean, ideally I'll make more of an actual obstacle course thing later, but just kind of want to maybe have different things here, just because I can. And actually, maybe I'm going to make this not the same color as the ground. Actually, this is the only thing green in the level. I can make something else green. You can't really see that the player's green right now. That green, and then go make this blue. Actually, then make this blue. Why is there like basically, there's not that much blue in the level? Okay. And then maybe make this orange. I don't know. Being indecisive. Or maybe I make this the same purple. Just see how that looks. I don't know. Being the same color. Okay. Actually, I almost don't like it. Maybe change back to red. Yeah. Okay. So the other thing I would like to do. Okay, so 2 more things I'd like to do in the immediate right now. Is to do. I want to do the if you press the jump button like right before you hit the ground, it almost like holds that input so that when you then hit the ground, it jumps immediately. And I want since I didn't even finish setting up this low jumping. So when you this kind of low jumping thing. So I want to do both of those. I should probably do this one first because this one's more important for making the jump feel better. So, but how do I do that again? Okay, I can remember this. So if we press the jump down button and we can jump, this will activate initial jumping. But then I go now if, oh shoot. Okay, alright, I forgot about one thing. So this is fine. Oh wait, in the turning, actually I don't have this fine. Oh, I have, not this, can't. This is a problem, or this isn't optimal because this is running in the equivalent of update rather than fixed update. Wait, do I have that happening in the move as well? No, I do that here. Oh yeah, this is how I do this. Okay. Yeah, so I should do this in a similar way. So the adding force constantly is happening in fixed update rather than normal update. You don't really notice it in game mode, but I think it's better on performance and it will be better for physicsy things. And this could potentially make things jittery if I don't do this, maybe, even though it doesn't, not noticing it yet here. In fact, I also don't know if we should even just have like normal, like a one-time call to add force. I don't think that needs to be in fixed update if it's just a one-time thing. I think it's just the being called multiple times a frame that needs to do that. Okay, so I want to choose a fixed update. I'll do it for the turn first because I meant to. So here, I'm going to copy basically what I did here, right? Have now another Boolean here. That I'm setting to, well, this horizontal that I'm setting like this. Well, I can't go horizontal equals horizontal. I mean, I can equals. I don't know if it recognizes like that this is this. I need to name this something else. What do I name this? Name this wouldn't be 0. Well, actually, I do need to be 0, I guess. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. What do I call? Input. Whoop. Float. Something along those lines, which almost makes me think that I want to set, I know this is fine because it's unique, but I guess in other cases I'll put like the name of this being input blah 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 blah. Actually no, I think I'm going to do that anyway. Input front, input back, input left, input right. Probably, yeah, just to be consistent or something. Not that that matters too much, but I guess here I am doing it. So back. Okay, and then in jump, basically doing the same thing. So jump one's getting complicated. So I don't know how to also order these variables sometimes. I usually kind of like to order them almost by like section, but a lot of this is very like interweaving. Whatever. Anyways, public or private. Actually, this is going to be bool jump input. I only need the jump held input. I don't need the jump press input as a thing, and I don't want it as a single thing because this is another thing that can be a problem that can happen is if you try to get input in fixed update, you sometimes can miss inputs from just .get key down. You'll be fine on just like the get key, the held one, but if you try to get input through fixed update, you'll sometimes drop that
input, which is why as well, working off of that, you don't necessarily want to get the input for a get key down and a get key up. You don't want to get that input in update to then do something with it in fixed update, because then you're still potentially going to have that problem because of the way that update and fixed updates run at different rates. You can miss those inputs. That's something I've learned the hard way, and I've struggled so much with that. So you need to, and one thing you could do is do something. Well, do some crazy thing of like if they hit jump button, then like wait till fixed update and then do something like that somehow. But you want to make sure that because that get key down will for one frame be true. So if you could have update, this happened, it's true now, then update happens again, now it's false, and then fixed update. That can happen if your fixed time step thing is too slow to keep up with that. If you have two updates happen before a fixed update, and you can also have multiple fixed updates happen before an update. It depends on the numbers that you set of how often it runs. It's really weird. Yeah, a lot of that can be done in the new input system. Hello, new person. Ham hat witch without the code. Yeah, I've heard that there's a new input system thing. I haven't dabbled too much in it yet, but the problems I was just saying about some of my past experiences. Right now, I'm in the middle of doing something where that's not a problem. Thankfully, well, I know how to work around it now, thankfully. But yeah, I have yet to experience with the new input system, but I will at some point. I just haven't yet. Right now, I'm working on kind of a school project thing. That's a Unity project where we're going to be making an AI chase thing. So right now, and it looks not too great, but we have a player moving or turning around. Oh, I should also mention that this school project is kind of assuming very little knowledge of Unity, if at all, but I've been doing this for 6 years, so yeah, then I guess the old input system is fine. I will experiment with the new input system at one point. I've heard that it's complicated and confusing potentially. Oh, what happened to the turning? Wait, no. The turning was just working. Oh, wait. Speaking of inputs, wait, no, I didn't change anything with that. Did I? Oh, no, I did. Maybe with... I changed something. I'll figure that out in a second. Actually, okay, no. Specifically, what I did is, hold on. Let me double check that. If I do this real quick, yeah, I think that this is a problem with exactly what I just said. You're not having. I'll figure this out in a moment. But okay, there the turning is fixed, but that means that right now I have rigid body code running in normal update rather than fixed update, which is not optimal. I'll fix that in a second, but. Right now, yeah, we have a character that can run around and jump. The jumping is kind of in progress, but I've been doing some quality of life things like being able to fall off the platform and still jump for a second after you have left the platform. Did some stuff for ground detection and all that. I only started working on this literally today, in the last few hours. So this is what I've made in only a few hours of doing this. But we have a lot of where this will potentially be going. I'm going to be making an AI thing where you're, it's like a tag type thing where you're chasing an AI around a map. Fair enough? Yeah. It's going to be like an AI thing where you're chasing an AI around a map. It's like a tag thing, and then it's chasing you. 5-minute match, and then whoever has been not it the longest wins. And then there's potentially going to be different levels of this. We've been planning things and experimenting with random ideas, especially level mechanic ideas. Just might not implement all of these, just kind of jotting random ideas down as we've been coming up with potential things. Even hazards that just stun you, things like that. So this is where this is going. I've been doing game development stuff for 6 years, but yeah, this project thing assumes very little knowledge of Unity, but I'm taking it kind of above and beyond. So having fun doing that. And hopefully also we'll get some better art in this at some point. Right now it's all, Unity primitives. I do have, I've made some fancy art stuff before. I've made this in Blender. Took, 48 days from start to finish. That's an animated version of myself, including the lab coat. This is, currently my logo. And then I have, an environment that it's in here for my intro thing. So I could try making people in this style, or literally take this guy's model and
modify it to make a character for this game, both the you and the AI that you're chasing. So that might be where we'll see where this goes, and also potentially just stealing assets from my prior projects, like I don't know, like this submarine that I've made for a thing, different things. I make tutorials on YouTube, and each of these capsules is a reference to each tutorial that I've made, and hopefully each one I make, I kind of add a new one to the capsule and push everything down. So over time, these capsules like fill up more and more, which will be cool. That's the idea with that. Yeah, anywho. Okay, so back to what I was doing. What was I just doing? So, we're just kind of fine-tuning the player. We kind of just recently got... Well, okay, we've only been working on this for like a short amount of time. Ooh, I didn't know that. That's a cool idea. Oh, yeah, the capsule thing. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, ooh, I think it's neat. I'm aware that means I have to re-render those images each time, but like that's okay. It doesn't take that long. And it gives me an excuse to like... One thing I might also do is every time I go to re-render that, improve like one thing about like the character, improve like one thing about like the environment, or just like each time I do it, improve like something about the surrounding stuff. So then over time that stuff might become better too. Like one thing I kind of want to do is redo the lighting a bit in that, but yeah. Oh, that's part of an animation. I don't know if I didn't say that. Like this isn't just a still image. I have each of my videos has like an intro animation that's like 5 seconds, and then an outro animation that's like 20 seconds. Hold on. If you're curious, you don't have to go look up the videos. I can just load them up right now. So this has audio here. I don't have the files together because I put them together in my editing program. But like, here's the animation without the audio. It's just little like music. Yeah. And then following this is the outro. Yeah. Copied some like animations from the intro, but I was kind of running out of time from the deadline of when I wanted to get this done. This also would have music. I quite like the music of my outro. So then this part here is when you have like the YouTube end cards. That's why it's like purposely all slow. So this with the YouTube end cards going along like with the top parts of the screen. So yeah, that's it. I keep bringing this up because I spent 3 months making this. Both of these. Both the character took most of that time, the character and like animating it and like rigging it and all that, but then also having to make the environment stuff. But in all, this whole thing took 3 months to make. So yeah, that's that. Yeah, there's definitely some parts of it that are still like janky to be improved or whatever. But yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out, and yeah. And then as I said, a cool thing potentially is to over time keep improving things about this. Like one thing I would like to improve is when I was making this door at the beginning, I had no idea what to do with that. So over time, like that'd be one thing on like the redo list is do something better for that door, but it's like barely in the animation, so it's not that important. Redoing the lighting potentially, have it be more, I don't know, dynamic or something. Anyways, oh, not bad at all. Yeah, I think it's cool. Because also, I'm not that good of a 3D artist. Like that is easily the best, most coolest Blender thing I've ever made. Nothing else comes close. So yeah, that's that. Yeah. So maybe I'm hoping to potentially make some stuff to, well, when I get near the end of like the kind of the polished phase of this project, making some fancier art or whatever. We'll get to that point eventually. But one thing I could do, as I said, is basically just copy that character that was the animated me, and then use that as a base to make a different character out of it. I'd probably ditch the lab code. That lab code is a pain to animate, which is the way that I kind of had it. I'm not good at rigging. Rigging is like my worst thing that like with Blender, trying to rig characters, which then makes animating hard as well. But that lab code was difficult to get to like be all flowy. So, anyways, enough rambling of that. Back to my coding that I'm doing. So what was I just doing? So I was trying to just clean something up here. This add torque function, this function is being called in another script's update. So ideally, though, I don't want this add torque to be in fixed update like this. Although this is just okay. So I think I realized what is happening here. Okay, and actually I can almost save the hold on. Why are you freezing? Okay. If I put this, so as I had this here right now, it was dropping inputs like exactly that thing that I said like right when you came in, hat ham switch or hat ham witch. All right. Yeah. Sure. What am I doing? I was just. What am I doing? Okay. So I need to almost. Oh, it's not like this. I need to basically. No, wrong button. Store this input. Longer or something. Any inputs that's there, I need to make that reach fixed update. I'm blanking on the correct way of doing this. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go put it back how it was for now. This is more just a cleaning up thing. When I'll think of something eventually with that, but more so what I was trying to do, what I was in the middle of, I got sidetracked doing that cleaning up. What I was about to do was be having the jumping. One nice quality of life thing with platforming game things is that if a player is about to like hit the ground and they press the jump button, basically storing that input so that when they hit the ground they jump immediately. That's usually a good thing to have. And then the opposite side of that is what I've just finished programming, is that when they leave a platform jumping, or when they leave a platform, if they press the jump button like half a second or so after leaving the platform, they still jump. I just got that working, so now I'm doing the other half of that. So let's do that. And then I need to like fine tune a lot of the values of like the public variables and all that in the inspector to get like the jump speed and all that up to snuff. So it's actually like good. Okay, so with doing that, I need to have like. Oh, first of all, I'm gonna need the amount of time a public float for like. What do I call this? Jump. So like jumping, hitting the jump button, jump store time, and doing this a bit kind of out of order. I know for, like, I'm going to need an enumerator to store to like wait for that amount of time. Almost like wait to jump. I have wait to not jump and wait to jump. Not good at coming with names for these things, but it works. If it works, it works. So this is going to be equal to wait to jump when this gets called. It's going to be, I'm not sure, not that. I'm going to need, hold on. The jump held input, I'll need actually, private bool jump stored, and that's what's going to be get flipped each time. This is going to also be here. This equals true, and then, and that's going to be, that's just going to be an or thing in the other part of it. So this then wait for the amount of time. No, not like that. This wait for seconds. The stored time that I just made. Set this to false. Okay. Then we want to, when we jump, we go. So if jump down, or actually, okay, hold on. If I go, actually make this, let's try to make this more optimal rather than just doing it in a way that would be better. So I actually want to test if jump down is in general. If jump down, then we are going to then go if, or where is it? What was the variable? I keep forgetting. Do the store jump thing. Over here, I'm doing like a lot of things at once. Bear with me. So start this, and then if can jump. So if we press the jump down button, then I want to store the jump input. Actually, I'm gonna call this actually store jump. That's a better name. Jump stored that. But then I also want to test for the for that input here. If actually no, wait. So if they press jump down, well, if store jump is true, I don't also want to jump there. Wait, hold on. Oh, I don't want to. Well, no, it's fine if I stop that early. Okay. So if they press jump down and a jump is not stored, Nope, jump stored. And jump is not stored. Then start storing the jump. And then now, if this will set jump... Actually, I don't know if they'll happen in time. So I might need to have it happen manually. Or have it happen here first and then do this, because I just don't know if that's going to happen. Because it's, like, IEnumerators can happen, like, kind of out of order. Then if jump stored and can jump, yeah, then do this, but then set jump stored equal to false. Whoops, I said jump stored. And then the coroutine will finish and just set it to false as well, so I don't need to stop the coroutine. It'll finish pretty fast. Now this should... Let me put these together. Actually, I'm also just going to maybe kind of organize that better like that. This should work, I think. I don't know if I've missed a part of that, but we're to find out. So this should make it that... I'm going to put this to something extra, like a lot. Oh, actually, I meant to... I put that down before. I didn't... that was when I was in play mode. So I'm putting this to something extra high just so I can test that it's working. So if I hit the jump button a second before I hit the ground, like a full second, I should jump the moment I hit the ground. Wait. Yeah, right? No, so, yeah, okay, it works. Yeah, it works. Okay. Cool. So I have the time set like a really extra, more than it needs to be, but it's working. The jumping itself still needs to be tweaked, but just the jumping in general is working. So that's cool. Next, well, first of all, I'm just going to put this a lot lower. Let me more so actually test that value. I think 0.1 will probably be fine. Just like a little bit. Right. Okay. So actually, no. This is the value that needs to be tweaked more once I get the falling speed or better. I'm about to make it so you probably like... I would like that you don't go up as fast and that you fall just a little bit slower, I think. So I'm gonna have to then tweak that value, but it existing now is good. I'm gonna put it at 0.2 for now based on how that was. Okay, so next, now I want to do something I started to do before, but yet another thing I kind of got sidetracked with doing, which is having a low jump multiplier thing, and this is how we're gonna do kind of like Mario Bros. Style jumping, where you can have like a low jump and a high jump depending on how long you hold the jump button. So with it, this is something I've done before, but not in a while, and I'm trying to remember if I remember how to do it without actually having to look it up or look at my old code. I think I can figure it out. So basically, you do something with. So I have the rigid body already. I need to go down to. Where is it? Here. So I want to do this in fixed update. So I already have a gravity multiplier affecting, just adding gravity to just the player. I could increase the gravity in like the physics settings, but I wanted the player to fall faster without making everything in the scene fall faster. So that's why it gets an additional gravity multiplier. So here I want to go something like, so if rb.velocity.y, so if we are, I want to do basically different things based on what, 0. I want to do something different. I want to basically add different amounts of speed depending on if we are moving up or if we're moving down. So if our y velocity is greater than 0, now if I have like moving platforms that are moving up, we'll see if that ends up being a problem or not. We'll get to that when we get there. But we'll assume this is gonna work for now. Oh. Hat Hamwich is falling. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. 18 followers. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you. This is only today is like the, woo, yeah. I see your emote and I will make the same face. Yeah. We are, today is the 1 week, I guess, anniversary of me starting streaming for the first time ever. And we already are at 18 followers. That's insane. That is crazy. And just yesterday I hit 600 subscribers on my YouTube channel, which is also really, really cool. It's all very, very cool. And I'm at a point where I have every requirement for with Twitch to get Twitch affiliate except for one, and that's the hitting 18 followers. This takes a second to update. I don't know why. Oh wait, do I have it?
I don't know why it's slow, but it updates eventually. I don't know. Wait, it'll update eventually. That's okay. But yeah, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Glad you enjoy my flubbering around of doing programming stuff and failing. Well, we'll be getting to the cool stuff eventually. Where this is going, well, actually, what I'm probably going to do very soon after I get this jumping kind of more tweaked, is actually getting an AI to work with this. And my idea for the AI, which I think will be just cool conceptually, is that I've made all these scripts that are generically named like character and not player. So character move, character turn, character jump, character ground detection, character turn. And then I have a player input function or a player input script, which gets the input from the player and then then calls different functions on these, like the character move, the character turn, the character jump, and all that. So my idea then is to then make an AI input that's then basically going to do the same thing, except rather than getting input from the player, it's going to do its AI calculations that I have an idea of how I'm going to kind of do. Hopefully, we'll figure that out. And then call these like character move with like the AI buttons. This will make it so that the AI and the player move the same for all intents and purposes. And they interact with everything like in the environment in the same way. But the AI is basically controlling something that is exactly like the player, but sort of the AI is almost like the AI is determining what buttons to press, and that's what I think is cool about it. It's like the AI is like going to look at the environment, look at where the player is, and this is a game of tags, which its goal is to get as far away from the player as possible with staying in the map. Or if it's then its goal is to run directly at the player. It's going to look at that information and then basically determine, like, press forward, press its equivalent of, like, the WASD keys, and, like, press its equivalent of, like, moving the mouse to turn left and right, and, like, press its equivalent of, like, the jump button to move around. And I think that'll be a neat thing to, if it works. That's the if it works. But I think I can do it. I hope I can. And I know I can do it in a very, very basic sense. It's going to be, the difference is going to be it looking good or not. But I'm hoping that it will. And then soon, we'll try to maybe move beyond primitive objects here, and also build more of an actual level. This was just one. It was potentially testing soon we'll be testing like jump heights and jump distances, but then also just having like something where I can see that the player's actually moving. But I would like to eventually get crazy with the actual environment. But the AI is also going to have to be able to handle that. But I have kind of an idea of how we can maybe get that to work. Hopefully. Might be being a bit overly ambitious, but we'll see how far we can get into it. But in a very general sense, I do think I can handle, if this was all flat, just having AI run away from player, and then if the player is it, AI running towards player, or other way around, I do think I can manage doing that. Anywho, yeah. So, I mean, just recently, I had a Unity project where I basically made I made like a game that runs completely in the editor, so you don't even go into play mode. It uses custom editor stuff and property drawers and scriptable objects to do like a little bit of a game in the editor, including the last like level of it is a maze game where there's like custom collision detection, basically. Because in the editor, you don't have access to really like on collision, enter, exit, rigid body, any of that stuff, or colliders, really. So I kind of had to do collision detection sort of manually for just the walls. It's not like full collision detection, but more just like moving in like a grid space that is the maze and detecting where walls are. So that was cool. If I tried to load it up right now, it would take like several minutes to actually load up the Unity project. So I'm not going to do that right now. But yeah. Okay. So let's do this though. Enough rambling from me. Okay. So rb.velocity.y. If it's greater than 0, greater than 0 means we're moving up. Less than 0 means we're moving down. I want to say, if it's greater than 0, and, okay. It says, this is for the low jump thing. Where's and? And, we are not currently holding the jump down button. And is this what I saved? No. Jump held input. I want this to save, where's that? Bool jump held. Bool jump held being, where do I get, okay. I'm just gonna do jump held input
equals jump held. Actually, no, just to be consistent with what I was doing before, this should be jump held. Wait, let me double check that I'm doing this the same as I did here. Input whatever, and then they just become variables here. So to be consistent with that, I should call this input jump down and input jump held. And then the actual then variable name here is just jump held. So let me just correct this. So this here should equal the variable name, the other one that actually persists. So then here, and so if we are moving up and we are not holding the jump button, then I want to apply an additional force moving down. This will make the low jump happen without it being instant. It won't be like as soon as we let go, we just like plummet necessarily, unless we set this value high enough. But it should still smooth out, but faster than if we completely hold the jump button. So this is going to be the low jump multiplier. Otherwise, fall multiplier. That was the other one I was missing. Yeah, that's otherwise apply an additional fall multiplier that is not present when we're moving upwards. That could help the smoothing out of the jump. So I don't have to have you rocket up into the air to get to the height that I want. I can have it smooth out more of the going up, like the two halves of the jump. The going up until we've hit like the peak of our jump, and the going down. I can make the going from the start of the jump to the peak. That happens slower, and then have once you hit the peak, the falling. I can have that be faster, as opposed to having them both be the same. Because right now I kind of that's a bit more of a problem. So, anyways, less rambling, more doing. So I need actually this to have same thing. This variable. I have it times 10 just so that the numbers in the inspector can be a bit smaller. Doesn't really. I could have not had the 10 there. It's just kind of a thing I like to have. So this is having then 3 add forces, but that's okay. They kind of multiply together. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could have had vector 3 down times this times gravity multiplier and this times gravity multiplier. Is that better on performance? Less add force calls. Actually, now that I think about it, might be better. So it might actually be better if I did this. No, because then this might not run. If this is, oh wait. No. These both cases will run always. So, whatever. I'll do it like this. Actually, no. No. I'd rather them be separate. Never mind. I take that back. I'd rather these be separate. Yeah. That's two just separate forces. Okay, so this now on the player. These are all called ground. Whatever, that's okay. And then further more as well, another cool thing I want to just try doing with this AI, as I said, like if I can get it to work with chasing the player and running away from the player, I want to see what it looks like if I then try to have two of these AIs and have them playing tag with each other. I think that could be a neat thing. Because I will have to basically make all that programming anyways, getting the AI to be able to chase the player and the AI to be able to run away from the player. If that works, then I should be able to have a second AI that they do the same thing with each other. It should theoretically work. So that'd be a cool thing just to play around with. And then furthermore, I can then extend that to actually like in the game having like a level where it's you versus two AIs. So like this 3-way tag match. And I could go however many I want. Oh, then can you imagine having like this huge field with like a 10 player like you and 10 like AIs? I can just keep multiplying it as much as I want. As much as performance will let me do, and having the actual like big map to support it. But it's conceptually possible. Once it's working for 2, I can conceptually add as many as I want, and the coding. I don't have to do any extra coding. I just have to duplicate prefabs. Oh, that's so cool if I can get that to work. Anyway, so this though. So low jump multiplier. Okay, this is gravity is 8. I don't know. Let's go like 4 and 4. These will probably eventually be different values. Now is the time where I think I have to do a lot of tweaking of values. Okay, well, wait, is this working? I barely noticed it, but I think the low jump multiplier is too low. Let me purposely put it like really high just so I can see that it's working. So if I hold it, yeah, okay, you can see it a little bit. It's really high, so it's not great. But like when I just tap the jump button, I barely jump up at all. When I hold it, I jump higher. And it's, yeah, so that works, but this shouldn't be nearly as high. Okay, and also now I should be able to have the gravity multiplier be less, and then the fall jump multiplier be higher. Oh, beautiful. Well, okay, sorry, this still needs to have more work, but it's, I like that you're not rocketing up as much at the beginning. But I would like now to fall a little faster. 4 maybe? No. Okay. Well. Okay. And yeah, no, that's not great. Was it maybe 3? Maybe. Okay. Or 2 and then a higher fall jump multiplier, maybe like 8. Okay. This is something. I can also play with the jump force. Okay, there's so many variables now that I have to play around with. So I think now is the best time to do that. So I'm just gonna copy this, go to here, and then update these base values, and then I'm gonna save the pre-value. I also purposely have the console behind my head just to not be blocking as much of the inspector. It's, well, a little bit is being blocked by chat, but it's fine, hopefully. Okay, so is there anything else, little things I want to do? I don't think so. So now I basically want to. Oh no, there's one thing I want to do. One little annoying thing is my my mouse when I'm trying to like look around. I want to make a thing where I can hit like make escape as like a toggle almost of the mouse being. Well, okay, no, actually, not as a toggle. I know a way I can disable the mouse when I'm in play mode, but then hit escape and have the mouse come back. And that is going to be through a new script because I think And eventually I'm going to do this with like a pause manager, but okay, let me just do this might be a temporary script for now. Just mouse hide. And I'll make more like folders once you have more scripts of like actually kind of categorizing them, but not yet. Why didn't that open this one? Thank you. Okay, so this one I'm gonna have a public pool of whether this one's actually no. Oh, or no. Okay. All I need here, I believe, is just there's a class for this. It's like mouse dot. What is the thing for? Oh no, it's cursor. Cursor is the word. Cursor dot. Visible equals false, and cursor dot lock state equals cursor lock mode dot confined or locked, maybe locked. Cursor dot visible or cursor dot lock state, etc. Yeah, I figured it out. Thanks. Okay, this and. But I want to have a way I can toggle this. Well, I mean I can toggle the script on and off, but yeah, let's do this. Although I think once I hit escape, then it stops working. So I might want to have that in update, but with a toggle. Okay, this is gonna be on a new empty game object for now. This might be more of a temporary thing that I kind of like. I delete the script once I. Well, no, I want it to always be off, but like I in developer mode want to be able to toggle that thing being on and off. Let's just call it mouse hide. Eventually, I think I'm going to have a pause menu, and I think I'll integrate this into that because it'll be for the pause menu that I'm going to like when you're in play mode, disable the mouse, or like when you're playing the game, like disable the mouse. When you hit escape or whatever to open the pause menu, then bring back the mouse. That'll be integrated into that. So this should just maybe work. Let's just see. Cool. Okay, that's better on my mouse. Now, if I hit escape, yeah, it comes back. But if I click back into this, then it does disappear on its own. Okay, beautiful. And then I can just turn off that like game object if I want it to not happen. Okay, this is better. So now I need to. Okay, this is gonna be difficult and it's gonna suck. But I need to. It's going to be difficult due to my indecisiveness. But now is the point where I think I need to. Fine-tune all of the character move. Oh, confined is to the window. Oh, that might be. Wait, yeah, that might be actually what I want. Doesn't confined though? Wait, isn't confined makes it locked puts it on a single point, so it like locks it to the center, and then confined makes it so it can't exit the window. Isn't that what that is? So in this case, I kind of want locked. Not that I don't know how much this actually matters once visible is false, but yeah, and just use. Window button escape in play mode. Yeah, I could do this, but also just hitting like the escape key is also doing this. But I think hitting escape to do this, I think only is something that works in the Unity editor. But eventually this will be replaced by when I make a pause menu, which I've made many pause menus before, so that's an easy thing to do for me. in a pause menu, when you hit escape to open up the pause menu, then it will bring back the mouse. Yeah, you need an actual system for the builds. Yeah. This is just like a for now kind of a thing. Okay, so in terms of moving, so I need to fine tune many things, but a lot of these are kind of dependent on each other because dealing with like increasing like the gravity multiplier might affect like, well actually no, everything's frictionless right now, so it won't affect things that much. Increasing drag will affect like everything, so I'm to be cautious of that. But now is the point where I want to fine tune this player movement to be good, and not just that. Oh, sorry, I want to do another thing first before I do that. Is I have these two blocks here. These are, I guess, what I'm testing with. I want to basically set like, well, I guess this block almost as like a marker, as like I want the player to be able to jump exactly like this high, and this is their maximum jump height. And then like from here to here, let's say, I want this to be their jump, how far they can jump, the maximum of that. So then when I'm building levels, I can then use something like this almost as like a ruler for like knowing how far the player can jump and how high they can jump without having to like test it every time. I should just know, okay, from here to here is how far the player can jump, so blah 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 blah. Not that like every jump needs to be this exact distance, but then I can know if like I want to make sure this gap is something the player cannot jump across. I just make it like longer than this effectively, with some wiggle room or whatever. But so at this point I want to decide what is that jump height and what is that jump distance. Right now I have it as, if the player is 2 blocks high, that's like 2 meters, they can jump, I guess if I'm going off of this, 3 meters high, and I guess this is 10 meters across. And I have to figure out like, is that what I want? Do I want them to be able to jump higher and further? I'm thinking this is definitely, so I want this to be fast. So I guess it depends on the game that you're making of like what you want with that. You might just want like that they can jump like a normal human height that you can jump, which is not 3 meters in the air. With this, I want this to be this kind of like fast-paced, you're chasing this AI, it's like fast-paced, don't stop, go, fast and whatever. So that's what I'm going for, which means that ideally quite a lot of jump height and quite a lot of jump distance. But like too much could be a problem. I don't want you to be like in the air all the time. Like if you can jump like really really far, that's a problem. If you can't jump far enough, then it like the jump not too good. So I'm thinking though, so maybe what, like double the player's height perhaps. Actually, maybe I make him I let him jump higher a bit. So how about can jump 4 blocks in the air, just moving random environmental stuff up. Can jump 4 blocks up, 4 meters by Unity units, and then can jump 10 meters across. I guess it makes sense they can jump further than they can jump up. So now I want to. Oh wait, does this make sense? Like to be able to say like I can jump high enough to get on top of that. That almost looks too high. If I'm up against this, ooh, maybe that is too high. Because I also want to be able to have like walls that the player can't jump over. So if the player can jump too high, that might make it difficult to kind of design around that. But so looking at this, yeah, this looks like too high that the player shouldn't necessarily be able to jump that high. And right now they definitely can. And then going across, does that look like too far of a distance? I think when you're running at full speed, if I increase the run speed, I think this might be fine as like a jump distance. But let me go back to, actually I can probably Control Z almost in the editor. Back to a moment ago, 3 meters high. Does this make sense? I'm trying to think also like, not just like, I can do whatever I want. Make a test runway to check it. This kind of is the test runway sort of thing. Well, I mean, I can make it wider, but it's simply the, this is the test height, and this is the test gap. Oh, but I think you're right in terms of actually, I think I see what you mean now. Well, first of all, let me undo this back to being 3. 4 was definitely too much. Oh wait, I already had done that. I don't know. Having an actual, not just this, but have an actual like straight away of what would be an example of proper level. Yeah, I see what you mean. That would be good to have. Here, let me build it. I don't want to delete any of this yet. Let me build this like based off of here. Now, one thing with this is you can't die in this game. Like, ideally, it's like more just in arena, so you're not going to fall to your death. If you fall, it's just to lower parts of the level, perhaps. Because I also don't want to have to deal with an AI having to respond and how that would work with this tag thing. So let me just, you know what works? If I just make this wider. Also, I should also mention that I'm using this as max jump height and max jump width. That doesn't mean that every jump will be this much. I can have jumps that are less. Just this is like maximums, I suppose. What was I just doing? So, oh no, this didn't undo. I thought it did for some reason. Okay, this, as I said, 3 and 3, and both of those going into the ground. But if I just make these wider, I have more room to jump. Okay, so just do this one really wide. 20, 30, just a, yeah, as you said, a big runway, kind of a thing. I'll move the player not there, and then we can also do cool like post-processing stuff to this later, but that's going to be, I mean, like a lot later of a thing. Actually, let me make all these 20. It becomes more of a, well, I don't know, wait, no, I wanted to, all right, 15. How about 15? Let me move this back a lot more. So as I said, I guess if this is going to be, oh, I need to, wait, why are you not actually matching the ground? What, 7.5, okay, sure. Whatever, okay, you can just keep this as a test level and then use it as an example for the live levels. That is the plan, yeah. Well, even more than that, I'm going to make ideally more of a test level than this. Right now, these were just random blocks. This was mainly to test like when I was moving, to be able to tell that I was actually moving. I want to actually make more of a proper test level before I make any real levels. And then more than that, I wanted to do a lot more actual, I guess, designing of the proper levels before I make them. Like, I have a big whiteboard here. Might use that potentially, or just like Photoshop or Paint. But I'd like to do, especially because what I have in these different levels, ideally there's going to be 3, I think. What I have in one level will kind of affect what's in another level in terms of just the difficulty scaling of like, okay, hold off on using this mechanic until level 2 if I decide to do that. So I kind of want to design all 3 levels before I actually build any of them, of the proper endgame levels. Or at least have them like 80% kind of made, or whatever. Why didn't, oh, did I, when I undid before and I undid too far apparently. Let me bring back the mouse hide. Or no, not like that. Okay, mouse hide, wow. Yeah, okay. Oh, and by the way, I didn't say that the, so when we develop more story for this game, the theming will kind of have to do, oh, that's an interesting idea, having a block in the air that you have to dodge. The theming will kind of have to do with like a spy breaking into a, villainy kind of hideout, and then you're chasing a villain trying to steal like military launch codes or something like that. Anyways, okay, so runway though, but yeah, so this though has jump height. Well, yeah, if I'm running into this, running around stuff, whatever, does this make sense? Wow. You jump up too fast. I'm having to fine tune a lot more values, but yeah. Okay, that works. It also definitely works if I do the whole the thing I said I made, where you can jump a second or so after you leave the ground. So that's a neat thing. Okay, so that's definitely first thing is that the player moves too slow. I would like the player to just move faster. So let's kind of do this one at a time, maybe. Get like a good move speed, then a good turn speed, then a good jumping everything, I guess. So just move speed in general. For tag, this is good, I think, maybe. Okay, I have to do maybe, I can see this being something to be tweaked with the collision detection of this, which, I mean, right now this is inside like a capsule. Eventually this will be inside a proper like human-y character of some kind, so I can play around more with that there. And actually, even the collider of the human character could be wider. That might fix that sort of stuff with the camera. It can be like wider than the model and wider than it currently is. Okay, but or is this too fast though? That's another thing I wanted. The one thing that could be a problem is that the faster the player is, the more level I have to make, I guess. Because like, how fast does it take? to traverse one side to the other. That's how long it took. And, well, but at the same time, I want it to be like fast is more interesting than slow, I guess. But I can make a big level. And ideally, also, you won't just be running from one side to the other. It'll be more, you know, jumping across obstacles, whatever. Whoa. Oh, that was interesting. What was that? That seems like something that's not good. Am I jumping off of that? Oh, because I said, wait, my ground detection is too wide. Let me fix that. I did set this up to, I think, 4. I have this ground detection thing. It was hitting that purple thing. I need to make it. Let's try like that. I don't want it to be too thin because I want you to still be. Hold up. Yeah. Actually, maybe I could make it super thin actually because of the. It might still be fine. I just want to make sure you can't jump off of this. I mean, this is set as in something on the environment layer, which is what it tests for if you can jump on something. So. No, okay, it seems to be better, I think. It's hard to tell. Whoa, oh, I almost fell off the level. Not that that matters, really, like, whatever, but... I probably will... You're not meant to fall off the level, but I might be a good bug prevention thing to make that if you do fall off the level, you spawn back in the level. But, like, you shouldn't... It shouldn't never happen, but just in case, just so you don't... Oh, just so you don't fall off to infinity. In a build of like someone else playing it, then just snap them back to being in the play area. It's probably do the same thing with the AI. Okay, so I'm just running around trying to get a good feel of like, is this good? I'm not too sure. One thing that definitely happened is that because you do fall slower. So because I increased the runs, kill planes basically. Yeah, exactly. Well, no. I will do it I could have a kill plane thing, but to have it be more bug proof or whatever, I'm probably gonna hard code like if the Y position of the player is less than like -100, then respawn them. That way, there's like no way that can fail. Even if they go like something happens, they go launched like really far out, and then they fall to infinity. That will like make sure that, and then that means that I have to make sure. No part of the proper level never goes below like -100, but that shouldn't happen. So I think I'm fine setting a bare, like an absolute like lowest point of the world that you're ever meant to be, and that should be okay. And if I really need to, I can then change that and make it even lower. Like even if I have it be like, I could have a kill plane and I could have like hard coded if you reach -1,000 on the Y-axis. But I would like to have something that is like looking at the Y position, making sure it doesn't get below a certain value. That seemed like good to have. Okay. Okay. So let me do more. The jumping. How's the turn speed? Is the turn speed good? I mean, if you just change your mouse settings, that would also like your mouse sensitivity will affect the turn speed. But just as a base, what I'm going off of right now, I can also make the up down turn speed be a different amount than the left right turn speed. I mean, right now. Also, I also have like when you turn, there is a bit of like slow down. Well, a little bit, not by much. When you turn, I can up and I can increase that and I can lower that. I mean, if I lower it too far, that's definitely a problem. If I go to like that's the angular drag that's doing that. If I put that to let's say 5. I don't think I want this. That is very slippery, I guess is how I describe that. Yeah. Okay, so, but I think the turn speed is pretty good. I don't know how much you need to, like, whip around real quick. I know, like, some games, I guess it's kind of a playstyle kind of thing. Some games, people prefer to have, like, a really low mouse sensitivity, and some people prefer to have a really high sensitivity. Like, you move the mouse a little bit, you're facing backwards, or, like, you have to move the mouse a lot just to, like, turn a little bit. So I guess it's a little bit of a personal preference thing, but as, like, a base value... I think this is fine. Actually, I might turn it up just the tiniest bit. Turn speed. Let's try that 10. That didn't seem like it changed anything. Did it? Hold on. Oh wait. Oh, I just have to turn it up a lot to have it be a noticeable difference. This is way too much. 20 then. This is if I'm trying to move it a little bit, then that's moving a lot. There's kind of like a maximum that this is. It feels like. Okay, no, I think it was better before. Back to, I think 8 was what this was at. Yeah, this is better. Okay, then jump force. And yes, I know I'm changing values here. That will undo when I go out of play mode, but I'm going to kind of like write them down in a notepad thing real quick and then go out of play mode, then fix them. Jump force then. So this is where, so right now I think you go up too quickly, so I need you to not launch up as quickly, which I think means I need a lower jump force, and then I need to mess around more with the gravity values, basically. So if I just have a jump force of, let's say 2, that might be too small, but then let me basically kind of undo all of the gravity multipliers. And then, well, actually, okay, I should have set them to 0 to truly undo them, but, and now go off of this. So this, if I want to be able to jump up to this, and obviously now this is very, not great, depending how it is. So if I want to be able to just jump up to this with like this very low jump force, is this fine also as a, okay, let's say 4. I don't know why I'm going up by 2s, I just am, I guess. Okay, that within a higher gravity multiplier? I don't know, okay, 10 might be too much, but... Okay, that feels more responsive, I guess. But let me put that now down to, I need almost like, oh, I'm catching up. I now have looking, movement, gravity, and jumping heat. Awesome, cool. Yeah, Austin's making a also a character type thing, and but he's using a character controller, whereas I'm doing everything with rigid bodies. If I have these two basically add up to the same thing, I think that, I don't know if that will actually work that way. But then I need the low jump. Oh wait, wrong one thing. I meant to do this. But then the low jump multiplier needs to be pretty high, I think. Okay, I barely notice a difference, but which means that the low jump multiplier might need to be even higher. Yeah, I prefer character controllers, but I haven't dabbled enough with rigid body controllers. I'm the opposite. I haven't dabbled that much with character controllers. I've mainly been doing stuff with rigid bodies. It does mean I have to do a lot more like finicky, or well, fine-tuning this like right now, what I'm doing. Actually, you might have to do this regardless, but in this case, it's dealing more with like the physics-y stuff. Like with a character controller, I don't know. I don't know. And you could definitely like program physics similar to this with just a character controller physics, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to fine-tune values. I'm definitely being indecisive with this, but this matters. This is important. This is anything is like the most important thing to get right in the entire game is that moving the character feels good. If moving the character does not feel good, then that's a problem. Even if, I mean, ideally also the levels are fun or whatever, but yeah. Okay, so this is definitely. Is the movement too fast? Maybe it is actually. Maybe it is just a tad too fast. Maybe I'll go 3. You also, okay, one thing to look at as well, the kind of friction almost. If like when I let go of a button, how fast does it take me to stop? That maybe should be a little bit higher. Oh, this okay. That means I'm increasing drag, which then means I now need to kind of rebalance like everything else, which is unfortunate, but true for first-person shooter movements, a lot more important. I'm doing a top-down-ish. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, yeah, it depends on what you're making, what type of controller thing you want to use. It's a lot of it is up to personal preference. That's the one thing a lot of times with programming is that there can be multiple solutions to a problem, and you have to find the best one that works for you. With me, with the I have more experience doing the rigid body based controllers, and 2, with other aspects of this game, like some of these other potential ideas for level mechanics. Some of them are more physics based, I guess, like an idea of having a spring that just launches you up. If I can get this working, making a spring launch you will be as easy as having a high rigid body at force
thing. I think, hopefully. And just stuff like that. Like conveyor belts. Like, actually, funny enough, a lot of these that are just affecting your movement is just going to be through more add force commands that at different speeds that hopefully should yeah, work well. We'll see. I might eat my words later on that, but for now. I think, okay, one other little thing, like right now when you're moving like forward like this, having more of like maybe a bit of a head bob could also make this more interesting. I think character controllers have head bobs by default. Is that a thing? Maybe, or maybe I'm mistaken on that. Or they have the option to, and also the stairs thing gives options to turn head bob off. Fair enough, but things like that could make this make some peeps sick. Fair enough. I don't think I'd do anything in like, yeah, don't. I guess go too far with it, but having, I don't know, more like little like polished things like that to make this more interesting could be beneficial or something along those lines. Okay, but this though, I keep moving around just trying to see like, yeah, does this feel good? What would I change about this? The turning is still all good, but then again, okay, changing the drag actually didn't affect the turning, really, but yeah, okay. And I can always, see, I can adjust it later to a point. Once I have a bunch of levels designed and, like, made, then I can't really change this because then I'd have to really, like, change a lot of the levels of, like, it would break a lot of, like, you know, platforms and all that sort of stuff. So I had to, there is a point of no return for this stuff. Well, unless I want to remake all the levels, which ideally that is not the case. Okay, so again, I think the jumping is still almost like shooting up too fast, and I need to lower the how far you fall. So let's try 3, and I'll lower gravity because now I've increased. Oh wait, now I've increased drag, which might mean I'm going to need a faster fall. I think the gravity multiplier can be lower. I need a faster fall multiplier. Like the going up, I don't need to be faster. I need the falling to be faster. But I need gravity to be a little bit faster. Okay, so. Okay, that, and then I also have to keep kind of, you know, have the camera look down to edit the values, but okay, fall. Wait, hold on. If I make this like, let me go back again to just making these all really small. In fact, let me just make them all 0 real quick, and just, hey, so this is how slow we fall with no. Nothing additional pulling us down other than just normal gravity, which is right now set to -10. I mean, it's slightly higher than 9.81. Yeah, okay, so that means that like anything I do now to tweak the value is not going to make us jump any lower than this. So if or any higher than this, which means if I want to, what am I saying? To jump higher, to have the jump height be higher, I need to make it hit. I need to make the jump force higher. So I'm doing that. Okay, and so I'm mainly trying to have it not look like I don't know, like the initial jump speed being too high, because you just kind of like shoot up and then like fall down. That is bad. Okay, so maybe this is fine for the going up. Obviously this is not a good jump right now, but just the going up speed seems all right. So now what if I just increase the fall oh, this should have just been fall multiplier, not fall jump modifier, but whatever. Wait, what? Oh, I have something wrong here. When I'm holding space, the fall multiplier is, I have this wrong. Oh, I'm just realizing the code is wrong for this. I need to fix that. Let me fix put in the values that are in here already. That's why some of this isn't working as I'm expecting it to. So 3, 8, 3, 0. I'd like to not be 0 values. I'd like to actually use them and not have just made them for nothing. Drag as well, actually. Okay. That's everything. Now, let me just. I'm going to put this on my second screen over here just so I can then see them and then see this and then update these to what they were. That was 10. Okay. Then move speed being 3, turn speed being 8, jump force being, so it's 3, 0, 10, 1, 0.5. Those ones are the same. Okay.
I will apply this that. Now I noticed the this I can also get rid of some of these update functions for now because I'm not using them. Let me get some of these that I'm not using. Get rid of some of these because that's proper code. I guess a lot of these I'm not using. Just do that real quick. This I will be using very shortly. So, okay, character jump. Where's character jump? This. So first of all, I noticed that, actually before I fix, when I rename the variable, it's kind of going to go away. I need to see what fall multiplier is right now. Well, I'm about to change it. So fall multiplier is 10. This was meant to just be fall, not fall jump. A naming change, but that wasn't the bug I'm going to try and find. So now, well, let me set this back to 10 because I think it's going to reset to 0 now. Yeah. Okay. I have that. So if our velocity is is greater than 0, so we're moving up, and we are not holding the jump button. So if we're moving up and we're not holding the jump button, then do the low jump multiplier. If we are falling, if the rigid body velocity.y is less than 0, then do the fault multiplier. But this is the bug here is that if we are holding the jump modifier, if we are holding the jump button, then fall multiplier is happening because the way this if statement is not set up right. Okay, so this is definitely a better way to set this up. But like otherwise, if we are still not holding jump held, this should happen even if we're this I'm gonna clean up in a second. But just getting kind of the logic here to make sure I'm understanding what I'm trying to do here correctly. So if our velocity, okay, this should happen if this is less than 0, and then we don't care about jump held. Actually, sorry, that's what this is. My bad. So in a sense, it's actually, so it's this. This is what's happening. So if this is greater than 0 and we are not holding jump help, do the low jump multiplier. If it's less than 0, use the fall multiplier, and then no matter what, use the gravity multiplier. But I feel like there's a better way I can be structuring this to use else statements, which actually I see what that is by just reversing, like having an if else in here. If I go this, else if this, right? That should do that. So now if our velocity is less than 0, you have the fall multiplier. If it is, so our velocity is greater than 0, so we're moving up from the jump, or anything, this should still be fine. And jump help is, and we are holding the jump button. We are not holding the jump button. So when we let go of the jump button and we're moving up, have an additional force be applied so that we have this low jump. And then no matter what happens, we also just apply gravity, this gravity multiplier. Okay. Makes sense? Maybe. I don't even know if I need that gravity multiplier anymore. I had it because that's what I had before from the thing I'm trying to remember that I was like copying initially. But I might not actually need it because with the way this is, I was noticing I might be keeping it at 0. Whatever I'll fine tune these values, and then whatever I've left at 0, I might just get rid of those variables. But I will keep them there for now. So we have this as our jump right now. Actually, this feels pretty fine. Actually, because now it's working. The code is working now more how I actually intended it to work. Oh, low jump isn't working because I didn't set that up right. Or I didn't set that to anything, really. So now, this is low jump. This is high jump. There's not that much of a difference, but it's noticeable enough. Let me just purposely set this to something ridiculous. So, super low jump. Except I'm not have it be that. I'm not going to keep being that high, but then low jump. So that's that. Okay, I'm going to turn that back down, though. Okay, so, but can I still make it on top of this? That was the thing. So I still can't, but is that fine? Wait, actually, there's still a bit of kind of hang at the top. I don't know if I want that. And that's going to... What may I do? No. Maybe I don't. Which means that is going to be fixed by increasing gravity. So you're running and then jump. Running, jump, whoosh. Running and jump. Is it fine if I can't jump this high? Is that too high, maybe? Should you only be able to jump as high as yourself, which would be 2 blocks, which I think this one is 2 blocks? Or actually, all of these cubes are 2 blocks high, so jumping on them makes sense, but not being able to jump up to there. You can jump on top of this and then jump up there. That's totally fine. Interesting. I mean, maybe that makes sense. So I can see this thing, and I can jump on top of it. I can see this, I can't jump on top of that. But does that make sense as a jump height? Let me play around with one thing. I just want to make this 4, just to see. I think this starts to go into the range of moving up too fast, as I said. This would get you up here, but just really try to fine tune, like, what exactly do I want out of the jump height and the jump distance? I don't know how much jumping there will be, but I think a reasonable amount, whatever that is. I don't know yet. Just playing around with this. So, yeah, I feel like this, you move up too quick. You kind of shoot up in the air too much, and I don't like that. This, on the other hand, you don't shoot up as much. You are in the air for kind of like just the right amount of time. The low jump, it's not that much of a difference, but I like that it's there. I think it does add makes the jumping feel more dynamic. Rather than you press the button and you are jumping a fixed amount, having just jumping a little bit less, if you so choose to, just to get back on the ground quickly, I guess. Will I add a crouch? I could add a crouch. That could be a thing. Ooh, that could be an interesting thing for the tag thing of, like, there's some things that you have to crouch under. Would you move slower when you're crouched? Or no. Even better. How about, because I was thinking maybe you crouch and then you move slower, but that would really, like, kill your speed. What about more of like a slide move, where you do this and then you kind of slide? If you hold the slide, then I don't know what would happen if you eventually stop because you're not running. Or maybe, what about instead of holding the slide button, you press the slide button, it puts you into a slide that lasts a second or so, and then you come out of it. So it's more of like a fixed time thing. That could be a fixed time thing. That's an interesting idea. If any of you have played Sonic Unleashed, or I think some of the earlier Sonic games, or sorry, the later Sonic games I guess have this, but I think it started in Sonic Unleashed. That has a the slide mechanic in that, but like in first person, the early mid 3D Sonics, yeah. For the record, the Xbox version of Sonic Unleashed is one of my favorite games ever, so that is that. The Wii version, on the other hand, well, actually, the Wii version was the first one I played. Until later, I discovered that the Xbox version existed. But no, I really like the Xbox version of it. I love the hub worlds, which is Unleashed and just after Adventure 2. Cool. Adventure 2, I also really like. I only 100%ed that like a few years ago, despite it being a game I had since my childhood. It was only like, not recently, but like some semi-recently, in the last like few years, or I think it was like last year, that I 100%ed Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. So that's a thing. And yeah, that was that. Actually, it was on. I 100%ed it on the Steam version of that. So I could open up Steam right now and be like, look, I have all the achievements. The chows just eat time. Yeah, that was also I did cheat to get the Chow Garden. I didn't like. I used glitches. I didn't actually like cheat. Well, I used glitches in the game, not hacking the game or whatever. So I did it legitimately using in-game functionality, which did involve still quite a bit of grinding. But even the rest of the game, the getting an A rank on every single level, every single mission of every single level, like that was something I'd never done as a kid. I hadn't even beaten every mission in every level. Okay. This movement I think it's pretty good. Yeah. But Sonic Unleashed though, I really like. In the next Sonic game, I want them to bring back hub worlds like that like Sonic Adventure 1 had, or like Sonic Unleashed had. I love hub worlds in games. For some reason, I always like when a game has a hub world in that sort of style, like what Super Mario 64 has, Super Mario Sunshine, Sonic SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, sort of I don't know, colors sort of ruined it as a series. Yeah, no, oh, yeah, for the record, yeah, like, more recent Sonic games are not very good. Yeah, Sonic Forces is terrible, apparently. I've never played it, but I saw basically a walkthrough of most of the game, just to see it, a game that I had no intention of playing. And oh my god, like, the how bad that game is. More specifically, I don't know if you've seen this potentially, but there's one cutscene. Let me find this real quick, because that is like, I don't understand how they thought they could release the game in this state. One moment. Sonic Forces. There's like this crowd shot. I'm going to go cutscenes or something like that. There's this one cutscene that is like, it's unfinished and it's hilarious, and yet it exists in the game. Here. Oh, I see it. Oh, no, I saw it. I just need to see the still frame of it. Okay. Spoilers of the game if you had any intentions of playing it, but it is a terrible game, so I'd recommend the contrary. There we go. Found it. Look at this. You see this crowd? You see how it's the same 5 models copy and pasted over and over again? How did they allow this to happen? Like, how? And why? I find this so hilarious, how terrible this is. I mean, whatever about, like, the gameplay also being bad, but just this is a big company, big AAA company, whatever, and they thought that this was a good idea. Even if the game was rushed, or what, I probably was, I don't know, but this is literally, like, it's the same few people just copy and pasted. This is something that I would do in, like, a weekend if I was just, like, trying to make up something real quick. They should have just added more colors. I know, like that. And the funny thing is, that makes this even more stupid, is this game has this whole, like, mechanic about, like, you customize this one character or whatever, and, like, they could have added, they could have done stuff with that to this crowd. Like, also notice how, like, all of these things, it's just like a model, like, they don't have any sort of, like, I don't know, any features that make them stand out in terms of, like, you can customize your own character in this game or whatever, and there's all these, like, customizable options without, you know, shirts and hats and whatever. You think you could have had some characters have that sort of stuff in the background of this. But no, apparently not. Also, that Sonic has broken animation. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's in the middle of running, but whatever. Yeah. It's also, actually, yeah, that classic Sonic being in this game makes no sense. Story-wise and, like, it's just like, you know, it worked in Sonic Generations, let's just do it again. Sure, okay. But no. That's my rant about that. I find it funny how sad that is. Yeah, anywho. But yeah, no, but Sonic Unleashed, though, I think was really good. A lot of people hate, like, the Werehog stuff. Not my favorite thing, but I don't know, something about the I guess, world of Sonic Unleashed that I really like. The, how there's the hub worlds of the different cities and all the people you talk to, and they have, like, all, you know, little missions, and, like, it has, like, it was solid, though, and made sense. Yeah, and, like, the story of it was, like, good, I guess. Well, no, it was. The intro of it, the intro of Sonic Unleashed being, like a really high production sort of thing that, like, looks really amazing, and there's none of that in Sonic Forces. That's another thing, if I'm going to bring up, this. So this versus, no, I'm going to bring this up again, over here. I mean, it's not like Sonic Unleashed. Nothing is going to be Sonic 06. Yeah, but at least, like, Sonic 06 has some things that are more, like, that could be considered fun about it. One second. Sonic, what was I trying to say? Sonic 06 can be fun in terms of how broken it is, I guess. But, like, Sonic Forces, I believe, is just kind of boring. Okay, Sonic, cutscenes. If I show you 2 screenshots, and I basically, like, which, it's majorly touted as the worst of all the Sonics, which is Sonic 06 or Sonic Forces? I believe you for either answer. 1 second, I will find this. 06? Yeah, okay, well, yeah, fair enough. like or 06 is, because it actually is an unfinished game. Whereas, actually, even this, right now I have a thing of Dr. Eggman, or Dr. Robotnik, whatever decade you're in. Say over here. Da 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 da. This. Wait, no, hold on. I'm trying to find thing and struggling to successfully find. Wait, hold on. Okay, not the best screenshot, but like, look at this. Wait, hold on, I can do this compared to this. Like, this is a game made in 2009. Sorry, I am a 90s kid and I remember him as Eggman. Well, in the 90s, he was also Dr. Robotnik, wasn't he? It was in the early 2000s that he became Dr. Eggman. Well, it was Sonic Adventure 1. It was the first game where they started that. But in Japan, it was like that from the beginning. I think in Japan, he was always Eggman. In the U.S., he was Robotnik, and then eventually they made him Eggman. I think. I could be completely wrong on that. But I know he is called Robotnik sometimes in Sonic Unleashed. Sorry, wait, Sonic. He's called Robotnik sometimes in Sonic Adventure 1. Sonic had the nickname of Eggman on shows and Robotnik in the games. Ah, okay, fair enough. Okay, well, also I realized I was blocking this, but, like, 2009, when did this game come out? Oh, 2017? Oh, well, okay, I thought it was more recent, but still, like, this is better. I mean, whatever, like, the context of the lighting or whatever, but, like, this is, I don't know, better, I would say. But also, there was one specific shot here. Right, oh, spoilers. This one, wait, this shot versus like anything in this game with the other characters, like I mean I am cherry picking a little bit. Like there's certain cutscenes in this game that are all like high quality and certain ones that like aren't, but still, this again game made a decade later basically. Yeah, I don't know. Me doing all the 3D. I'm trying. Okay, I'm not finding a good frame to pause on, but whatever. Wait. Oh yeah, I do agree. The brand beside the 2D scene has gone backwards. The what? The brand behind the 2D scene has gone backwards. I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry. Do you mean like since the 2D games, the games have gotten worse? Is that basically what you mean? But besides the 2D games. Has gone backwards. Yeah. Although, yeah, I'm personally not, I don't know. I'm not that much of a fan of 2D platformers. Well, that's funny because I'm kind of making one now. But, I mean, like, well, no, I can like 2D platformers. I shouldn't say I don't like them. I just, in generally, like 3D platformers so much more than 2D platformers. 3D Sonic's been worse. 2D scene has been the best since Mania. I haven't played Sonic Mania, but maybe I will at some point on this stream. Let me bring my face back. I took away my face for a minute because I couldn't, so you could see the thing. But let me go back to, I'm done with it. What do with this ranting, I guess. I was doing lame ass stuff earlier. But no, but generally, I don't know. I like 3D platformers a lot. Which also then, one thing that upsets me with Sonic Colors, is that so much of that game is 2D with the 3D graphics, which is like, and then all the 3D is mostly just like boost to win. So it's like Sonic Unleashed was like the last time when it kind of had more of that 3D. It's good if you've played either of 1 and 2 and Knuckles from the Sega Mega Drive. You'll love it. I have beaten all of like Sonic the Hedgehog 1, like the original. I played a little bit of Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I haven't beaten that one yet. Or like, I mean, this was like a while back. I don't know. Maybe I will at some point. But this was through an emulator as well. Although I beat Sonic the Hedgehog 1 without save states at all. I did it without running out of continues or anything. So I was happy with having done that. Cause yeah, Sonic 1, like it doesn't save it. Like if you get enough when you get a game over, then you have a certain number of continues. When you run out of continues, you have to start the whole game over. And I did get the true ending when I did do that. I got all the Chaos Emeralds or Chaos, whatever they're called in the first game. They're called something different, and there's 6 of them, I think. Are they called Chaos Emeralds? I think they actually look like emeralds in the very, very first one. And then they made them look more, whatever that shape is of what there is now. It's not an emerald. Emeralds are more usually like this shape. Like a, yeah, or something. I don't know. I don't know gems. whatever. Anyways, they called it, but they're not technically emeralds. Yeah. Closer to diamonds, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It is how it is. I don't know. They chose to name it that way and stuck with it, I suppose. Anyways, but yeah. YouTube channel called Game Theory has a good video on it. Ooh, I do watch. Well, I haven't watched Game Theory that much in like a while, but I used to be like, watching every video of theirs. It's a team doing it. But yeah, and Film Theory and Food Theory. I'm familiar with all of that, and GT Live. But I haven't watched this specific video of whatever you might be referring to. I love Game Theory, Film Theory, Food Theory. Matt Pat is great. Yes, he is. I just haven't, I've been busy, I'm doing all this stuff to really be watching YouTube all too much. Yes. So, yeah. And, yeah. What is your opinion of all his FNAF theories of that? I don't have a problem with it, and I don't see why people should have a problem with it. I don't know. Well, with stuff like that, there might be. I see you have some people. It's like, milking the series, whatever. I don't know, but he's too. I don't mind, but he's too into it. I don't know. My opinion, I guess, is that if it's something he enjoys making, then then I don't know. He should be allowed to make it. It's his YouTube videos. But I love Austin's rants when stuff gets super physicsy. I do quite like that when things get really more sciencey. Episodes about Minecraft. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know if I can think of my all-time favorite Game Theory episode off the top of my head. I don't know. But no, yeah, I do quite like a lot of his stuff, and Austin, all the different subgenres of also channel things that get posted on there. But I do think that in terms of if he enjoys making FNAF videos, then make as many as he wants to, I guess. Like me right now, I'm streaming whatever the heck I want. It's something I enjoy doing. I'll stream whatever I want. I guess I don't know. I mean, I guess it's different. It's because he's not it's not like he's selling the videos or anything. I guess he's making money off of it through ads and stuff. But it's not like a TV show or companies milking a franchise. I feel like it's different than that. If you're milking a franchise, you are it's like you're selling the same thing back to consumers over and over. With a YouTube video, for the most part, you're not paying for that. I mean, you could be paying for merch and YouTube Premium and all that. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I don't know why I decided to go on that rant, but I guess I did. Anyway, so this character thing, I been running around a lot with it, but I guess in terms of other YouTubers I watch right now, I guess my favorites would be Scott the Woz, Dark Viper AU, more that I'm forgetting right now off the top of my head, but yeah, that's that. I stream dev when I have more than just blocks to show. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I also basically just have blocks, but I'll be streaming this hopefully until I also have more than that. I do think that, in terms of improving my stream, getting more regular viewers or whatever, having a more interesting game that I'm working on will hopefully be something that can help with that, which hopefully we are approaching, maybe. As this game gets more developed, that would be a good thing. In fact, that's one thing I was considering doing, kind of in the back of my mind, is that usually you save the making everything look good until near the end of the game development, once all the programming's more there and all that. But I might purposely do some more of that polish beforehand just to make the game look better for working on with the stream and all that. So that's something I might do. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, I gotta get the AI thing working first. I guess I should get back to actually doing that. So I'm actually gonna move this down a bit. Right, what was I doing? So I was doing stuff with jump height things. Yeah, so do I think that this is good movement? What do you think? Is there anything for my running around that you would suggest of improvement? I'm thinking it's good. Shoot, I'd say it's looking pretty good. I'm thinking so too. I'm just thinking, is there any little things I want to tweak, with these variables? I'd run with it for now. Run with it, get it? Yeah, I think so too. and get some AI to see how it will work. Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. One thing I will do though. Well, okay. Let me double check that. Of the things I've been changing, I don't know if anything. Let me make sure this matches this, so things reset. I know what I set things to. So right now it is 3, 10, 10, 10, 2. Wait, what? No. Well, okay. Okay. This was of this script. This was from that script. This is from this script, and then up above, 8 and 10. Okay. That. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, there was things I would have had to change back. So 3. This was 10. Oh, and 2. Okay. So let's call that good enough for now. Oh wait, I said there was one thing I was going to change. I forgot what it was. Oh, the I want to. I can more so model this to what the player is looking like now, but I do want to get a good measure of, just so that I know for future reference of level stuff, of what is the jump height. So I have like jump height and jump length. So I have now as a block that the player can jump up 2 blocks. They cannot jump up 3 blocks. That's cool. I can work with that. In terms of jump distance, I can't make this distance. So let me find out what I can make and then see if it's good enough. So let me actually a way I can do this, maybe in a fast way. Let me go make this 5. Put this over here. Match this up with this. Basically like this. Have this one move it like in a bit, and basically have like 3 layers of like what I can make, and then like what I can't make, and something along those lines. So I know that as a baseline, I can't make this jump. I bet I can probably very easily make this, let's say this jump for sure. Put this as like a halfway point, and then that I can keep kind of modifying these just to see like how far actually can I jump, and then how many Unity units is that basically. And also the difference, I guess, between like a kind of a normal jump and like a really hard jump. Because not every jump will be the max jump distance, if that makes sense. So like this seems like, actually I can definitely make that jump with some leeway. So some beginner-y jumps like that. This one, I can make that jump. Okay. This one though, if I can't make that jump. Okay, let me just, okay. Maybe I should have a better way of how I go back around to this. Is that, oh. My mouse is over here, even though my mouse has been leaving the view, or I mean, not anymore now that I've clicked into it. Okay, never mind. But this, even if I do the whole like jumping at the end, no. So I 100% can't make a jump of 10 units. Good to know, I guess. Good to just make sure, I guess. So this one though, I can make quite easily. Let's just kind of test the boundaries of this. So this easy jump, let me line this up with this. How many blocks is this? Let me hide this real quick just so I can see this. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't like it being like a kind of an odd number like that. Although I think I made this with room to spare. If it's, here, let me hide the ground real quick just so I can kind of block it, so I can see this. Or, okay, I can kind of see the grid anyway. Here, let me go like this. So this is 8 blocks. And then let me just test 9 blocks, I guess. 9 units. I think I'll be happy with if the jumping is 8 blocks, I would prefer. Okay. So I can definitely make this jump. So this is the 8 block jump. Can I make this? I can, and like kind of barely. That I think is good. I don't need it to be a pixel perfect jump, but just like like this would be probably what I'd have as a max jump. I don't think I'd have any jumps that are the absolute maximum. So I think I'm fine with that, because this is also I'm utilizing the like leaving the platform and still having that little second jump. Now let me just, for the sake of knowledge, can I, if I like my absolute max jump distance, will this make 9 blocks? Okay, that looks like a no. Let me just kind of try again. Oops. Okay, so I'm happy with this. So this is, I can jump to, I'm saying blocks, it's whatever Unity units, which I believe is meters. So it's, okay, so I might be able to make that if I like, whatever like pixel perfect jumping, that seems like it could be makeable. But this is something I want to make sure I don't do. Good design, level design practice is that, I guess, now,
I don't want to have a jump that is this 9 units because this could look makeable. And if a player like is trying to jump this over and over, like, I can make this, and they keep trying over and over and they can't do it, that's kind of bad as like level design. I should have, if a jump is not makeable, it shouldn't be that close, I guess. And then if a jump is makeable, it should be like, yeah. Like I say, I shouldn't have a gap this wide, but this is perfect. And then even closer if I, yeah. Okay, so this is a good units of measurement now. So let me do this. So let me just double check. So it was, oh, this isn't exact. Let me make it so that it is exact. Why are you not? Okay, so that means I might actually be able to make the 9 block jump, but I can still just purposely never design something that's 9 blocks. Okay, so that's that. Can I now barely make this? Ooh, I can. Well, that's still, I barely can, and that's fine, I think. So again, as I said, I don't think I'm gonna, it's hard to make that jump. So I don't think I'm gonna make any jumps this pixel perfect. So sticking to this 8 blocks, I can make that pretty easily. Okay, sorry, a lot of rambling to not say a lot. Essentially, we now know, let me add this to the planning. I guess just max jump height 2 units. It's meters. I'll put meters. And then max jump length 8 meters. And I'm gonna put like 9 pixel perfect. So if I want to say that, if I want to jump you can barely make, it's going to be 8 meters or 2 meters high. If I want to jump that you definitely can't make, it should be 3 meters or taller, or it should be 10 meters or taller. Okay, I think that was important to go, like to just get that data, I guess, because that will make level design easier to, if I know now. And it was a nice number. Conveniently, it was 8 and 2. That's a lot nicer than like 7.25 blah 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 blah. It'll make this easier to design. I think it will. I'm hoping it will. Hopefully I didn't do that all for nothing. Anyways, okay, so now, now is the time that I think I'm going to try making the first stage of this AI. And I'm going to just get the movement kind of set up first. So I'm just going to hide these. And it's only going to kind of jump for now. Or, sorry, it's only going to move for now. Get it running on the ground. In fact, I actually might. The very first stage of this, I didn't mean to delete all that, is, H toggles hiding. I had no idea. Huh. That's useful. Wait, it hides them. Hold on, wait, are these still here in the Unity? Oh, it hides them, but they're still in the Unity scene. Oops, I want to actually disable them. So just on flat ground, let's get player and AI to, let's get the rest of this tag working. And that's going to mean hopefully them chasing each other and the actual like swapping of who's it and who's not it. I'm gonna have to, I guess, have some kind of way of, it is similar to Blender. Yeah, I know of that in Blender. I had no idea that it was a thing in Unity. I know that there's a thing here. I know about the eye icons up here. I just didn't know that I had the shortcut of H. Cool. So I'll go make sure this is over in. But So also now as I change code of things. Well, ideally, I want to make sure that, hello, William, hi. I want to make sure that the, what's it called? The values here should basically be the same for both the player and the AI. Okay, you just missed, one, I want to show this everything doesn't look all blank. Bam, I was doing some test level stuff, so that was all that. But now I just literally, as you joined, hit everything, because we're going to be actually building the AI. Ooh, very nice. Yeah. We're going to have a proper test level with like proper like gaps and things to run around and do things with. But now we have the player like moving and like feels nice. Okay, it's hard to, you know what, I want to show you this because I knew you were wanting to see this earlier, so I will repeat myself just a little bit, just to quickly like, I'm bringing back all the ground. I'm inside. Wait, pushed me out. Look at this moving. It's quite nice, I think. And then let me jump on this block. Ooh. We got moving and jumping and turning and all that. But let me actually like kind of jump up here. Whoosh, and then I was doing stuff of testing like jump distances and all that, and this is
quite cool. I think it feels satisfying to play and all that. And you got like, yeah, a low jump, a high jump. Like if you let go of the button early, you jump barely anything at all, and if you hold it, you kind of jump a bit higher. And yeah, this is cool. And I can continue to modify it, like tweak it later if I so desire, but I think it is in quite a good state right now. Okay, but now we're going to be doing the really cool thing, which is making an AI. So what do I call it? I could just call it AI. I'll just call it AI for now because I can't think of what better to call it. Prefab. So this first thing I want to do is make this a separate prefab. Good prefab variant. Nah, make it an original prefab. Just to, I've never really played around with prefab variants, so I don't want to mess with that yet. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna make it red, just to have there's the color variation. I should be able to remove the main camera. It shouldn't have a camera. Oh, let me open prefab. It won't have the camera, and now, but it will have the ground detection. Maybe I should set up like a prefab variant just to keep them safe. No. I want to purposely, like, if I decide that I want the AI to be more different, like if I want this AI for some reason to run slightly faster, I want to be able to do that without it being forced to match with the player. Okay, so now what I want to do is, so I have all these generic scripts that's like character move, character turn, character jump, and I have player input. I now want to basically swap this out for AI input, even though AI input isn't coded completely yet. Okay, I have to do this through here. Blah. And AI input, and I'm removing this one. So now we are going to code the AI that actually makes... So the AI is going to work very similar to the player. So the player, it gets the... Well, not very similar, it's going to do more, but like the player gets the inputs that are keyboard inputs and then passes those to the different character functions. So I'm actually going to start... Yeah, let's make it easier to kind of start off if I just kind of copy all this to the AI thing as a good kind of starting off point. But then rather than getting inputs from the keyboard, it's going to do its own calculations based on things about like the map and where the player is and all that, and whether it's it or not. And then and then be able to do that stuff. They'd be able to like kind of come up with its own inputs, its own equivalent of WASD or whatever, to decide how it wants to move around. So it's not going to have these. It's not going to have... It might have these. It's not going to have vertical input. The one thing it won't do is it doesn't need a camera to move. It will turn left and right, but it's not going to look up and down. It doesn't need to change anything with that, probably. So I don't need the vertical stuff. This is mouse, but oh, okay. So it does get references to all these, and then move input. It's not going to do... okay. So this will be complicated. This isn't going to be easy, but I will hopefully be able to do this. I have an idea of how I'm going to be able to do this in a very basic sense. Getting it to be more robust will be another challenge, but I'm going to start basically by doing this. So then it's not going to get camera turn, which means I'm also going to get rid of this. So essentially, this is what we're wanting to do now: is do AI stuff, and then it's going to decide what these front, back, left, right things are, and then do the same for these, and then even deciding if it wants to jump. I think this might be really hard, frankly. Well, no. If I can have, I think a lot of this might be set up more by having, maybe not so much with the AI, but having like triggers and stuff around the map. Like if I have a gap, like there's a platform here, there's a platform here that's intended to be something that the player would jump across. If I have a trigger on like both ends of it, and then the AI crosses those, that could trigger it to jump. So I could do stuff like that to cheat a little bit. It would require more setup with the actual environment, but that might be. But I need to do a lot of things for the AI to know what the environment looks like. So the first thing I'm going to do, the first step in the AI deciding what it's going to do is, it needs to look at that player. It needs the player's position. So I'm going to get a reference to the player. Do I want to do that? Do I want to do that after or before? Do that after. I'm getting references, and then getting references to external game objects. That's how I'm organizing this. So, no, just player. Private game object player. Game object. I think I might just need to transform. Transform. Yeah, transform player. I might need more things off of the player later on, but for now I will just do this. Oh.
I'm basically going to have a bunch of empty game objects on the map and have the AI decide which one it wants to move towards and then run towards that one. That's kind of what I'm going to do here. In fact, maybe it would be easier if I started with if the player is it, AI running towards the player. Would that be easier to test? That would be easier to start off with doing. Because it running towards the player or it choosing to run towards an empty game object, those will be similar. So maybe running towards the player will be... Although it choosing to run towards an empty game object, that's something that's not moving. If it's choosing to run towards the player, that's something that is moving. So it's gonna have to figure out stuff with that. It shouldn't. I will want to set up the empty game object system because if it's running at the player, it's not gonna make a beeline for the player because there's a wall in the way. It's just gonna run into the wall. My idea is basically making a mock pathfinding system. Where I'm gonna set up the empty game objects first. I'm gonna have to set up specially for each level, but that's okay. I was prepared to do this. So let me make an empty game object that's the parent object of all these. So let me go like AI path finding. I don't know what to call this, but then an actual. So that's just like the organizational thing. But then underneath, having a what do I call this? Just a AI pathfinding empty game. Just like a grid thing. Let's say let me go. Let me just call it pathfinding object. Something like that. So then I'm also going to give this probably like a thing like this. One of these custom doodads. Although when I zoom out too far, then I can't see it. Can I change that? I would like to. There are settings in like this. Team view camera speed, camera dynamic clipping. Could you not clip that, please? Do any of you watching know how I could potentially be able to see this from a distance? I would like to. Even if I set it to like one of these. I get that it's partially in the ground and that might be messing with it, but ideally I want to be able to be zoomed out really far and actually I don't know how much that's a problem. No clue? Fair enough. I can work without it for now. It would have just been like a nice to have kind of thing. So let me just start this to start off. Actually, hold on. Okay. Actually no, I don't want one here. The AI will actually be running towards this. Try pressing F, that usually fixes my clipping. It's still, well, I don't know if this is a special thing because it's like a UI gizmo thing. I don't know if, because even like, I think if over here the scene light, that goes away at a certain point. I don't know if there's a way to kind of increase. Nope, sadness. Fair enough. Okay, but it's okay. It's okay. I can work with it. Does this need to be in the ground? I will. Right now, the y-axis won't matter because I'm keeping everything to a solid plane. Later on, I might have to worry about the y-axis. For now, we're just going to code it. We're just going to get this to work based on a flat plane. So my idea is that, I guess actually this will need to be a prefab because I'm going to need to change things on this. So pathfinding object, which means I'm actually going to I'm going to need a script for this. It's just going to store information. I don't think there's going to be any really real coding on this. I just need, so each pathfinding object will know which pathfinding objects it's connected to, effectively. Rather than I can have this a grid system, and each one knows like the ones it's kind of near. But if I want to, let's say, have a wall in the way, like let me go. Hold on, path. Let me just make the script, and then I can point things out with actual making game objects. Pathfinding object. Script that's on fun. Okay. So if I had one here, let's say it's here, whoops, here, here, here. Now, right now, I guess, in terms of it, this connecting thing that I'm going to set up that I think will be good for the AI thing. Okay, so this one is this one is connected to this one, this one's connected to this one. This one wouldn't be connected to this one. So this is connected to this, and this, so they're connected, each one is connected to the two beside this. But now, if I had a wall here, if I wanted to have a wall here, then I would specify this one is not connected to this one. So it's not a proximity thing. If I wanted to, it just shouldn't be a proximity thing. So if I have a wall here, then this one would be just connected to this one, and this one would only be connected to this one. So if I want to go, so basically the idea here is I want to basically path out this way of objects. I want to basically look at, so the AI will look at the player, and it will look at all of these empty game objects, and it's just going to just simply say, which of these game objects is the furthest from the player? Because that's where I want to go. I'm trying to get as far away from the player as possible. Which of these game objects is as far away from the player? And let's say it says that, I might zoom in on these again. This one is the furthest one away from the player. Then it wants to move towards that one, towards that game object. Now, if I just have it beeline towards that game object, that's not going to work too well. It's just going to potentially run into walls. So then I want it to go, basically pathfind, basically go, this one's connected to this one's connected to this is connected to this, all the way back to where it is. So then it kind of has this trail of, it makes this trail of like, which empty game objects it should go through to get to the one that's furthest away. And then as the player moves around, it will then be like, oh, now this is the furthest one away. Now this is the furthest one away. And that's the general idea. That's my idea. I have no idea if it'll work. I might run into a lot of problems with this. But that is my idea. When I was first planning this up of how am I actually going to get this AI to move around, this is my idea of how I'm going to set this up. And then for like jumping across gaps and all that, that would sort of be integrated into this. Where like, let's say this one and this one are separated by a gap. If it's a gap that's meant to be jumped across, then that's okay. I, as the programmer, or like me setting up the level, the game designer or whatever, I will still connect this one with this one. But then when the AI is running, let's say from here to here, then when it's going from this one to this one, it will reach that gap and then it will determine like, oh, I need to jump now. Maybe. So either I have like triggers at the end at those jump points, so that when it crosses those, it jumps through hitting those triggers. That would require me doing more stuff to set up with the level. Or I do when it's on collision exit runs from its ground detection, then it jumps. So anytime it is running, no, actually that's a bad idea. Because then if it could have on collision exit events where it's not actually where it shouldn't be jumping. So that could be a problem. I just thought about that, and that might be a problem. But so maybe I do it more coded into the map, where it has these specified, like what I'm going to call jump points, where when it enters this trigger, it jumps. So then I purposely place those by points where it should be jumping to get across gaps. And then as I make more like hazards or things to interact with, then I'm basically going to have these interact triggers of whenever it enters these triggers. Whenever it enters certain triggers, then it presses the interact button, and then it should interact with an object on its way to getting to this endpoint. So that's the idea. I don't know, we'll see how well this works, because it could also work and then look terrible. But hopefully it'll look good, because I'm hoping it will. Because one thing that could be a problem already is that if it's trying to go like in, let's say, game out, like if it's trying to go from here along this path, it does mean that it's not going to go like around smoothly. It's going to kind of go boop, 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 boop. And this is a dead end. Ideally, there's not going to be dead ends in the thing. Like, because once it gets to this one, it should move somewhere else. I guess that is one thing I need to do. Is like, if it gets to an empty game object... Actually, no, that should be fine. If it gets to an empty game object that it determines I'm as far away from the player as possible, it can stop moving. Because the player's not... That would indicate that the player's just not moving right now. Like, the player's on the other side of the map, so it's reached this point, and it's like, okay, I'll just sit here and twiddle my thumbs until the player starts moving, and then it starts moving again, potentially. Now that also would indicate, I would do that if it's like perfect AI difficulty. How I could introduce a lower level difficulty is by adding randomness into this, where maybe it's like, there's a random chance that it goes towards the farthest away one, or maybe it goes to a random one. And maybe I do that occasionally anyway. It's just, occasionally, based on some timer, it will just decide to go to a random empty game object instead. Which could mean that it just turns around and runs right into the player, which means I want the chance of that to be really low unless it's like the lowest level difficulty. I'm doing all this like thinking out loud. I'm kind of planning some of this sort of as I'm saying it. So I'm saying this to explain to my audience, but also to myself. Because I'm also now thinking like, oh, what if this might not work? Oh, this might not work. Oh, maybe I'll do this and this. Sort of going through like potential ideas of what I could do. And trying to plan this out before I go far into making it, because then I don't want to make it and then realize like, oh shoot, this isn't going to work because of X, Y, Z. But I think this could work. There's definitely like things I have to figure out. And maybe I could do some smoothing with it to some extent. Like as I said, if it has to go
it's easier to reason out things by talking about them to yourself or someone else. Exactly. Like the programmer rubber duck thing, you talk to a rubber duck to solve your problems. That's what I'm doing right now. You guys are my rubber ducks, apparently. Oh gosh, no. Call the rubber ducky method in programming. Exactly. Yeah, I saw that after I said the thing, so I know what you're talking about. Rubber ducky, yeah. That's, yeah. I solve a lot of problems. Actually, I do, like, even when I was not streaming, I would say, like, my problems out loud, kind of like this, to work through them, I suppose. But anyway, so one thing I could do, maybe I could try to figure out some way of, like, smoothing out some of the movement. Like, as I said, like, if it's trying to move, like, from here to here to here, I don't want it to beeline like this and skip one, because then, like, if there might be a wall here, but maybe it could try to, like, as it's running from this one to this one, it knows which one it's going to go to next, so maybe it could start to, like, round about like this, but I have to be really careful of that breaking things, because, like, as I said, if it goes from this one to this one to this one, but this is a gap to jump, I want it to run straight across that gap so it actually makes the jump. If it's trying to, like, jump and, like, turn around like this midair, it might not make the jump, and then that's a problem. So maybe for now, I won't worry about smoothing. I'll just let it go, like, here to exactly to here, exactly to here, exactly to here. This AI doesn't need to be, like, perfect, absolutely amazing. The better it is, the cooler it'll be, just for the sake of, like, how cool it'll be to just exist. But if it's not, like, top of the line, that's also okay. Now, in terms of path finding, that does mean I'm going to have to kind of route a path from the beginning to the end. I might actually pull out some shortest path algorithms. I've studied that a lot in school, and other algorithms of the like. But I have Google at my disposal. I know, like, it's like the Google Maps kind of problem of, like, you know, I'm trying to get from here to here. What's the shortest path? But I've had to do a lot of stuff with this problem in school, so I think I can, probably not off the top of my head, but I can do enough Googling to figure out how to do that kind of algorithm as fast as possible. And having done that, again, because this is an assignment I'm going to be submitting for school, being able to, like, go to, like, my teacher and be like, yeah, you know, I programmed a, you know, I put in a shortest path algorithm in this, that'll hopefully be able to, you know, that'd be cool to just have. I think Quicksort is, like, the fastest one, and it runs in n times log n time, I believe. That's time complexity. That's a thing that has to do with how fast programs run. Yeah. Now, and another thing is also, actually, one thing that is a thing is that, as I'm also still planning this out before I'm going to be coding it soon. Don't worry. I will be doing this soon. I just need to plan more of this out. With this fastest path algorithm, running it every single frame might be a lot. Might be, you know, like, not good on performance or whatever. Instead, maybe I run the algorithm each time it gets to a new empty game object. As long as they're spread out pretty, like, densely, like, if it's here and it decides it wants to run here, rather than, like, every frame it's calculating if it now needs to go somewhere new, it will just, it calculates it needs to go here. If there's a wall in the way, it paths it out like this. It will keep running until it reaches this one. Once it hits this one, now it goes, okay, now look at now rerun the algorithm. Maybe that might be a better way of doing it. And also, I don't know because those kinds of path finding algorithms can be somewhat, like, hardware intensive. Like, I don't know if it has the good enough performance to run that in a frame. So I could actually make a better idea. Better idea. Rather than doing it the way I just said, have it be like a coroutine, an asynchronous loop thing that is running the algorithm constantly. So that if it takes longer than a frame, it's fine. If it takes less than a frame, that's also fine. But basically just having this be running as a coroutine, and maybe it doesn't run at every frame, but, like, a coroutine that's like, wait a certain number of seconds, run the algorithm, wait a few seconds, run the algorithm. But basically having it outside of update is what I think would be good. So that if it doesn't bog down the performance of everything else by, like, oh, you know, this didn't finish yet, so we're not giving you the next frame. Because that would be a problem. Especially if I'm dealing with, like, while loops that then if there's an error and things run forever, that would be a problem. Yep, and have a breakpoint to stop it. Yes. Some kind of fail-safe would be good if things go wrong. But hopefully it doesn't happen. I have had cases where, you know, if you're not careful, you have a while loop in Unity, you go to run your game, everything freezes. If x equals true, break. That would be a good thing to do. But I have a case where I had, like, a while loop in update loop, and then something goes wrong, it repeats infinitely, and then it breaks. So Unity just like crashes basically, or it freezes, and you have to basically force close Unity. Anywho, let's start actually coding this. Before I do any of this, okay, it is going to move forward based on its turn direction, so it does also need to turn towards to where it's facing. Yeah. Or like I can't just as I'm about to say like just get the move code, like do it just the move then the turn. I kind of have to do the turn and move together because it needs to like, oh, I'm moving towards this game object, I need to like turn towards it and then hold W effectively. I don't know how much it would actually. Oh, after the while true, yield return new wait for seconds, then put the if after that, and then you can use stop/start coroutine to reuse it. Yes, yeah. So that's the idea. Hopefully, actually, like in a while loop, I can have yield return null, and that's actually that makes it actually no that would make the while loop run every frame. I have to look into whatever algorithm actually I'm going to be using for this. I don't know if the algorithm I'm going to be using will actually use while loops. I think I'm going to be using one that will probably have recursion, but I'll figure that out. I don't need to necessarily use the fastest pathfinding algorithm, but ideally I do, because why wouldn't I if well, depending on how hard it'll be to actually integrate into Unity. But anyways, so I know first I needed to set up the pathfinding, which I just made this. So this is more just a storing data. I don't know if there's really going to be things on here. Actually, you know what? Also, yeah, okay. It's still faster even at 0.1 versus 60 times a frame. Yeah. Yeah, having like getting the fastest algorithm I can would be good, and then, yeah. And even that, like, again, like, when it does the pathfinding, I can try and code it in a way that I almost don't care how fast it runs. It could take 60 frames a second. Yeah. Oh, I like that frog emote. Cool. But I almost, what was I about to say? I almost don't care. Like, I don't need this to run, like, get the algorithm to work and return a place to run to in less than a frame. It's okay if it takes multiple frames to update. Frankly, like with the AI. So that is one thing. I do have that leeway with my use case, because this isn't a GPS, this isn't Google Maps. It's okay if it takes a little bit to update. In fact, that can almost help with sort of the imperfections of the AI, that the AI isn't perfect in how it runs away from the player. But we'll see. Let's we needed to get it to work in a basic sense first before we make it better, I guess, before we add more of the bells and whistles. So the pathfinding object, though, it needs I think it's just going to have a public pathfinding object array connected objects. So it's just going to know which ones it's connected to. And I don't think I need anything else on here. Right? Maybe I will. I'm going to see. I'll be able to get its like position of where it is on the map. The other idea with this as well is if I start adding verticality to the levels, that's another thing where this system should still work. Of like, if this is up a slope, then like this one just isn't connected to this one. It'll run around and maybe up the slope. If even if this one's like above this one, if this is on another level, like, you know, well, like that's why I think this system would be pretty robust, is that even if I have this on another level like this, these two aren't necessarily connected, and the AI will know that, so it won't try to run from this one to this one. If it wants to get this one, then it's going to do the running around that it needs to do. Even if I had like a ladder here, so maybe, I'd have to figure that out more specifically. Well, I'd have like, if there's certain special interact with things, like let's say in order to get from this one to this one, you run over here, there's a ladder, and now you're at this one. I would have one of these be right at the ladder, and maybe even at the top of the ladder, just so it goes more specifically towards those things. And then once it hits the ladder, there will be an automatic like trigger thing, like the AI will know to interact with the ladder. I think I can do that. Anyways, though, so but first, before we do any of that, I need to get this to just work on flat ground, because that's the more important thing. And I mean, I could start duplicating all these around. I don't need this to be super complicated yet. In fact, I have this whole field being really dense. But I could just start off with this being a lot smaller. Let me make this like 20 by 20. Not that small. That is too small. 50 by 50 maybe. Yeah, that works. And then, because if it works on like a small scale, then ideally it'll work on a bigger scale. Well, to a degree. We'll see. I do have to figure out, I think it'll be easier to, like right now I'm kind of like, how far apart do I space the pathfinding objects? I do think that actually like when I make an actual level, figuring out where the pathfinding objects need to go will be almost easier, because in the actual thing I'll have more like corridor type things and like actual platforms rather than this big empty thing. But actually just spacing this part like this should be fine. Oops. Let me, I'd like to, for this, actually place them just more exactly, even though that doesn't matter that much. Because I can. Oh, I'm just realizing, in another, is this set to, I mean, I don't want, no, never mind. First thing, I thought the snapping tools was on something else, like was set to something different. Because in a different Unity project, I had changed it. Okay, so this, okay, actually, for the, no, okay, I'm gonna reset this up. This, I'd rather just, I'm gonna just have this be more grid-like. Go all the way across and then duplicate them all down. That'll be faster. To set this up. There, fast. And also, actually, the numbers happen to be, they happen to be perfect. Beautiful. The organization of like what these are called doesn't matter that much, but it's nice that these are slightly more in order than what they kind of would have been before. And also, again, I don't want these to be on a corner. They're not defining the edges. They're defining like places that it can actually run to. So that's a distinction to make. But this does mean that it's never going to run in the middle of these things. But that's okay for this, because this is like, again, a test playground thing. So if it wants to, ideally if these are all connected with no walls, if it wants to run here, it'll do, there might be multiple fastest paths, but it's going to do something like going boo, boo, boo. If I want it to be able to run through here, then I would just put more of these empty game objects in here. So then it could decide to go here, here, here. But yeah, and well, actually, okay, to be more specific, I could decide, actually, I very much can decide, as the way that they are connected. If I say this one is only connected to this one and this one, then it has to go kind of like this. If I say that this one is connected to this one, it could do this. So that's up to the flexibility of how I set up the empty game objects. So that's another thing there. So actually now I do need to add the pathfinding object thing, connected objects. So this is the one fortunate part, is that I do have to set this up manually. Do I? No, yeah, there's no way. I don't think there's any way I could set this up, like have it do it for me, because I can't just say like connect to the ones that are actually closest to you physically, because I don't know that. I don't know that this one should be connected to this one. So, I mean, I could have them like raycast each other, like if it can raycast to this one. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe I can. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, actually, I might be able to do this in a way that isn't, I was saying like, oh, there's no way I could raycast it. Maybe I can in Start, because the only, I mean, this should be the, wait, hold this, will this be a problem? This shouldn't be a problem. I think the only way, because ideally, if I can get this to set this up through code, that would be great, because then I don't have to do it manually, and then modifying these become really easy. If from one object, if it can somehow raycast to any of these, but then that will mean that, hold on, that might be tricky, because in the start function, that means that each of these is going to be trying to raycast to every single other one. That sounds really performance heavy for like on start, and I almost don't like that. If I set this up manually, then I won't have to worry about that. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, I was about to be like, oh, I have an idea, but I don't think I do. What if I did it in the as a custom editor thing, and then almost save that data? No, I feel like I'm trying to come up with complicated solutions. I can just think like this would almost work, but I feel like I can feel bugs happening from that. If I set it up manually, then I know everything's going to work exactly as I want. Okay, fine. It's fine. It won't take that long to do this. So, well, okay. I mean, right now I do have to set up for all of these. for 24. So apologies right now. I'm gonna have to just quickly go and do this manually. Okay. So this one is connected to 1 and 5. Whoops. Come on. This. And then, okay, one down, a bunch more to go. Undo this. So 1 is connected to 0, 6, and 2. 0, 6, and 2. The order doesn't matter. It just needs to know what the possible connections are. Okay, then 2 is connected to 2 is connected to 1, 7, and 3. 1, 7, 3. Been talking a lot. My throat is starting to hurt a little bit, but that's okay. I don't know when I'm going to be ending things off. It is almost 2 in the morning. I probably should be soon. I do have stuff I have to do tomorrow a bit, but let me find that. Hopefully. Okay, but I will hopefully be streaming tomorrow, but I have stuff to do in between. Yeah. Okay, so anyways, I just finished 2, so now 3. 3 is connected to 2, 8, and 4. This won't take that long. I mean, for the actual levels, it might take a while, but again, it's something I only have to do once. So hopefully it'll be fine. I mean, I don't know if there is a way that I could do this without these objects. If there's a way it could just look at the level and figure stuff out. But I feel like this is the best way that I can think of to do this in a way that will be very robust. So I can do a lot of crazy stuff with the level that the AI will be able to interact with, ideally. Okay, this was 3. Now onto 4. 4 is just connected to 3, 9. Onto 5. 5 is connected to. Wait, hold on. This. 5 is connected to 0, 6, and 10. And I could add the diagonals. I'll do that maybe later. For now, I'm just gonna put in the straight ones. So 5 is connected to 0, 6, and 10. No. I'm trying to think of maybe is there a way I could, rather than dragging all the references, can I name these objects in a way in which they know what they're connected to? But I don't think so. No. I was able to do something like that with my maze thing from before, but these won't always be in a grid like this. This is the only case where they will be in a grid like this. In an actual level, they will follow the curves of whatever path things. Like if I have corridors or whatever. Okay. So what was that? Where was I on? I just did 5. Okay, 6. Yeah, I keep thinking of other ways, other things to do this, but the faster I can get this done faster if I just sit down and just do it. Okay, so 1, 5, 7, and 11. Go to this one. Next is 7. 2, 6. 8 and 12. That was 7, so next is 8. 8 is connected to 8 is connected to. Oh, another cool thing this allows me to do, I didn't even realize, this allows me to do one-way connections if for some reason that was a thing. If this was on a high platform, so you can run off the platform to fall to this one, I can have one-way connections. I didn't even realize that. That's another bonus I get from doing it this way. So another little thing. That a raycast thing wouldn't work for that. Either they would both be connected to each other. Either way, it would be two-way or it would be none if I set it up like that, I think. So, yeah, no, this is better. Setting it manually, I think, kind of beats any alternative that I could try and come up with. That I can think of. Maybe if I could set up a custom editor thing where I try to match by raycast, click, and then I clean it up. Maybe, but I don't know. That just feels like, as I said, prone to bugs, and I'd probably have to be kind of going through all of them anyway. Anyways, so 8 is connected to 3, 7, 9, and 13, and then 9 is connected to. I hope this works. Also, I'm doing all this. I'm hoping this is actually gonna, it will actually work. 8, 14. Okay, next is 10 is down here. Also, right now, this is easy to see what things are connected to because I got this top-down view. Ideally, I want to make some levels that have more verticality to them, which will make this harder to kind of connect these, but hopefully I'll be able to, figure it out. Okay, so now 10 is connected to 5, 11, and 15. Then 11 is connected to 6, 10, 12, 16. And then 12 is connected to 7, 11, 13, and 17. Okay. 13. We're getting there. We're almost there. We're over the halfway point. So there's that. 13 is connected to 8, 12, 14, and 18. And again, just think of how cool this will be when it works. If it works. Like, I do think, I'm hoping this will look really cool. This will be a really, really cool thing if this actually functions like how it does in my head. But isn't that the case with like most indie game projects? Like, I had this really cool thing in my head. It'll be the next GTA 5, next Skyrim, and it's gonna be amazing. But then trying to actually make it takes so much longer than you think. Okay, almost there. So 16 next. Going 11, 15, 17, and 21. And then 17 is connected to 12, 16, 18, 22. I can play around with when I'm making actual levels, like how many of these do I actually need for the AI to function well? It will be kind of a thing where the more there are, well, the more I have to set up, but the more precision there will be in where the AI can move. Like ideally, I mean, the best case scenario would be that there would be like hundreds of these in like everywhere that the player can be essentially. But that also would be take a lot of computation, and also it would be a degree, a point where that would become unnecessary, I guess. Yeah. So. Okay. So that was 18. 19 is 14, 18, and 24. Hey, 24 is the last one. We can we're getting there. Okay, so now. Oh, and I should also I didn't even mention that these will also work when going towards the player. Ideally, oh shoot. Yeah, ideally the player will know. Okay, actually no, I know how this works. When it decides to taste the player, it will look at the player and then see like which of these empty game objects is closest to the player, and then path itself that way. And then when it determines that the player right now is closer to me than any of these empty game objects, that would also be closer to the player. Then it will beeline at the player, but that'll be when it's like right behind it. Which I don't know how terrifying that'll be to see the AI like rushing at you like that. I'm gonna get you. We'll see. Especially because you won't even be able to see it. You'll be running away from it, so it'll be behind you. You can turn around and like run backwards, but that's kind of funny. Maybe I make like a button that you press it and you swing around real quick. That could be a thing. Maybe, I don't know. I guess I don't want too many like unnecessary things. Like I said, I still might make like a slide move, but I figured this out with the player first. So that's the thing where if I make like a thing you have to crouch under or a slide under, because that would be cooler, I would then have to make make sure that the objects correlate with that. I also hope I can design a cool level. Are you gonna make it a spooky game? I don't think so, only because I'm a baby. No. I'm almost finished this. Yeah, I'm not good with horror games. I don't think I want to design it to purposely be creepy. It might just be unintentionally. I don't know if it'll be unintentionally a bit creepy to see the AI running at you. We'll see. But no, it's going to be more fun and actiony and not terrifying, hopefully. We'll see. I could make a spooky level, one of the levels being creepier than the others. I mean, that's the one thing I can do is if most of the levels are going to be like jungle gym, you can kind of see most of the level like a fluffy bunny chasing you. Not to that degree, but like, oh, I mean, or is that spooky? Is that your definition of spooky? But one thing that would make this scarier is so rather than having a big open jungle gym kind of thing where you can see like from one side of the map, you can see the other side of the map, so you can see where you need to go, you can kind of see where the AI is. If it was all super closed and like tight corridors, but like a lot of them, or becomes literally like a Pac-Man maze, so it becomes like Pac-Man in first person. If you have a HUD where you can see where the AI is, like where you can see up the map, then it wouldn't be as scary. But imagine running around in that and you have no idea where the AI is, but you know it's coming after you, and then you're running around trying to not like turn a corner and it be right there. That would be terrifying. But so terrifying that I kind of don't. I don't actually want to make that. Once I finish this, I'll give you the files and you can make the spooky game, and then you can sell it for tons of money. Good. Well, I mean, oh my god. You know what would be even scarier? What if I did this and I get this to work, do the thing I just said, and then put that in VR. VR thing where you're running away from stuff. That'd be a game. And then if I do that, I mean that's the one cool thing I can do with this is I can totally like finish this game for the school project. I think having something chasing you is inherently scary enough. Haha. I'm hoping I can make it not seem as scary. We'll see. I think I don't know. I think one thing is having a HUD, having a little like mini map in the lower like right screen or whatever. To be able to always know where the AI is relative to you, I think would help it make it less scary. I think this thing that becomes scary is like if you don't know where it is, but you know it's coming after you. So just the worry of like you'll turn a corner and it'll be like right there in your face. That to me seems like the scariest thing that could happen out of that. I could also make the level itself more spooky. Like you're running around a corner and you just get randomly jump scared from time to time from things that aren't the AI, or like. Randomly a thing opens beneath you, randomly, scary noises. Definitely there's things I can do to make it more horror-like. But I'm not going to do those things. No. Oh my god. The funniest thing with this is that, again, this is a school project, so this will be being submitted and a TA will be marking it. How hilarious would that be if I'm then forcing a TA marking this to sit through a horror game? That would be hilarious. But I'm not going to actually do that because I want to actually pass my class. But, just immediate F. I wonder if you would get scared of it if you made it yourself, though. It would be less scary for sure because I know the underlying thing of how it functions. But it wouldn't be not scary, I don't think. For me, anyway. Maybe. It depends on how I make it. Again, I think for me personally, as long as I know where it is, like having a mini map, I think I could be fine. But not knowing where it is, it's specifically the idea of I don't know where it is, I round a corner and it's right there. I think like that kind of jump scare. I don't think that would get old for me. Well, it would get old, but like that would be scary regardless of me knowing how it's programmed, I think. I mean, there's also, I guess, a difference between it being a capsule and it being a big monster or whatever. I mean, even still, like, no matter what it is, something, you turn the corner, it's right there and chasing you. I don't know. Something that you don't expect to be there. When you're not expecting it, it's even scarier, I guess. But what I was saying is, so this is for a school project. I should be continuing to do this while I'm talking. Let me, so 19 is connected to, I just did that, then I'm doing 20. What was I saying? But yeah, I'm seeing what you're saying, yeah. Wait, 20 is connected to 15 and 21. Once I finish this, I can do more with it after. I can finish it for the school project, and then after the fact, make turn it into a full game if I wanted to. Make more levels, make more a lot of things. Make it actually multiplayer. Imagine that you and another. That's another thing. Is like it's cool the idea of if I can make a cool AI, but just even if the game is fun enough, it could just be two real people going back and forth in this arena. That could be cool and fun enough. And again, I'm hoping to make multiple arenas. That'd be like there hopefully 3 levels. But I could then just, even if it's the same, you chasing an AI, the idea of just making more arenas that has more stuff you can interact with, more game. essentially. And then getting more crazier with what you can do in it would be cool. But I could totally like try and do that. That would be neat. Okay, did that. But I gotta make it first. I gotta make the rest of it first. And then I will be making more other projects in this class. So then that's the one thing that's kind of cool, is that I have a lot of like projects that I've like never finished or whatever that I'm hoping I'll return to one day. Doing these small projects for like this school stuff is forcing me to actually finish stuff, which is kind of cool. And then by the end of this, I'll have like, you know, a bunch of projects like under my belt that I could continue if I wanted to, polish them up and do that. And the projects basically get bigger from here. Well, I mean, this AI thing will be complicated, but ignoring just the AI, in this class at least, I'll be the project get bigger from what I did before, I guess. Like, well, one thing I still don't know what I'm doing with is that the third, or one of the later projects in this class is basically just gonna be a generic like make a game, make a big game. You've learned a lot of Unity stuff, now just make a game. A lot more free will, a lot more creative freedom than what I'm doing now. So I don't know what I'm going to be making for that yet, so I'll be playing around with that. But I could potentially, for that, take this and develop it a lot further. That was something we could potentially do. But at the same time, I kind of want to make another new thing. I could use parts of this, but I would like to make, ideally, a new thing, just so I can have more of these little projects. I had an idea, maybe, I'll play around with more ideas, but I had an idea that I might try to, if I can flesh it out, it's just basically like, a what if, like, can I flesh out this idea and it would become a cool game, a gameplay mechanic, is like a racing game, racing around a track, or you know, whatever. But then the gimmick is that the opponents, the other racers, are faster than you. Maybe just by a little bit, but they are faster than you. So you can't win by normal, conventional things. So then you have some other mechanic that allows you to beat them somehow. It's like, okay, what could this be? What could I do stuff with? So that could be like a weapon that you just, you know, cheat or whatever. Or maybe the tracks are designed that you have to like cheat and take shortcuts or whatever. So something along those lines. I was thinking of like, okay, what could I do? Could I do something with that? But that was an idea there. We'll see if I maybe can flesh it out. Or maybe I won't do that and I'll do something completely different. But that was more of a thought experiment of what could I do for that? And maybe it doesn't have to be a racing game, but like some other competition-esque thing where by default you're like at a disadvantage, but then you have some other thing that makes it an actual advantage or something like that. But something that leans towards like cheating sounds funny to me. Of like you're not good enough, so you just like cheat to win. I say cheat, but like cheating in the context of what it is, like a racing game, but when you're cheating by like taking shortcuts on the track that the other racers can't take. That's what I mean by cheating there. Okay, we did the setting up the objects. Okay, next. Next. So now we have the hard part, the really hard part. So, well, no, first we do this in stages. First, just getting it to move. Like let's skip the pathfinding and say that let's pretend it already found a path. Now let's get it to navigate that path. That's what we start with. No, before it navigates that path, just having a single game object that it's choosing, this is the one I want to head to right now. Get it to move towards that one from its current position. Do that first. Okay. So let me go. So this will need a reference to. Hold on. I'm trying to think of the best way to like structure this. Okay, so wait, this is the AI input. It's gonna have these things that's effectively gonna do that. It's like its input. Say mouse input. Maybe this should just be turn horizontal. I'll rename that later. So has a reference to the player because I need that to determine where it's going. Because also then there's the two parts of this of running away from the player and running towards the player. Right now, I think first I'm gonna set up the you chase the AI. Yeah, set up that part first, and then do it chasing you. Okay. So, I guess to start, let's just have because I can't think of a better way to start this. Let's just have a public, what was the script called? Pathfinding object. That pretend that this is the one that we want to head towards. That it did the pathfinding, and this is the one that it decided that we're going towards. And then I can like just fill in whatever one I want for now. Cur destination. Cur dest? Nah. So current destination, where it's trying to go. So let's just pretend that it do AI stuff. Let's pretend it did some of that AI stuff and determined, well, that this is where it wants to move. The position of this. Ignoring the Y position for now. I have to figure out like how I'm gonna manage that. But for now, let's just say it kind of ignores the Y position of these. So just the X and the Z. So, okay, so this is the part that is going to be more tricky. Is now, how do I say, how do I translate? Okay, so my initial idea that I'm now realizing isn't really going to work is that if I want it to turn correctly, is that let's say that it's here, actually as a very basic example. Let me get out the AI part. So AI input. Let's say that it wants to move to this one. This is step 1. It wants to move towards that one. If I want it to just move, so north, effectively. So what it should be doing is move the view, the horizontal thing, to face the object. Okay, that's a good start. So just turning to face it. Actually, effectively, that's all it needs to do. It needs to turn to face it, and then it needs to hold W. It does it ever really have a reason to hold in the other directions? I almost don't think so. Not that I can think of, unless I tried to do some more fancy AI stuff, where maybe it does just occasionally move side to side or something. But I worry about how that will look, because pretending, so right now it is just a capsule. In fact, I want to just do something preemptively, just so I can know that it's working. I'm just going to give it a front, so I can see when it turns, like what way it's facing in game. I'm looking for red. So wait, what way is it facing right now? It's facing that way, like north, I guess. I'm gonna have it start by facing the player. So right now it's facing this way. This is its forward direction. The blue axis here, or like that actually. Yeah. Let's see if that was local or not, because this is where the camera was before on the player. When I initially duplicated this, or right now on the player, the camera is facing the blue, right? Let me double check that. Yeah, the camera is facing the blue, so have the AI work the same. So this is going to be kind of front temp, and this is going to just kind of it's kind of, oh well, I didn't, okay, just kind of like front and top. Oh my god, it's Among Us. I mean, I have to do this now, don't I? That was not my intention, but yeah, you know what? I'm gonna leave it like that for now. That's kind of funny. Okay, so like that height is works. It's literally, and then a backpack. Oh yeah, I can oblige. Oh, and then go. Just kidding, psych. Are you sure about that? Hi, how are you? Oh, Linuxudable. Hi, Among Us. Oh yeah, you're seeing this now. I'm not making anything that has to do with Among Us, other than this. Red one sus, it's chasing us. Oh my god, it is. I'm literally making AI Among Us. It's fine, thanks. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks for dropping by the stream. We're trying to make, actually, let me show you this, because the movement of this is cool. I only started this today. We got like a thing where we can like move around and we can jump, and it's all like working good and being satisfying. We're basically making ultimate deathmatch tag. Yes. Well, okay. So essentially, we're gonna have an AI that chases us, and then we chase it, going back and forth, kind of a thing. And that's where we're in the middle of just about to set up, is getting the AI to work, very similar to the movement. Now, I was in the middle of just giving this capsule a thing so I can see the forward direction, and then it happened to look like Among Us, so then I went with that. And that was right when you came in. So yeah, that's that. We're gonna leave it like this for now because I think it's kind of funny. I've played Among Us, like, the number of times I've played Among Us I can count on my hand. This is this. I mean, it's funny because I am actually, like, yeah, the whole, like, chasing thing. I'm chasing it and it's chasing me. Well, right now we're making it running away from me. I'm setting up this, kind of mock pathfinding system that'll eventually support like verticality. That's also where we're going with this, and interacting with a lot of things. I did a moment ago. I had more kind of ground and stuff around to experiment with stuff, but right now I've just stripped all that away to just get this to work. To get this to work in like the most basic level, and then ramp it up from there of what this can do. Great debug scene, yeah. I could just place random cubes around. That was just to be able to, when I was running around, to be able to kind of test movement stuff, or to test like yeah, this is good. Okay, this is good. To test jumping and all that. I did I'm making more of a test level later potentially, but on the player over. Let me just move this kind of out here. I actually did do some testing of exactly how far the player can jump, and I was able to determine like the player can jump this far, but like not this far or whatever. Or no, it can jump. It can jump 2 blocks high, and it can jump 8 blocks out. That's its like max height and jump. So I did like a lot of testing like that to be able to that'll hopefully make levels easier to design later. But I do think that the the movement here is pretty satisfying, I guess. Oh look, there's hi. I will be I can push him. Oh my god, that's funny because he's not set up properly to handle that. He shouldn't be able to angle though. But I guess he can right now. This is funny. Okay. But yeah, so I do also have jumping. If you like press the if you let go of the jump button too early, like you it's like a low jump. If you hold it, you kind of jump a bit higher and longer. So I have all that kind of cool stuff. But I was testing stuff with like jump lengths earlier and like, oh yeah. So this is coming along. I just started this project today. It's for a school thing, but I'm kind of taking it in definitely further than I need to. So that's something. But anyways, let me strip away all of this. Now we're doing the problem of. So my idea is I'll recap this for you. Linuxy dabble. Linuxy dabble. I guess that's what I'm calling you. Or whatever. I don't know. So I have all these pathfinding objects that in an actual level it'll be more robust. It won't be a grid pattern like this. It'll go along the flow of like corridors and like platforms to jump across and all that. But each of these pathfinding objects is connected to, or it has a record of like what ones it's connected to. And let's say the AI is here and it decides it wants to move here. It'll basically do like a shortest path algorithm to get there of the other things. And then furthermore, this will support, by these knowing which ones they're connected to, I can have a wall here and then say like this one is close to this one, but they're not connected. If I had a wall here, I remove it from here. So then if it was pathfinding, and let's say it was here, it would go here, 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 here. So it then should be able to go around that stuff. And if I had like a gap, like let's say if I had this one is connected to this one, but there's a gap here, I'll have like a trigger that like when it enters that, it jumps. To hopefully make it across the gap. That's the general idea of what we're hoping to go with this. But now, and it's doing that to get away from the player. So ideally also it'll look at the player, and if it's running away from it, oh, I see. Yeah, I'm hoping this will go well. we'll see. But so wherever the player is, it's gonna like it's gonna try to find whichever one of the empty game objects is the furthest from the player and run towards that. Maybe with some randomness in there. Like occasionally it'll I don't know, be a bit more random, but I'll figure that out later. There's a lot I kind of have to do to build up to that. So right now, we're just kind of starting to do this. The idea is, if it's here as just like a test, like to get this functionality. If it's here facing this way, I want to get a front direction, and I want it to move specifically here. Let's say, also, I'm sorry if I don't understand some English words because I'm French. Oh, cool. I know a little, okay, I don't know really any French. I'm Canadian, by the way, but I've done French till grade 12 in high school, but I can confidently say I do not know French. I know a little bit of Japanese. I can count in Japanese, actually. Ich, ni, san, chi, go, rook, sich, hutch, ku, ju. That was 1 to 10 in Japanese, so there's that. And I can go further, but yeah. Anyway, so that. But but thanks for dropping by the stream. I think it'd be really cool to be bilingual. I am definitely not. that, but maybe I can try to be one day. But no, if I were to be bilingual with a language, it would probably be French, because that's what I've studied in school for the most amount of time. I just haven't done that in years, so I don't know French now, but if I were to try and go back and do that, that would probably be the language I'd try to learn. But definitely learning another language is a really hard feat, so yeah. Anyway, but yeah, okay, so, but yeah, so with this, what I'm trying to do as a first like test thing is just taking this. If the guy's here and I, through the pathfinding algorithm, decides that it wants to move here, just getting it to run towards that object. That is step one. And then I was also trying to think of, right now it kind of will have the capabilities of WASD, where it could move forward, back, left, right. But I was just realizing that, like, I don't think there's a situation where the AI really needs to press, like, left, right, or back. I don't know how I can come up with a way, or I don't know how I would come up with a way where that would be necessary. But for now, I guess the only directions that the AI is concerned with that it really needs to worry about is turning vertically, and that's done through like simulating the mouse input. Like if I'm having the controls kind of map up. If you want a great game made in France, you have Dead Cells. It was made by a tiny dev team, less than 15 devs, from Bordeaux. I know the end of that's, I think, pronounced dough. Bordeaux in France. Oh, cool. I've heard of Dead Cells. I've never played it. But that is cool that, yeah, it was made there. Yeah, neat. Yeah, but what was I saying? But here, yeah, so, I mean, the player can move all around, and, like, moving the camera is through the mouse. It has no reason to look up and down, but turning left and right will turn its body. So I need this AI basically to simulate turning left and right to turn the body, and then I think just hold W effectively. Actually, going more off of that, I don't think there's ever a reason for the AI to stop moving, unless it's like reached a point where, unless maybe some special circumstances where it wants to stop moving. But if it's decided that it wants to move towards a certain point and it can beeline right towards that point, it doesn't need to stop, I don't think. So for now, I'm guessing. Okay. So. Actually, I probably don't want these to happen all in their own functions like this. I'd probably want to, and jump input will be more of another special thing. I guess move input, for now, I'm just gonna, what do I have here? I'm gonna just say, like, front equals true, and then the rest of these equal false. This isn't like I could put just like true, false, false, false in there, but I'm clean this up more later. I'm just trying to think of what other like future functionality I might need of this. But for now, I'm just gonna do false. These are meant to be false. Okay, and then equals false, and then false. I'm trying to just think if there is any way I would have in part of this functionality a reason for it to use these, because this would maybe later on be replaced by do AI calculations and then determine that it wants to do front is true and back is all those are false. So that's why I'm hesitant to delete this right away, because I could just go character move true, false, 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 but I'll just leave this how it is right now. But this is, yeah, kind of independent of the place that it wants to move to. It's more so the turning, and then the turning is going to just be look at where it needs to move, I guess. So it should. So we're pretending right now that this public game object is, after it does the pathfinding algorithm, it's determined that this is the one that it wants to move to. So that's where we're just kind of pretending right now for ease of programming. Okay. So then once it has this current destination, it should. So how would it rotate? It's not just going to do look at. It needs to translate, I want to look this direction, therefore I should put in a mouse input of blah. More specifically, actually, okay, mouse horizontal. Let me test something real quick. I just want to see the when the player is turning, what are the usual values of move horizontal? I think it's not just -1 and 1 and 0. It goes between. I'm currently working on a Dynasty Warriors-like game with Unity, and it's difficult if you want so many game objects in your scene. Now I'm currently working on a solution with a compute shader, compute buffer, and custom shader. Ooh, neat. Okay. I've never played Dynasty Warriors, but I think it rings a bell. Like maybe I've heard of it. But yeah, working with a lot of game objects in your scene, yeah, a lot of that performance stuff can get really. If you have a lot of things going on in your project, performance it can be easy for performance to take a hit and be slower. But now I'm currently working on a solution with a compute shader. So you're doing like custom shader stuff. That's really neat. That's really cool. I've done a little bit of that before, but nothing too fancy yet. Well, okay, other than like one exception that's a complicated thing to explain. But cool. I don't know what compute buffer is, but I'm assuming that's something in that realm that I just don't know of. But that's quite cool. Yeah. A lot of people that have been stopping by in my chat have been like talking about like the things that they're working on. Yeah, it's really neat seeing what all these other fellow game developers are working on. The most recent Dynasty Warrior games is Hyrule Warriors from this Legend of Zelda series. Oh, that! Okay, cool. I haven't played that, but I'm aware it exists and I've seen stuff of it. That now I definitely know what you're talking about. And oh, that's really cool. Yeah, and I can see how that would get really complicated in terms of, well, one, just making it, and also getting to a point where your scenes are really, really complicated and messy and slow. But no, that's really cool. Yeah, okay. So what was I trying to do here? So I just wanted to print out move horizontal just to get, so I can get an idea of what this is looking like. Because I have to play around with like how fast the I should be turning, if like to turn the face the direction it wants to go. Because right now if it's oh my god, that scared me. Oh my god. Why did it do that? Oh my god, that terrified me. I was so not prepared for that. Jesus. I'm good. But oh my god, that was. Oh my god, I hated that so much. Oh my god, this is why I'm not making this a horror game. Oh my god, you missed it? Well, can you go back in the stream or it's sus? Holy, oh my god. Oh, hey, I'm fine. I'm a baby. Don't worry about me. Oh my god, that was. It's not just that it happened, it's just that I was so not expecting it. Because it happened because I didn't, I don't want to make the AI chase me now. My god. I will. I'm not actually like not going to. It needs to move slower. Like, oh my god. It needs to move slower. Ha ha ha. Yes, laugh at my misery. Oh my god. No, I need a minute to like recover. Oh my god. Ugh. Lynn Luxendale is now far. Like, hi, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, but oh. Thank you. Oh my god. It's sus. It is sus indeed. But thank you. I really, really appreciate it. I'm appreciative and still terrified. Oh no. I'm okay. No. Oh god. Okay. I need to. First things first. Oh my god. No. You need to stop. First thing I need to do is get it to turn. Again, okay, when it's actually chasing me properly, I don't think that'll be as bad. It's because I forgot that I did this. I was expecting to just go into play mode, nothing would happen, and I'd read debug.log thing. I was like as caught off guard as you could possibly be with that. Like, holy, oh my god. Okay, and I think also, yeah, once it's actually, I feel like when it's a person, it'll also be less scary. Something to me about, like, I don't know, it being this big thing moving towards you that's like not, I don't know, that shouldn't be moving. When it's an actual person with animations, I feel like that'll make it less, like, unsettling. Okay, let's go into this. Please don't rush at me again. My god. Okay, I'm afraid of you now. Okay, no, okay, so what is this printing out? You can't see the consoles behind my head, but generally it's going to around... Oh, it doesn't just stick to -1 and -2. Okay, but it's going to... Okay. At its max... hold on. You know what? Let me actually move the console
down here where you all can see it. Let me stop collapsing things so I can see like what the most recent value is. Why is it okay? In general, though, it's looking like a lot of zeros, but let me actually go back to collapsing it. Okay, hold on. So it's getting okay. It wasn't just going between 0 and -1 like I thought. It's which makes sense. It's the faster that the mouse is moving, the higher it's going. So I do need to. Okay, hold on. So either I just. So the AI for now, I can just say like if it wants to turn left, it's -1. If it wants to turn right, it's -1. Turn in whatever direction is faster to get it to face where it's trying to go. Although, but then I should get it to like almost, like have that be faster, like have it go fast, slow as it gets to the rotation it actually wants to be at. But then if it's moving, if it's moving forward based on its forward direction, that means that when it turns, it's gonna do like a this kind of thing, which maybe that's okay. I don't know. I worry about that, but then I actually no. Well, but then let's say okay. So if it's turning to face wherever it's trying to go, it's gonna go like let's say however fast it turns, like do this and beeline towards this. Once it hits this, if it wants to move towards this one, it's gonna do like a this kind of a thing, and maybe that's okay, but I worry about that causing problems later on. Because, for example, if it turns too slow, it's going to, like, run off the edge here. That's a concern. So I kind of... Ideally, I want it to actually be kind of as close to, like, wamp kind of movement as possible. And then the more turning will come more so from it having more of these empty game objects, more like... If I want it to move in, like, a circle kind of motion, having just, like... Empty game object here. Going along that curve. To some extent, though. Which then means I might actually have to have it use its... Oh, so? So what? Wait, so first clip? If you know how to do... Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to see this. Okay. We're all gonna see this together. My first clip ever, I guess. I don't even know if... I'm prepared for it now. Thank you for clipping that, I guess. Red sucks. I want to see how scared I looked. I don't know if I actually looked as shocked as I was. My face! Oh, that's great. I need to see my face there. I need to get a freeze frame on my face. I was so caught off guard. Like, I didn't yell or anything, but you could see. It's coming towards me. Ow, okay, my throat hurts from how much I've been talking. It's affecting my laughing, but oh my god, my face. Oh wait, can I get this to be... I can get this to be higher quality. Hold on. But no, okay, I need to like back away from... You put goofy eyes on this? I need to get... Oh, on the guy, yeah, I could maybe do that. Look at that face. Oh wait, am I blocking my own face? Oh, my bad. Hold on, I just realized I'm blocking it. Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry. Oops. But look at that face. I need to get the freeze frame of this. Look at... I don't know if any of you find this as hilarious as I do.
But that, oh my god, that is worth me being scared there. Oh my god, that is just that face. Oh, that's amazing. I love that. Let me play that back. The actual thing here. I didn't really yell or anything, but you can see that was a face of pure terror. Oh my god. You have like some YouTubers like, oh, good Twitch emote? Oh my god. I don't know how to make emotes. I don't know if anything can make custom emotes yet, but yes. I think clips get saved like forever, right? So I can like be confident that I can look back at this later and grab that. I think so. Let me double check that is the case, because I don't know if it is. Actually, I don't know how I would check if that's the case or not. If I click my name, it goes to, so videos, I go to clips. Yeah, that's there. I don't know how to Twitch, so. They do stay? Okay, good. Oh, that's great. But I was going to say, yeah, you might have some YouTubers out there who fake their reactions to things or whatever. Clips and highlights stay until I delete it? Okay, perfect, cool. But I was gonna say, yeah, you have YouTubers out there who might fake their reactions or whatever, but that was genuine fear. Like, oh my god. And more of it to come, maybe. As I said, okay, again, it's only because I was so not expecting it. Those eyes, it's the eyes that sell it. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so funny. Oh, okay, enough of me laughing at myself. The doofus that I am. No, let me actually do this. Next time, like, if I knew it was going to be chasing me, it wouldn't have been scary. It's just because I wasn't ready for it. But anyway, so this, though, it goes from, like, let's say -2 to +2, kind of. So first, let me just get it to turn. So I'm going to keep this commented for now. Just the turn input, I need to go... Okay, turn to face curve direction. And no. If, okay. Looking at this from a top-down view, turn to face it y-axis y. I don't care about like the up and down for this. I need to just basically go, hold on. Oh, better idea. Okay, better idea. I need to, better idea. So rather than just saying turn to face this object, I need to, take the AI. There's 2 front tab. Oh, that's the backpack thing. Whatever. Take this AI, look at its rotation, and basically determine what rotation do I need to be facing the object. So it needs to rotate to be 0. Let's pretend, actually, for sake of example, that it was like this way, so I can more so calculate this. If it was at 90 and it needs to turn to face this object, then it needs to turn to be 0. So then I like subtract that and then put that into the turn amount, I guess. Or if it's like, if it needs to decrease. That's how I should specify it. Like, to go from 90 to 0, it needs to go negative. So then it would pass -1 to the function. If it needs to, in this case, if it's -90, it needs to go up. Then it's going to be going to pass a positive positive 1, something like that. So I need to first I need to determine what direction does this thing need to have to face where it needs to face, and also with the knowledge that I only care about the y-axis. I don't care about the other axes. So let me go. So I'm going to go float. Rotation to face. I don't know what to call it. Rotation to face equals, so how do I actually calculate this? So it's going to be something dot y. I need to actually I'm probably going to have to calculate the full rotation of this. But, hold on. There's a dot look at function, isn't there? Isn't there like vector 3 dot look at, or transform dot look at. Will rotates the transform so it points towards that. I don't want it to snap rotate, so I can't use this. I need to, I want to get dot, is it dot, what's the thing? That was dot look at, but there's a way to like get something similar to this, isn't there? The like look rotation or something like that. Hold on. There's a. If I just Google this, I can probably figure this out. Wow. So Unity look rotation. Oh, it's quaternion dot look rotation. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Forwards that. Okay. And I can use that by subtracting the position. This might be a long, lengthy calculation, but that's okay. So from this, I need to go. I'm putting this over here so I can see it and then kind of write it. So let me kind of type this more over here. So quaternion dot look rotation, putting in a forward direction. The up direction is going to be vector 3 dot up. I don't care about it in this case. Am I still? Wait, hold on. Is the stream still going? Still working? Hold on. It's like buffering on my phone. I just want to make sure it is working. Yes, it seems to be. Okay, we're good. Never mind. It was probably working the whole time. Just wanted to like verify that it was. Okay, so I can also take these off now. Okay. So look rotation. The transform direction is going to be the this object's position minus. No, the cur destination dot position. Why can't I dot transform dot position? Oh, because it's a game object. Oops. Oh, that's fine. Oh no, it's the code thing. That's okay too. Minus transform dot position. I forget what order this needs to be in, but I either it'll be facing exactly the wrong direction or it'll be facing exactly the right direction. So look rotation. So that's that direction. So that's going to get a look rotation. Dot Euler angles dot y. I think this being set as rotation to face. So that's what we're trying to rotate towards. Now I have this y value, and then I can maybe test if rotation to face. Let me first, no, before I do anything, let me just print rotation to face, just so I can see what it is, to make sure it's kind of being what I think it is. Austin, how's everything going? Oh my gosh, you missed the highlight of of the stream. Take a look at this. I got my first clip now, thanks to William here, and you need to see this. Everyone needs this. I got jump scared by my own code, and I was terrified. But I didn't like yell or anything. But just take a listen. Oh, it's great. I think it's hilarious. Oh my lol. So, and it's particularly, there's one like freeze frame in here that I need to turn into like an emote at some point. Look at that face. Oh my god. That's genuine terror. Just the eyes. Oh my god. Like, this in a sheer second of... I just so wasn't expecting. So, the context is... I'm dead. The context is that this guy wasn't supposed to move. I wasn't expecting him to move at all. Not just like he was going to maybe move in a different direction. Like, he wasn't supposed to be moving whatsoever, and he just comes charging at me. Yeah. So that is that. And all because I forgot to uncomment like a line of code that I forgot that I wrote, basically. But that's amazing, and yeah, look forward to more of that. Oh my god, that was like it was awful. But in other news, and yeah, it wouldn't have charged me if I didn't have it facing the player. What it was doing right there was just moving forward relative to its forward direction, which happened to be pointing right at me. So, yeah, that is that. Oh, William pasted the clip again. Good on you. Gotta show it to everyone. But in reality, it was because of this. So, I mean, I need to face my fears. This line of code, it's going to be running away from me now. Do we have a highlight channel on Discord? See, look, it's just running. It's all it's doing. It's just moving in a direction. It just happened to be... See, I can be, you know, let me do this. It's not just that it was happening. If I put this back at 180, I need to tense up now, but it's gonna charge me. But it's not that bad. It's just tragic. I still creep me out a little bit. Okay, no, I can face this. Come at me, bro. Okay, no, I still hated that. No, I don't want to do that again. That was actually... I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. But it kind of is. Okay, if I just don't touch the mouse... Okay, that's... Okay, I hate this. I swear I'm not exaggerating. That, like, you saw from those eyes. Like, oh my god. I don't know what it is about that that's, like, creeping me out, but it's something. Wait, was it... Or was it back? Also, yeah, we made it look like the Among Us guy. The Among Us, like, red guy. So that happened kind of by accident, and then when we realized it, we made it more on purpose. So, but yeah, anyways. We need one? Oh, yeah, sorry, I can, let's go and do that. I'm gonna do that right now, because if I say I'm gonna do it later, I'm totally gonna forget. So, let me just kind of go and do, and new channel, let's go stream highlights. Cool. And anyone can post in this. Go ahead and post whatever clips, whatever. And yeah, yes. There we go. Beautiful. So if someone could post that clip there, I would appreciate. And then if anyone takes any clips of anything, you can post it there at your free will. Or highlights. So it can be screenshots. It could be anything, I guess. Anything that you think is, I don't know, worthy to be a highlight. Anyways, anyways, continuing. What was I trying to do? Uncommenting this to start because it's gonna keep terrifying me until, if it was moving slower, it also wouldn't be that bad, maybe. And I think if it was an actual person, it wouldn't be that bad too. But whatever. Anywho, what am I doing now? So I got the rotation to face. I didn't even check what it was printing. Oh, I've been on the wrong side for a while. Let me move myself back. Oops, I meant to be over here. That's okay. I don't think I was blocking really anything for the most part there. Okay, so negative 45. Wait, what? Oh, I'm still printing, hold on. I'm still printing, the... What am I printing? I have another print statement somewhere on the player. I'm printing mouse horizontal. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Now, I think that was still printing 0 though. I can see here. Yeah, it was printing 0. Wait, is that correct? Hold on. Let me double check that that actually is correct. It's trying to have a Y rotation of 0. That is correct. Okay, let me double check to be more. If it does this, now its rotation to face is going to be like something like that. Let's double check that, yeah, this is working as I think it should. So 315. Okay, so that's another good thing to know is that this wraps around from 0 to 360. So I have to keep that in mind. It doesn't go negatives. So that means here to go to 310 is this. So if I wanted to, I'm going to figure that out. If I wanted to, if it was here, it's at 33 and it needs to rotate to face 315. Okay. I have to figure out how I'm going to do that. Okay. I'll figure that out, hopefully. But, okay, let's just, so, rotation to face, we got that. We just know what it is. I can, like, do something where I take it and then subtract it by 360, and then I would know that it's going to be within other bounds, but, or it could be like, if it's over 180, I could subtract 180. I just need to get I can manipulate this rotation. I need to do this to get a number of either like -1, 0, or 1. Like -1 is like turn left, 1 is turn right, and 0 is stop turning. That's effectively all I need here. Okay, so, but how do I get that? So I need to take this, my rotation, or the AI's rotation. So the transform dot rotation. Wait, hold on. Rotation to face is something like if it's basically going to be like if transform dot rotation dot Euler angles dot y minus rotation to face. There's the thing that we calculated is like less than something. Oh wait. Or hold on. Or let me see if this can be something more consistent. Let me print out this, actually, to see what this is getting. I might end things off soon. It is kind of getting close to 3 in the morning. But I want to see if I can finish this first. Just getting this to turn and run towards one point, and then maybe tomorrow then we'll do the actual kind of pathfinding. So let me go just to the scene view because I don't care what the player's doing right now. So the AI, so this is, actually as I rotate this, ooh, this is cool. So it is, I mean, that it's doing what it was supposed to be doing, but still cool that it's cool that it's doing it, I guess. So 0 here, 0 here. Okay, so it's not exact for some reason, but that's okay. Basically 180. So its rotation minus where it's trying to go is like basically 180. Oh, and something's happening where it's turning in ways that it shouldn't be. Your rigid body is... It's like rocking. Why did it do that? It definitely didn't turn where it's supposed to go. It's just kind of like... It's... Oh, is it like the backpack? Is it... Is the weight doing weird things? Why? Wait, why? These rotations are frozen. It shouldn't be able to rotate like this. I actually don't know why it is. This is mildly amusing. Why would you do that? I'm trying to think of what I would do to prevent that, because... Well, I mean, part of it, like me dragging it around, that might be breaking things with it, but... Its rotation shouldn't be able to be not 0 at all. Like, look at this. Oh, yeah, this is what I thought it was doing. It's like, what's causing that? That's so weird. That is either from the turn function. Here, let me try something. Oh, doing that's not going to do anything. I just want to see, actually, if I do this, then that will stop any of those from running. If I do this, does it eventually do what it just did on its own? Which means that it's from the rigid body. Or is it from... I think it's something with, like, the turn code that's causing that to happen, or something along those lines. I mean, these are just box colliders. They shouldn't be doing anything. I mean, they're intersecting with the other collider, but that shouldn't have problems, I don't think. Maybe there's a problem that they're like, I don't know, trying to push out of each other or something. Could that be a thing? And that's causing the weird rotation. Okay, so it does seem to actually no, I take that back. No, it's not rotating right now at all. When I do this, well, actually, what is in character turn that is in its update? Oh no, yeah, turning on and off character turn is just turning off this. It's not preventing this function running. But add new torque this. So character turn maybe should have a special thing that's making sure that the other rotations should like never change. But it's not doing it now. Weird. But activating this isn't going to make it do it suddenly. Do the thing, please. I want to see why you are doing what you are doing. Just randomly like fell and turn. Why? I'm waiting. You're just not going to do it now? Maybe from like, the turtle's kind of like pushing it around. Then she does it? You going to do anything? Okay. I don't trust that it's never going to do it again or something, but so I'm going to add a special thing in the character turn function. Transform.rotation equals quaternion.Euler. Just kind of, I want to zero out the other parts of its rotation. So 0, well, that's just going to give it, not what I want. I want to go like transform.rotation.Euler angles. That's just a weird thing I've never seen before. It's just very, very strange. .y. Okay, so this should kind of guarantee that it's never going to, like, well, both the player and the AI, I guess I should specify. Okay, now let me go back to what I was originally doing. Okay. Okay, so is it so it needs to rotate, right now it needs to rotate this way to get where it needs to be. That would mean going up. So if this is a negative number, rotate up is what this could mean. Whereas, let me put this back on 180. And then if I go over here, then it becomes a positive number? Wait. Ooh, once it crosses this point, oh, it flips. Ooh, that's useful information. But once it's here, it's basically 0. And on here, so it's positive. Okay, oh wait, oh, hold on. This, when it's like this, it needs to rotate this way. When it's like this, it needs to rotate this way. As soon as it crosses this point, it needs to rotate that way now. And here, it needs to rotate this way. And it's a negative number. When it rotates that, okay. Okay, perfect. That's actually beautiful. I don't need to do any, like, weird stuff. That's actually, I thought I'd have to do weird, like, remapping stuff of the rotations, but no, it's perfect. I just need to do if, so it's the opposite of its sign is what this needs to be. So if this is greater than 0, call, or then, well, no, I'm gonna change mouse horizontal and then call the character function like all at once. So mouse horizontal equals, if it's greater than 0, it's a positive number. This needs to be a negative number. Else, make it positive 1, and then else, which is going to mean that it is exactly facing where it needs to be, then it's going to be 0. Oh, sorry, wait, else if, wait. Well, because otherwise it's going to, like, do this, and that would be a problem. So actually, I need to go, like, or no, hold on, let me do this better. If this equals 0, and maybe you shouldn't have it exactly, because there's no way, like, what if it floats that it's going to be that exact. But for all intents and purposes, I'm just going to do this like this for right now. But I might need to say, like, if this is close to 0, do stuff. So have this be 0, else, otherwise, if it's greater than 0, do this. And then else, which would mean that's less than 0, do that. And then character return with this. So this is either, I think, going to rotate the correct way, or exactly the wrong way. But then now we're gonna see what happens when it gets, like, close to its. Okay, that's what I thought. So it is, hey, but it's turning though. And now if I do this, it should kind of like, ooh, oh, is that a problem? When it does this, it twists all the way around. What are you doing? It's struggling. It's, It's having a good time. Well, yeah, okay, I try to grab. I do this, it's fine. Let me test kind of up here. Okay, so this is, up here it's fine for facing the right way. It becomes a problem when it, like, crosses the kind of 360 thing. Hit them with the boogie ball. Yeah. Okay, so I'm curious I want to see how this flips. If it actually, like, flips, it does flip around. Interesting. Can it move? Not if I don't want to get jump scared. No, but it will when I uncomment a line of code. Ideally, I want it to get into. I commented that out for now. I will. Oh, once I get it turning right, it then just needs to move forward relative to itself. Then it'll move towards a thing, right? That's the idea. For now, anyways, this is kind of like. But first, I want to get it to turn right. Because this is going to make it kind of, like, do weird wonky things. I need to get it to, like, rotate and then kind of stop. But I need to, and it's also doing this. So it being close, I can fix. Let me fix that first, actually. I can do that by telling it to stop turn when it's, like, close enough. So I just need to, rather than testing that this is 0, I need to test that, like, if this mathf.absolute, hold on, the absolute value of this is less than, let's say, 10 degrees, just to have it be really generous, because even once it stops turning,
once it stops giving input to turn, the torque will have a little bit of slowdown. So this might actually be like only 1 degrees or something like that. So this should fix the stuttering, but it won't fix the flipping that it's doing sometimes. But let's just we'll test this first. Do one problem at a time. Oh no, it is still doing it. Oh, never mind. Oh wait. Okay, it's once I move this and then it kind of I don't like that how it like went past it and then had to kind of autocorrect itself. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it's not what it should be doing. Okay, well I have a potential fix for that. Right now, if it's turning left to right, it's going -1, 1, or 0. Instead, if I had it scale depending on how much it still needs to turn. So like if it has to turn like, you know, all the way around, it's going to turn faster. As it gets closer, it's going to turn slower and slower until it stops. Once I do that, that should fix it overshooting. But I still have this problem where once it crosses this line, it doesn't like this axis. It doesn't like, it's the if you look up here, you can't see behind my head. If you look behind the transform, it's at like 11. It's the point where it crosses over to being 360. That's where this is becoming a problem. So I need it to basically keep rotating anyways. So I need to somehow, how do I do that? There's weird things with rotations of like when it is going past 360 degrees and stuff like that, and how to like kind of fix that. So it's this rotations to face, I think. No, it's, hold on. Let me print So okay. So this should thinking this should work with this continuing to go negative, because if it keeps turning around, this needs to keep going more and more negative. And that should be working with the program, because that's the only way it's going to keep rotating around. If it tries to flip around to 360, that's not good. So that means this needs to know. That means that this check doesn't work. The less than 0 or greater than 0. This works. This check for just subtracting them and seeing that it's close to 10, that should be fine. For just like seeing how close they are. Or maybe it won't be fine. Because if it's really far away. Okay, no. I need to remap rotation to face based on the current Y position. Okay. Okay, I have an idea of this. How would I do that? Rotation to face equals, so I made it, but then now I need to go maybe, how do I map it in the range of, okay, I could have, I'm very hesitant to have this in a while loop of it continuously subtracting 360, but ideally I only have this in one line of math of like it subtracts or adds 360 times something to do with this y-axis angle thing of where it is. Okay. How about this? Can I get? Okay. How about this? Okay. So first, can I get the nearest multiple of 360 to the y rotation here? Maybe. Like if I could do that, maybe then that's what I subtract by. So that's almost like, so how would I get that? The nearest, so if the number is 180, it should give me 360. I should round up or down. Oh, shoot. Like should it go from 0 to 360? I guess so. Or not. Yeah, no, it should, right? So if it's between 0 and 360, I want it to give me 360. If it's between 360 and 720, I want it to give me 720, and so on. So I want it to, and it's something that works continuously, however high or however low I go. If it's between negative 360 and 0, then it should return 0, right? Am I doing this right? I feel like I'm not doing this right. There's probably a better way to do this. Let me Google some things. Rotations are weird. There's probably like, there's a chance
that there's some built-in Unity functions that will do this for me. Okay, what would I even search? Turn on. I'm just trying to turn an object to face direction in a smooth way, rather than using transform.look towards. Oh, waypoint system. Ha. That. Oh my God! This is literally what I'm doing. That's hilarious. Okay. Turn.look rotation. No, I'm not trying to set it to equal that. I'm trying to set it to then smoothly move towards that. Unless, oh no, smoothly. Okay, correction. Smoothly move towards this in a way that I'm using the controller turn code so that it matches what how the player works. So. What options do I have? So this works good as getting the rotation I need to go towards, I think. Unless if I try to do it through Euler angles, because maybe those don't flip around as much. But that's going to be difficult to even, like, figure out. Okay. So relative position, that. Okay. Turn.look location, that. So, okay. Oh, so leaving things in quaternions would fix that. Would mean I don't have to deal with the going below and over 360 things. Cause I think in quaternion world, these do. Things wrap around nicely, or something like that, maybe. So, but how do I don't know how quaternions work. I know that there's like 4 things, and that does stuff. Or like I know that, like, quaternion has 4 parts, and I don't know what each part like translates to, and I don't know if I want to be really super. Me neither. They break my brain. Yeah. Me too. But I'm wondering if I can almost... Oh, shoot, I'm blocking stuff behind my head. I keep forgetting to switch back. My apologies. But I'm wondering if somehow I can use this to get something. Okay, let me just look for more things, potentially. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Um. I don't even know what a tan 2 is. I know what tan is, like sine, cos, tan, but with this, ooh, there's things here. Oh wait. Oh, transform not forward. I said I don't want to do it through directly modifying the transform. I need to get a -1 to turn left, or a 1 to turn right, and a 0 to not turn at all. Is what I'm trying to get out of this. Or I guess I should be more generic. A negative number to turn left, and it's okay if it's 1 or like larger. In fact, preferably if it is larger, depending on how much it still has left to turn. That is more preferable. So -1 to turn left. A negative number to turn left, a positive number to turn right, and 0 to not turn at all. Is all I'm trying to get out of this. My problem is just with how quaternions and how rotation, flips around over and over at the
It's like the axis is. What if I mapped? Well, no, wait. I have a better idea. Sort of. I was trying to maybe map the rotation to face into wherever this is, like whether it's kind of between 0 and 360, 360, 720, or negative 360 and 0, or whatever. But what if instead it would be easier to kind of wrap my own head around is mapping rotation to face, mapping this angle back into within 0 and 360. Or negative 180 and positive 180, whichever is like kind of around there. And then this might work. Okay. So what if instead I can't modify this directly, but I need to basically make a float rotation remapped equals this. Hesitant. I could do I'm gonna do a while loop, but I want to be very careful with this to not break unity. So while. So, okay, first of all, let me remake this. This is its starting value here. While, rotation remapped is greater than 360, then, while it's greater than 360, then rotation remapped minus equals 360. So if it's greater than 360, it'll keep subtracting 360 until it becomes less than 360, which should then map in between 0 and 360. But then if it's less than 360, if it's in the negatives, then do the opposite. Except I'm still not sure right now if I... No, I looked at this before. This was kind of between... For safety, I usually have a max iterations value for a while loop so that it doesn't crash anything. Yeah, I sometimes do that as well, and I should set this up here. Int, what do I call you? Like max loops equals 0. This, max loop plus, and then if max loop is greater than, is greater than, let's say 1,000. It shouldn't go above 1,000. Then this does mean that the more that the AI spins in one circle, this will take more and more lines of code, but that's okay. Ideally, I'd like to map it like it's there's got to be some math function like I wouldn't use clamp because that would just go between 0 and 360, but do it and well in the while loop. Right. Well, I was gonna do this break, but no, that's probably better. If this and max loop is less than 1,000, let it go to 1,000. If it does it 100 times, that's still a problem. But these are gonna use the same max loop because between the two of them, they shouldn't go over 1,000 times. I mean, only one of them should run. They shouldn't have this one run and then this one will run. Heck yeah, now it won't crash Unity. Woo. So, no, I don't need to do that. But I actually might need to change this, I think, to be is greater than 180. Keep subtracting 360 so that it maps it between negative 360 and positive 360. And then while this is... Oh, wait, hold on. If this is less than negative 180, then it pluses that. So, just in case you should totally save before the next test, yes, I will do that. Again, ideally there's a way of doing this where I don't use a while loop, but I can't think of one. Yeah, okay, so... Okay, what was I doing though? So this shouldn't... Is this going to work like this? I'm just making sure I'm kind of doing this right. This might work. I might need to... Well, we'll see. All right. Saving. We're saved. Please don't crash Unity. Okay, still doing that, but it should at least. Ah, no, it's still flipping around. Okay, darn. So that didn't fix it. But why? Okay, let me play around with this still. So this is negative 1. What? Wait, what value am I printing? Hold on. I'm printing. Oh, this minus this. No, wait. This is. This is this that's printing, right? Let me make sure that's the only thing that's printing. The values seem strange, because they should be like bigger. Okay. If I change this back to 360, that won't work though. I don't think, right? Unless, no, I was gonna say if those run forever, then the rotation thing will just be massive. So 5.3. Actually, I'm also I need to see it's more recent value. I don't care about how it. Is the bot looking in the opposite direction or something? No, it's looking in the right direction. It's when it goes around these pretty fine, but there's a certain part where it starts spinning like this. And I know it's when it kind of crosses like going from like 360 and it like flips back around to 0 because rotations do that. Move that out of there. So it has something to do with that. It's not like being mapped right or so like look at the rotation up here. It's like 360. Or is it? Yeah, 360. And it goes over here and it flips back around the other side to 0. I want it to either keep going up or keep going down. And that's what I'm struggling with right now. There's a certain point where it gets like really close and it just like goes crazy. Are you doing local rotation? It's not a child game object of anything, so local rotation wouldn't help, I don't think. But also, no. Well, okay. So I'm not modifying the transform enthused directly. Like this ends up going into a try using transform.rotate. This is going into a to do it with physics, doing a what's it called? Rigidbody.add torque. In order to match how the player turns, I'm trying to feed it into the same thing like that. So all I'm trying to do is look at where it needs to rotate and generate a number that's either -1, 0, or +1. That's what I'm trying to do, is just get one of those three numbers based on what way it needs to rotate. And in doing that, I kind of need to figure out this mapping thing, which apparently I'm not doing right. I thought I was, but let me print out more of the values of this to figure out this. To figure out like what values I'm getting here. So this is 305. Well, oh yeah, that's its rotation. That's to be expected. So this should be this should be between. Wait, hold on. So I want it to be between. Wait, what? Hold on. No. Hold on. I need to see something real quick. The rotation to face. No, that's that. Wait, hold on. No. Rotation to face is where it's trying to. No. I need to see rotation to face real quick. Because I need to remember if this is going from like 0 to. This was what went from -180 to +180, right? I believe. No, what? 360. I thought this looked a negative or something. Wasn't that what I was testing? Huh.
Hold on, wait. All right, well, I'm heckin' tired, so I'm gonna head to bed. But good luck. I'll definitely stop by tomorrow if you stream. I will definitely be streaming tomorrow at some point. I don't know when. Might be later in the day, unfortunately. But well, I mean, this is very late as well. But thanks for dropping by. Hi, I might be going to bed soon as well. But I was determined to figure this out. I feel like I'm so close. Just some quick like math away from having this figured out. Okay, so. Let me. Does transform.torque or transform.add torque, is that a thing that's making it flip around? What about here, let me try this. Unity add torque to face direction. To face direction. That's essentially what this is kind of coming. You might want it to be turned to a -1. Oh wait. You want it to be turned to a -1, 0, or 1, right? Because you're using torque? Yes. Yes. Or, okay, to be more specific, it would be fine if it was a negative number, 0, or a positive number. Those would work as well. Negative number means turn left. Positive number means turn right. 0 means don't move at all. X and Z, Z and X axis, Y axis. Because it's torque. Torque on the Y axis is left-right turning. Oh yeah, just Y axis? Yeah, okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, so cross product? Okay, you know what? I mean, if I can find code to copy that, this might work. I'm familiar with cross product a little bit. The axis of rotation to get from one vector to the other. Oh my gosh, okay. Get the angle between the angle between transform.up and we're gonna just kind of go whoop, and target is what I'm trying to rotate towards. I think I might be able to finagle this into what I'm trying to get. Okay, hold on. This cross. Oh wait, what did you? Hold on. Oh, this is pointing in general. I need to specifically go so cross dot y. Anyways, good night. I hope you can get this. I hope so too. Yeah. Well, I will eventually. Hopefully, just maybe not tonight. Okay. Target is where is the current direction? Dot transform dot position. So I also was right in there being this one minus that one being the right direction. I mean, yes, I would have run across that bug already if it wasn't that. Let me go also comment out some of this. Because I also want to kind of understand what this is doing so I can modify it. Because this is going off transform.up, so I think this might be going off the wrong axis. So I might have to kind of turn it to face the right axis. Because also this might rotate, try to rotate up and down or something like that. Oh, bug. Pathfinding thing object does have a position. What are you talking about? Oh, wait. Is it because I didn't save? Yeah, and these are not used yet because keyword yet. Wait, you know what? Hold on, let me print out what cross.turn is, because I think I'm misunderstanding what this is producing. Oh, 0 is the only one. Why is the only one that's 0? Wait, how am I supposed to use this? That just looks like the X matches this. It gets bigger as it goes farther away. That's also not what I want. How does this cross product help me? Unless, oh, hold on. I was copying that from the, but this seemed to make it at least, kind of face it though. Oh, cross times angle diff times force? Oh, cross times angle difference. Oops, I'm an idiot. Okay, where's force in this? Is that a variable that he has somewhere? Not that I'm seeing. Oh, it's there. Okay. Cross times angle. Oh, cross times angle diff. But dot y. Cross times angle diff. But I need like this dot y, because I think I do anyway. That's the torque to add. Oops. Maybe. But that doesn't. That's still gonna produce something with 0 in it though. So how is that supposed to be adding torque like that? Yeah, it's just 0. Being very close to 0. Okay, back to the drawing board with that, I suppose. Look for something else. I was definitely closer with my solution. How to add torque towards an object. Okay, so using the cross product seems to be popular. Okay. Sure. Why do you need the ground direction for that rather than? Okay. You can use a cross product. Might be time for bed. Tackle this tomorrow. Yeah, possibly. Let me just try this first. So getting it towards I've gotten that rotation axis. Being crossing the two together. What's other? I know the rotation axis though. I know the rotation axis is the y-axis. Add torque in that times rotate magnitude. So what's this rotate magnitude? How are you getting that? Wait, but that's 500. What? Oh, this would determine whether it's going to be positive or negative in terms of... hold on. So, if I'm understanding this, let me just copy this to start all this into here. It's very similar to what was here, but we'll see if this ends up being different enough to work. So, And then yeah, I guess I'm not using this stuff anymore. But a ground direction, sure. This other thing is my Kerr destination. This a magnitude. I mean, that's we'll see. But I'm not feeding this directly. Well, this rotation magnitude is the equivalent of the turning thing in the other place. But so this should be. I want to print what this is, so I can see what it's spitting out. Because I might be able to use that for this stuff. Okay, so just do all this. Tell me what you get as a result. I might need to see it without the time.delta time because it might be really low. But, well, no, then the 500 is going to bring it back up. Okay, so I just need to kind of get out of there. Oops, no, over here. Here. Okay, so it's, but how does that get spit into torque if this is, I need to change a Y value? And also, why are you changing so much when the two things that you're should be calculating stuff between aren't moving at all? Okay. This makes it move more. So this is going, this is just like a position kind of thing. Well, I see it's negative, negative when it's out here. A negative, positive, 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 and positive, negative. How does that actually help? Like putting this into, we're about to add torque, is just going to turn it on the X and the Z axis, but not the Y axis. Why would you want that? Let me just do something for the sake of doing it. Let me just have this, do this add, get the rigid body. I'm curious of just what this does. Let me see it in action. Is it basically rotating it on the wrong axis? Or something? Because then maybe it could be something I could configure to the right axis? But I don't think so. Okay, let's just try this real quick. Oh! You're stopping way too early, but... Wait, you're not even getting the right rotation. Okay, wait, I was about to be like, wait, it looks like it's working, but it's not even getting the right rotation. Yeah, like, what's you doing? And you just fell, oh. I mean, that might, was that? It should be rotating down here. So this isn't even working right, even if it, like... It's only when it's, like, in this quadrant that it's not even... What? Okay. This is why I can't trust code I found on the internet. I have to code everything myself. No. So cross direction. Okay, target rotation. Ooh. Oh, well, that's not... Okay, I'm just going to go back to what I was trying to do before. That was working the best. None of this cross-product stuff. Whoa, don't delete everything. Back to this. And back to this. So maybe again, if I can just figure out how to map the value properly, then I could get this to work. But turn this with mouse horizontal. And then do something like... Again, let me look back at the values that I am... Oh, okay, wait. So the problem is when... rotation to face is fine. It's when the Euler angles.y rotation goes above 360, it flips to 0. So that means that, hold on, this isn't even the problem. It's not even going above 360. So I'm not trying to bring it down. It's flipping to 0 on its own, I think. So I need to then do what? Make it go... So even when it flips to 0, I need it to not... circle all the way around. But how? So when it hits 360 and then here it goes back down to like whoa. It's crossing like this point too. It's just I feel like I'm so close, but not there. And also I don't think this part is helping. I want to figure this out, but I should be going to bed soon. Like, I need to not be up this late, but I feel like I'm so close. Also, well, I don't know what happened here. Fix that. Don't know how long that's been like that, but I mean, this code was commented out for a while, so I don't know if that broke something. Okay, let me go back to maybe just printing out all these values, and maybe through that I can figure something out. No, come on, let me. So before I do any attempt at changing anything, let me go. Just kind of get all the values of everything. I don't need to bother testing the rotation of the target object because I know that that's 0. But the rotation to face. So current position of that. This look rotation, is this part of the problem? Is this look rotation basically what's flipping things over? Maybe that could be a theory. So maybe if I try to calculate rotation to face without using look rotation, did it some other way. Don't know how to do that, but I don't even need the full rotation. I just need the Y part of it. So I just need that number. So I wonder if I could turn... So I have this direction. So I have a direction to face. So if I put that... If I look at that direction as a... Even if I normalize it in a top-down view, how would I turn that direction into a float that represents a rotation where 0 is facing up, 180 is facing down? I don't know. So math to do that probably though. Let me do this as well. Let me just do this pasting of values a little bit though. I'm trying to do this. Oops. Run this, print those values, just kind of analyze them. Yeah, I can come up with some. So, oops. Okay, well, it doesn't matter, but I would like to just fix the formatting, make it easier to read. Could also try rounding them, but nah. Oops. Okay, so at this point in time, at this point in time, we got rotation to face is 314. The rotation that we currently have is 321. Subtraction of them is 6. Because it's less than 10, it stopped trying to rotate. So that was the other thing I did. I made it so that if it's less than 10 degrees away, it just stops. So that's why this is never going to get exact. I can fine-tune that value later. I'll probably make it less than 10 degrees. But I would like to see hold on, the rotation before it's. I'm actually doing any of this. No, let me comment that out for now. Everything's still going good? Yep. Okay, so. Oh, you shouldn't be rotating. Oh, you're doing that weird spinny thing, aren't you? I don't know why you do that. I actually have no idea why you're doing that. But okay. And then you're doing that, but for some reason disabling the AI input stops that. I think it was anyway. Oh no, I mean, you're still doing it. Oh. I thought I had a thing in you that was correcting. Oh yeah, it's still doing it. Okay, so it isn't to do with that script. That's kind of a good thing. But I don't know why this is happening. It's not because of the extra objects, right? Like, these shouldn't do anything. Unless the collision-y weird stuff is like messing with the this. So if I in this state, it's not gonna now. What is it now? Oh. Okay, maybe it does have to do with these. But if I turn off, well, these shouldn't have colliders anyway. So, but okay, well, whatever. I don't care. I got bigger problems to deal with at the moment. Okay, so it was a weird collision-y thing. No, you're still rotated. You weren't in that. Oh, you were in that rotation to start. I don't know why I thought you weren't. Let me point you facing straight down. Okay. Oops, not there. Wait, why aren't you printing anymore? Oh, you're not, because you're not running this. Okay, so we got negative. Sorry, we got 315 is the rotation it wants to get to. It's currently at 180, so it would be wanting to. So the subtraction of that is 125, and that is, yeah, what I want. So then I make that the negative. That means that leads to a positive turn right, which is what I want in this scenario. Put this completely face down. Put this up here. Now it's 237 is what it wants to rotate to. Then this is 180 because I haven't changed that, and then the subtraction of that is that. Okay, which makes sense. This is what I want. Now, once it crosses this, then okay, then that in rotation to face, that's what's crossing over to 0. Okay. So this is what I need to. So rotation to face, I need to scale based on the rotation of this. Okay. Okay. So that means that I would want to take it, the rotation to face, and scale that back to, or scale that up to the rotation of the thing, perhaps. Or I was trying to scale it like the other way, but that just was being not working. So I want to scale. So basically, I want to say that. Well, no. Well, okay. So once this actually has turned to face the thing, so let's say it turned. Well, actually, technically, it would have turned this way to face the thing. So this now having a rotation of 340, it's basically facing it. Once I cross this point, that goes down to 0. So now this is going to say, go back the other way to 0. So I want to basically convert this to 315. But then on what check? Well, how do I convert this to 13? That's not going to convert this to 13. So 315. But then keep going up. So with like a while loop of keep. So it needs to be in the range of. I'm trying to think of a way that's also not going to break the other parts of the rotation. It almost needs to. So rotation to face, it calculates that, and then it looks at if they are more than 360 apart. Okay, how about that? If they are more, if it's larger than 360. No, wait. Larger than 180, right? Because it shouldn't. It should. Okay. There's a tell that it shouldn't have to rotate more than. Oh, I can flip it if it's more than 180. That's even easier. Oh. If the subtraction is more than 180, it's trying to tell it to rotate more than 180 degrees around to rotate to the direction that it thinks it should face. So, I don't need to do any of this remapping. I just need to say if So calculate this based on this stuff. Oh no, then it being close will never catch. Like that's not gonna. Okay, so I'll need a different solution for that, but I might not even need that part of it, so that might be okay. The being close if it's like 10 degrees. But just basically just saying down here. So 1, uncommenting this. 2, if this, and yes, I'm subtracting this multiple times. I might want to store that in a variable, but I'll do that later if this like works. If this is if the how much it thinks it should rotate. Actually, maybe I will just go quickly. Okay, float amount to rotate equals this subtraction. Yeah, and then if basically, so then I can actually here I can just do basically if amount to rotate is greater than 180 or less than 180, I guess. If the dot absolute version of it, if mathf dot absolute, if the absolute version of it is greater than or equal, if it's exactly 180, it should do it too. If it's exactly 180, maybe actually it's fine. Yeah, if the amount to rotate is exactly 180, then it's facing exactly the wrong way. So if it's exactly 180, that's okay. So if it's greater than, oh, why did you like this? Can I convert amount to rotate? That's not a bool. Oh, oops, I just have the brackets messed up. Yeah. It's greater than 180, then flip it, basically, just flip it.
Oops. So I don't know whether to make negative or positive. I just know to make it the opposite. Just multiply by -1. And then I shouldn't need any of this. And then I shouldn't need actually any of this. Now this should amount to rotate. If now the rest of this, I don't know if this part will work, but the rest of this should. So it might still do the weird jittery thing, but like the overshooting turning thing, but it shouldn't flip around anymore, which is the bigger problem. Well, yeah. So let's try this. Okay, good. The expected result, kind of. Okay. Still working around here. Oh, it fell. No, please work. Hey! It's working! It rotates around the center! Look at him go! Yes! Ha 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 ha! Look at him turn! Woo! He's working! Yeah! I should be all like super happy, but I'm also really tired. Yeah, he's turning! Okay, so the one thing is that he's like jolting. So the next thing I would like to do, if I can, is, well, nice. Yeah. So now this should, if anything, mouse horizontal. What if I just time this by amount to rotate? I don't know if this will work, because once this gets really large, that might be a problem. But let's just try it for right now. Just see what it does. But then, oops, wait, that means I also want to get rid of this section, because this is basically going to kind of replace that. Unless maybe, no. Let me also print amount to rotate. Here. So I'll finish this up, and then I gotta end things off here. But I'm so, one, I did the thing, cool. Oh. Wait, what? Oh no. I mean, I can put it back to how it was before, but I just added a, what did I change? Times amount to rotate. I don't want to add amount to rotate, right, because that's the whole point of the something's be negative or whatever. Okay, no, I want to go mathf dot absolute, because I want to multiply it by an amount. Well, okay, no, sorry, this is actually basically just this. If this, hold on. Let me just, hold on, let me just put this back to this. I just want to see what amount to rotate is doing, because I think it's, why do you have a problem with this? Oh. I just need to see what this is equaling, because when it flips around here and it's like going to be really large for a frame, that might be a problem. So I don't know if I want to use that rotation directly like that. Oh hey, it just went to the place correctly. But yeah, that right there is not what we want to have happen. Okay, but right, what am I looking at? So hold on, wait, yeah, so it's 8. It's negative, it's positive, whatever. Does it have one frame of being massive here? But then it goes back to normal though. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was going to stay being massive. So oh wait, it doesn't always. Also, how far this is away doesn't affect this. This is good. If I rotate it fast, then it has a lot to rotate to catch up. Okay, I just wanted to see if almost like, well, I just want to see it being over 180. Well, okay. Whoops. I just want to see, yeah, basically this. Or how about I do this better. I want to see when it's over 180. Just print it when it's here. Print it after. Now I only see it when it actually meets that. And now I also can comment this. Oh no. All right, almost done here. I think yeah, we'll figure this out very shortly.
Okay. 15 of being that big. Ooh, that's a lot. Oh, it's doing it basically for a while, as long as it's kind of here. So if I use this rotation amount kind of as a speed, negative 360. That is a lot. Oh, it fell off the map. Or I lost it. I don't know where I put it. But yeah, this being massive is a problem. If I want to use this as like a speed of how much to turn, when it crosses this, it like snaps really quickly. So how do I deal with that? If it's over 360, then I could subtract it. So it's never going to go actually beyond this. It's never going to loop like a lot. Okay, so it's only ever going to be... I mean, usually it's very small. When it wraps over this much... Oh, but then it goes to 70. I don't know how to... Well... Wait, is it... Oh, wait. Why am I only seeing... I'm trying to think of... And I don't need to do this, but I'd like to. It would make it so... If I can get this working, it's going to make it so that when it turns, the further it needs to turn, the faster it's going to go. What if I... Okay, let's just put this in here for now. Just kind of see what it does. Because maybe even... If it's only being faster for like a few frames, maybe it'll be fine. Because usually that's going to be only when it needs to turn a little bit. So I don't want to just plug straight out to rotating here. Well, if it's less than 10, then that's 0. If it's negative 1. Well, let me try this divided by 2. Because it... well... Just it. Straight up, yeah. Put amount to rotate in here. If it's... Wait. If it's greater than 0, put negative 1. So I do need to flip this. Hey, good morning. Yeah. Hey, Kebab. We are doing AI stuff. I'm probably going to be ending off very soon. Been going at this for a long time, but we should be just about to have this guy working. Maybe. Oh, he's still not working. Okay. He's being jittery, but we're trying to fix that. But he's turning to face this point is our test right now. Okay, but actually it's not that bad in terms of... I want to see, like... I'm trying to see, like, when he, like... When I'm turning around, how fast he's kind of turning to face those points. Oh, it's actually not that fast. Which is almost a good thing. I thought it was going to be very snappy, which would have been maybe more of a problem. Okay. So maybe this is fine, because then that won't be... Okay. Oh, for you it's 4? Yeah. I should be going to bed very soon. I should have been going to bed hours ago, but I'm so darn close to having this thing figured out. But I do think, actually, sorry, so this is, I don't want to put in, this being 20, I do want this check to be in here, so I don't want this to, okay, do this times, hold on, this times, mathf.absolute this. This makes this kind of like a speed sort of a thing, but also if this is 0, it will completely cancel that out. Now 10 might not be enough. Let's go like 20. Let's just go a bit more extreme because I'd rather it stop prematurely than it doing this jittery thing. Let's see if that works. Okay, you working? Okay. Ooh, it's no, it's doing it. It's rotating a bit past it sometimes, but okay. Aw, no. Still having problems as it crosses it. Oh, I think I know why. Because this is when it's here, that amount that it's doing. So basically, you streamed the entire time I slept. Oh, I guess so. So when it's here, it still does this. Because, wait. But the amount it has left to turn isn't a lot. So this should be 0, because this is 20 degrees. Unless the amount to rotate is 20. So amount to rotate... Oh, but the amount to rotate there, it thinks is 360, so it's not going to... Okay, so then it's kind of overriding that. So that's not the problem. It's that it thinks it still needs to rotate. Like the value here is the problem. It's that. So rather than this, I need to basically or. No, not or if it's greater than 360 because that's going to be a problem. Or if it's greater than. If it's greater than 180, then it flips the other way. But then how do I catch that as a means of stopping, not rotating anymore? I need to map those numbers back under. Well, I know that they should only be. I can map this. Okay. Okay, so I do have to kind of map this out anyway. So amount to rotate though. Amount to rotate. If it's greater than 180, or I can figure this out. No, I see what this I think needs to be. If this amount to rotate, not the absolute. Just if the amount to rotate by default is greater than 180, then amount to rotate minus equals 360, and that should fix it there maybe. Else if amount to rotate, oh come on, don't freeze. Amount to rotate is less than 180. Sorry, less than negative 180. So it's really far in the negatives that I want this to add 360, and that might fix it outright. Whoops. And then I don't know if I still want to multiply it by -1. Well, hold on. Actually, no. I want to maybe. Oh, Cyber, do you know what the word sleep is? Also, hello. Hi, Kaz. No, I don't. What is that word? I don't know. But no, yeah. I will be sleeping soon. I'm so determined to finish this. So I might have to multiply this by -1 anyway. But let me just test this. This might work. I've been like so close to this working for a while. Okay, good. We're off to a good start. As I cross this. It's beautiful. Wait, is that actually just working? Oh my god. It's working! Ha 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 ha. Now the one thing, it's turning a bit too far or not enough at some points, but that's manageable. That is deal withable. Now this I think might be too high. So put it lower, but don't have it not existing. Oh, don't know what you were CG. Cool job. I don't know what CG. I know GG. Good job. But I don't know what you're trying to do. Get this object to point towards this blue thing, as part of making cool AI stuff. This was like. Oh, okay. So too low does that. Okay, that's fine. I can put it back to what for. I can. Okay, this works good enough. CG equals congrats. Fair enough. Okay. So now, let me just do one more thing. If I flip this, is that gonna? I just want to test what this is gonna do. This shouldn't work, right? Or let me see one thing, and then I'm gonna be ending this off because I need to sleep. Yeah, but this should. It's gonna break. Yeah. Okay. That reintroduces that because now I'm basically flipping it over twice. Okay. So I'm going to delete this and just have this, and then a moment of truth. This is the thing that jump scared me earlier. CG's computer graphics. I got jump scared earlier by my own bot, by my own thing here. So now I'm going to be cautious of it. I'm going to purposely, depends on the context, but it can be, I'm going to, this bot, I'm going to purposely have it move slower because when it moved really fast, it was startling. But now he should, okay, he's swirling around the point, but he's moving there. And now, if I change this to have him go towards a different one, this is pathfinding, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of. If I swap this out, now he decides that he's moving towards a different one. Oh, he's gonna. Oh, went back and forth a bit. It's progress. What is that? 21. That one? Okay. And then I decide he wants to move to 6, and then he moves up this way. Look at that. That's cool. That's very cool. I mean, I can also now ramp up his speed to match what the player is. So now he can move as fast as the player. And if I decide he wants to move to 16 now, he runs over there. Oh my gosh, we got tag. The idea actually, so he won't be spinning around. It'll be like as soon as he gets to a point, he's going to decide a next point to go to. Would be the plan. Also, but there's definitely fine tuning to be done. He's doing a weird thing where he's like doing this like moving back and forth kind of a thing. But like this is cool though. Here, let me put I want to kind of see him run in like real time. Or in the, I mean, you know what I mean, like in the view, the scene view. Or in the game view is what I'm trying to say. So let's say he runs towards, I don't know, this one. Oh no. Oh no. Turn that bug into a future. Make him a shark. Oh, I totally could do that. Oh, okay. I don't have a way to... I take this and then go carefully along the top of here and then turn off player input. Now I don't turn. So AI, I like how I can keep swapping them out by this. Look at him go! Oh, that's awesome. Wee! Wee! I love this. Oh, there he goes over there. Oh, he's doing the thing. And now, please don't fall off the map. I want to make this terrifying. Now, he chased. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. I was about to make him chase the player and just prepare. You saw me tensing up. But this doesn't need to be a pathfinding thing. Just to transform real quick. Whoops. Actually, do game object. So yeah. I want to make him chase the player now. Is this Among Us? It totally is. Okay, I'm gonna hate this. Let's make him chase the player. Let's play tag. Come at me, bro. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Oh, everything. Oh, wait. I fell off the map. Okay. This red seems kind of sus. Here he comes. Dun, 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 dun. He's chasing. But I made him slow. I could make him faster. Oh, I don't want to, though. Hi. Oh, hello. It was mainly his speed that was so terrifying before. Now he just has the speed of me. He matches my speed, which means he... Okay, this isn't as bad. Something about... Okay, I was being more like... I got like jump scared from this before because I just wasn't prepared for him to move, but this isn't that bad. Hi. Coming in for a hug. I'll make you fall off the map. Oh, no. Oh, you're smart. Oh, wait. Oh, well, now we both fall off together. We both fall into the abyss. He's trying to get me. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is cool, though. This is actually cool, though. This is, in a very basic sense. I mean, he was chasing the player. Like, that's kind of tag AI. Now he just needs to chase it better. I'm going to do a better pathfinding algorithm thing for this to determine, like... Let me bring this back up here. My idea, anyway. We'll see how it actually works. Of all these points, he's going to kind of, like... Oh, I want to move to this one. And he's going to, like, map out a route to get to that. And then this will map out with the actual level. So, like, if there's actually, like, walls and stuff, these empty game objects will kind of map around those walls. Yeah. So that's the idea. And if I have gaps, then there'll be special, like, triggers that, like, right before the jump, he will, like, touch that, and then it'll make him jump. So that's, like, the idea of how that's going to work. Okay, but I do seriously need to end this off now. So, woo, we did this, and it's running good. There's, like, you know, some... things that need to be figured out, but yeah, it is working. That is something. What I would like to do ideally is I have it like when it gets really close to where it needs to rotate to, then it stops turning. I ideally like to not have this, but have like the closer it gets to what it's trying to turn to, it's like to turn less and less and less, which it to the point where, yeah, it basically becomes 0. That would be the ideal thing, but it might take some more fiddling to get that to happen. I never used this, so I can get rid of that. That was from an old idea of experimenting with this, but yeah, this is cool. Oh no, hold on, I need to save myself from a scare before I Right now, he's gonna chase the player as soon as I go into play mode. Let me make him just chase a random other object. Otherwise, tomorrow I would have like opened this up, went into play mode, and then had the same thing happen as earlier. Cause I don't know if you've seen, or you haven't seen. If you scroll up in the chat, I don't know if you can do that. I got my first clip. William made a clip of me getting scared of. Did I clip it? Yes. Well, William did. It's oh my god. You made it. This could be an emote or something. Oh, that's beautiful. This was my reaction to being jump scared by the thing moving towards me. I know, right? It's amazing. It's amazing. But you can see the actual clip here. I have now stream highlights. It's beautiful. I wasn't prepared at all. I went for my emote. That is fantastic. Thank you for that. It's just the eyes. Oh my god. I can one last time. Let's look at this. Oh, I have to move myself to the other side here. And then I'll end things off here. Hi, me from the past. Oh, wait, wrong side. Hi, me from the past. Oh, I just watched the clip. Oh, it's great. Just this, like... It's because he wasn't supposed to move at all. I wasn't expecting him to move at all. I was just going into play mode to just test something in the console. The console was going to output stuff. And then he comes right at me. And furthermore, he wouldn't have came right at me if I didn't have him positioned right at like how he was. He was just moving forward based on the way he was facing. And then he happened to be positioned and rotated to be facing right at me. If he was facing away, he would have moved away, but he was facing right at me. So then and also I didn't see him come at me because the camera, as soon as I went into play mode, it was like pointed down. So then I move it up, and then So there was so much that just led to that beautiful moment for the history books. Anyways, though, so that's great. But I've said it many times. I should be ending things off now. I have 8 viewers now, though. Who's watching my stream now? Hello, whoever is here. It's 7 now, but like because this is delayed. But and so is the followers. That also has a thing. Okay, I got a question. How do you lock the cursor so that when you enter play mode, it isn't all over the place? That is 2 lines of code. It is over here. This. In your start function, have this. In fact, I don't even know if you need this, but lock cursor to the center of the game window, and then this makes it not visible. So yeah, just put that in the start function somewhere. But then another thing, I can't see it. Can't see what? You can't see the cursor. Oh wait, behind my head. Ha ha ha. Oops, my bad. Sorry. Right here. Oops. Yeah, my bad. Okay. But here, so. Cursor.visible equals false. That will just make it so you can't see the cursor. And then cursor.lockState equals cursor.locked. That does that. But then also, if you hit escape, or only in the Unity thing, when you hit escape, it will then bring your mouse back so you can go and actually do Unity things. That won't work in the build. You'll have to manually have like if, input.getKey escape cursor.visible equals false, cursor.lockState equals cursor.lockMode.none. Last time I tried this, the cursor still went out of the play window. I might have to play around with this. I don't know. Well, I mean, actually, okay, it was doing that for me a bit as well. So yeah, I might be missing something in here. But yeah, like it's not here. But when I put this over enough, I can see my cursor on my OBS window on the right here. So, but I don't see it in Unity. Oh, I can see it. It's doing stuff. I can see it in the scene thing there. So something's not working right with it. I think this might work in a build. If I change this to dot confined, I don't know if that will work better. That was another option. Let's try this together. Oh, hey, wait, is this actually working? It is working. No, wait, is it? Okay, that one seems to be working better. I'm not... It seems to be properly confined. When I hit escape, then it comes back. Okay. Oh, but then it doesn't go back. Oh, look at this. It's confined to, the window here. So that's probably good. But hitting escape kind of made it go out. So this might actually need to be in like an update kind of thing. Let me try just putting this in update instead. To have the cursor.visible keep doing. let me try this, because it's actually, thanks for asking me that, because that led to me discovering a better way of doing this. Yeah, then this, okay, perfect, so that does that. Although, to be fair, for optimum performance stuff, I don't think you would need this. You could probably have this in start in an actual build, because you can't, that escape to have this not work, to have it, the mouse come back is only in the Unity thing. I'm pretty sure that doesn't happen in a build. But you'd want to code that manually somewhere to have, like, when you hit escape, have it come back for, like, a pause menu or something like that. Whoa, 10 viewers! Whoa, we had 10 viewers for a second there. Whoa, that was crazy. Okay. I mean, I think 10, so far 10 is the most viewers we ever had. So that's the second time that that's happened. That's really cool. And follower, or that I'm aware of, I guess. I'm not constantly checking the chat thing, but a little bit. Yeah, so that's that. And followers 19, that's also crazy. This is, so, yeah, okay, we're going to end things off here, though, because this marks the end of my stream. That is my 1 week anniversary of me starting to stream, so that's something, I suppose. But anyways, we're going to end things off here, and then till next time, which should be tomorrow, we will be continuing to program this. We will do thank you for the stream and get some sleep. I will. Unfortunately, don't get that much sleep, but because I need to be up by like 11 tomorrow, so that's great. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here. Next time we will continue to make this cool stuff. So good night. If any of you guys want to contribute, if you want to, I don't know. I am trying to come up with ideas of what both the AI and the player can interact with this running around arena stuff. I have some random like ideas here. If you happen to come up with more, feel free to suggest them, I guess. I don't know. Next time you catch me live, I suppose. So, I don't know. Just to give food for thought, or whatever the phrase is. Yeah, I don't know. Or ideas for just anything in regards to this game that could make it more interesting and fun. Chat, let's finish the game while he's asleep. Well, I've basically given you the code, so you totally could try. If you do, like, for the record, feel free to take like any of like this code and try to make something cool out of it. Yeah, I guess there's an exception if, like, you know, I'm actually trying to make something to sell for money or something. You know, I'd appreciate if I could have this still be, my thing. But for all intents and purposes, if you want to try and make something similar, go right ahead. It's cool. I think this is turning out cool. Yeah. Anywho, though, I keep rambling. I need to actually end things off here because I am tired, and it's also 4 a.m. It's gonna be 5 soon if I don't stop talking soon. But anyways, so yeah, that'll do it for this live stream. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Alright, see ya everyone. Bye-bye.